deploy and cut off, and tries to destroy the guerrillas. But suddenly, a few days later, it pulls out. This was not a military decision, but a political decision. In military terms, they thought that our group could be exterminated. But actually exterminating it, and sending troops, would mean that the national government had to acknowledge the existence of the guerrillas. And we believe, after careful thought, that on the eve of NAFTA withdrawal was not a mistake by the Federal Army. I'm sure that it was a top-level political decision. It could only have been made by the President of the Republic. The one speaking is Sub-Commander Marcos. It's 3 or 4 in the morning on Thursday, February 17th. It's cold and everyone's tired. It's drizzling outside. The room, large but simple, is part of a campesino building on a hill, who knows where, in the tangle of the mountains of the Mexican southeast, as the Zapatista army's communiques are signed. A light bulb hanging from the rafters is the only light, but it's enough. The shelves leaning against a wall are stacked with books and notebooks, falling apart from use. Over a dozen combatants with ski masks, and Indian men and women without uniforms, are gathered on the floor drowsily, fighting off sleep to hear Marcos's words. Some are already asleep, with checkered blankets covering them, even their heads. All are toward the back, against the walls. The Zapatista movement is a wake-up call. When everything in the world was saying no to armed struggle, because the option of communism had disappeared, we thought that people here would also say no to change, and particularly to armed struggle. It was logical, there was tremendous ideological bombardment. But the opposite happened in the communities. That was when more people joined us, when more PEO. #Pi joined the Zapatista army militia, when more towns declared, we are being left with no other choice. When everything internationally was saying no to armed struggle, indigenous campesinos in Chiapas were saying yes, yes, yes. Sitting on a low board turned into a backless bench by vertical legs, Marcos responds to the questions posed by the 3 reporters he agreed to see in his second public meeting with journalists, representatives from the New York Times, El Financiero, and Preciso. The sub-commander only authorized one camera, from Preciso, to take pictures of him from any angle. You could just wait a minute so the compañeros in the background can put on their ski masks. And he explains, they have relatives in the communities here who could be endangered if they were identified. The conversation about the easy, as Camacho abbreviates it, about the peace talks expected to begin on Monday, about the situation in Chiapas, about the August elections, about the country's future, had become lengthy, covering some subjects that had already been reiterated in communiques from the clandestine committee, as well as by the sub-commander himself in his interview with La Jornada and Multivision. Marcos insisted on the subjects he was interested in to clarify points, give details of events and narrow down concepts. Suddenly, the questions become quicker, a virtual barrage aimed at finding out a little more about Marcos's personality. Come on, sub-commander, tell us once and for all, who is Marcos? As in the withdrawal from Rancho Nuevo, he defends himself and counterattacks with silence, evasive anecdotes, and a quiet chuckle, as if to himself. But a few things do slip out. Of course Marcos isn't named Marcos. He refuses to tell his real name, hiding behind a quiet laugh, but admits that it is a pseudonym, or rather, a symbol. For Saint Mark, the first evangelist who. Heaven help me, no, he says, turning to Oscar Hinojosa. Contrary to what Carlos Ramirez says, that they took pictures of me at a religious service, I want to say that the last religious service I attended was when I took my first communion. I was 8 years old. I didn't study for the priesthood, or for pope, or for papal nuncio, and he laughs. You mean to say you're not religious in the sense of. Hold it. I am not a catechist, or a parishioner, or anything. Put it like that, because before you know it they'll be saying I'm Joel Padron. The name Marcos was actually taken from a compañero named Marcos who died years ago, in this struggle of his group. He was a dear friend who had earnestly studied the guerrilla tactics of Arturo Gamiz, founder of the September 23 League, Liga 23 de Septiembre, while Marco studied the guerrilla tactics of Pancho Villa. They used to talk a lot, exchange ideas, discuss issues. But then he died. And Subcommander Marcos's already soft voice becomes softer. He looks up as he lifts the slippery edge of his ski mask over his nose. A symbolic name then, like the ski masks. Because of Marcos's work, no one can know who Marcos is. That is, if Marcos becomes identified and disappears, it will bring problems to the army. I don't understand. If Marcos disappears with his ski mask, any one of us can put on a ski mask and become Marcos. He only uses it in front of strangers, of course. Many had used the masks before to shield themselves from the cold and the elements. And, since it was cold as hell the day they attacked San Cristobal, many put them on. Then the press arrived and a reporter from Televisa asked him, "What's your name, Commander Tiger, Commander Lion, or Commander Dog?" He saw that this was useful and kept using it. Marcos just has one ski mask. "Why would I want to?" he says, laughing, when asked how many he has. "They are made of wool, knit in Chiapas of course, and purchased in the markets of San Cristobal and Ocosingo. But there aren't any around these days." He laughs again, showing some premature smile wrinkles. "At my age of 63, he jests. "How old are you, really?" Blanche Petrich says 39, but that's only a feminine hallucination. What does the Attorney General of the Republic, PGR, say? 25. Hiding one's face is unusual in guerrilla movements. Fidel Castro, El Che, and Tomás Borga didn't hide their faces. S. Upper Barrio, notes New York Times correspondent Tim Golden, joking. "It gives the impression of something clandestine, to hide crimes. I don't even have traffic tickets. Or to be here today with the ski mask and tomorrow somewhere else and no one would recognize you, Marcos. No, rather, it's," and he becomes serious as he presses his nose with both hands together, in a typical gesture, "rather, it is respect for the true protagonists, or the corruption that could occur, and that message that anyone can be Marcos. Anyone, not only in the EZLN, but in this country. It is also associated with terrorism, and you aren't terrorists, I suppose." Definitely not. Or with Shining Path. They were the only ones who used ski masks. Also because of the cold, I imagine. It must be cold in the Andes. Marcos drops the cunning tone and pats the reporter on the back. The low position of the bench forces him to frequently straighten his back with his hands on his thighs, while he glances towards the floor. He entwines the fingers from both hands. "And so, what about during the talks, will you take off your ski mask?" 198. "At some point I'll have to take it off. I mean, specifically, we won't take them off during the talks. We were going to talk to the commissioner without the masks, and then put them on in front of the press, or the police," he adds jokingly. "But as the lesser acknowledgement came of emerging political force, we decided, if you don't acknowledge us, you won't see us. Not even at the level of Camacho. How would you evaluate Camacho's role to date? Asterisk. There have been changes in Camacho. Sometimes he has a certain attitude, and later it's as if something is pressuring him, and it's not exactly our armed forces. I think it's from the federal level, the government. The president. Specifically, yes. Some of the power groups. He makes a proposal and later has to take his word back. Not of his own free will, but because someone is pressuring him. Clearly he's under a lot of pressure. Just a minute. A matter of order. The reporters are all speaking at the same time and the conversation is bouncing from one subject to another. We must get back to the Marcos of the ski mask. The one who's from Mexico City. No, I'm from a province. From Nuevo Leon. Golden asks. It's no fair if you're going to go through all 32 states until you get it. From the north. Golden insists. No. Marco says he was a professional journalist, not a student. He studied in the university, graduated and got a Master's degree, though, he says, he can't say which profession, or if he went to the UNAM. But, he emphatically denies, with a long nu, almost of repulsion, Oscar Hinojos' question of whether he is an anthropologist. He does open up, though, when telling of his experience in 1983 when a group of 12 young people, organized as a political group, decided to go to Chiapas to do precisely that, politicize. We felt invincible. We felt that just with our conviction we could defeat any army. That's when we started talking to the communities, and where they taught us a huge lesson. The democratic organization of indigenous social life is very honest, very clear. It is very difficult to act like a fool or become corrupt. In addition, we saw many people die, many children. They died in our hands as we were carrying out the health campaigns that the government didn't do, and we had to do ourselves. Not out of charity, but rather because they were our people. Vaccination campaigns, record keeping. For quite a while our fighting forces were doing that. And people died on us. There were children of 4 or 5 who played at being zapatistas and said, when I grow up I'm going to give vaccinations. But a few days later we would learn that they had died of diarrhea, fever. Before the war, and even more so now, the girls played that when they 199 grew up, instead of getting married, they would go to the mountains to make their lives, to learn Spanish, which is almost an impossible dream for an indigenous woman. From that to learning how to handle a weapon is a big step. So, when they decided to set a deadline to begin the war they gave that argument, what's the problem, if death is ours? The only difference is that now we'll choose how we're going to die. Come with us, or stay behind, they would tell us. And we couldn't answer, no, wait another 5 years to see if the administration that takes office in 1995 changes things. We had no right to, because every year that passed we had seen more and more people die. So, with that logic of death, we decided to struggle. The Compaheros taught us the mountains, they taught us to walk, to carry loads. The only way to be accepted is if you can carry the same load they do, if you walk the path as they do, when you get fucked the same as they do. Then, they will accept you. And that committed you forever, Marcos. Did you at one point plan on coming and then going back? I placed all my bets on the mountains. The government should know that, once and for all. If they're going to offer a governorship or something, no way. Marcos isn't married and doesn't have a compahera. Nor am I homosexual. He can't say if he's an atheist or religious. The compaheros have prohibited me from using those words. Because if you say you're religious, they'll say the movement is religious. If you say you're Catholic, they'll say it's Catholic. Or the same if you say you're Muslim. Whatever you say. But the faith of the Indians must be contagious. There are 2 kinds of faith. The kind that is in books, and the kind that is in the mountains. When compaheros go to the mountains they learn stories that come from far away and they hear them when on guard duty, or at campfires. Stories of ghosts, of magical worlds, that cross over from one ethnic group to another. Stories of the great fear created by the mountains. It's sad to be in the mountains, isn't it? Well, yes, it is. There are stories that dance in the mountains. I don't know if I'm making myself understood or if I understand your questions. The subject of magic leads to the subject of death. Marcos already said that he was ready for death. Yes, TM living on borrowed time, because we thought that the world would come down on us on January 1st. When January 2nd came around, and we were still alive, everything from then on has been extra. That's why now I'm writing like crazy, everything that I hadn't written. So if Petrita writes a letter to Subcommander Marcos, I send back everything that I ever meant to say and didn't say. I'll send Petrita 6, 7, or 8 pages. I've got nothing to lose. So if they are going to criticize my literary style, it doesn't bother me. I also don't give a damn if people like or don't like the letters. 200. In his literary days, Marcos wrote literature and published something under his own name, but I won't do it again. He says it is a style of literature to give to women, not to be published. Poetry, you re a poet? I read an interview with Mexican writer Huberto Padilla that said, well, that Marcos should be given a governorship, or publish a book to calm him down. You can see he's a poet. All gorillas are poets. As a youth, Marcos read Neruda, Leon Felipe, Antonio Machado, Vallejo. He read Escobedo Cardenal and Borges later, as well as the Mexicans Efraín Huerta, Rosario Castillo, Sabines, Montes de Oca. He says he only likes Paz's poetic essays. Although he is an avid reader of Carlos Monsiváis and remembers the first time he read Dios de Gardar, he won't confess whether the joking style of his messages from the mountains were influenced by Monsi, or perhaps by Ibargüen Oisha. He just laughs. He doesn't write the messages on computer or electric typewriter, as one might guess when reading an original communique with Marcos's signature at the bottom. He writes them by hand, or dictates them, and then someone types them and prints them on pages that he has previously signed. He used to have a portable Olivetti, to write operative orders, but that was the first thing he dropped when they fled Rancho Nuevo. Ask Godinez if he has it. I don't think so. He also gradually rid himself of the many books he read. I used to carry books around in the mountains, and was scolded for it. Why was I carrying them around? It really was suicide. When you first come, you want to bring your whole library, right? But the load of ammunition, food, and everything else is divided equally, and on top of that you're carrying books. You end up getting rid of them, because no one is about to say, well, since you're carrying so many books, I'll give you less ammunition. No, you carry the same amount. And I got rid of them gradually in the different camps. He says he had a lot. A good reader. Monsiváis, Poniatoscas la noche de Tlatelolco. Everything from Cortázar, Fuentes, Vargas Llosa when he was still palatable, and Garda Marquez, who's another story, that is, special. When we arrived in the mountains we were very lonely, and then some officer would say, like in Garda Marquez's book, Marcos has no one to write him, because I was moping around. Of course he has many political books, which he doesn't go into details about, except for his favorites of Los Agachados and Los Supermachos, by Mexican political cartoonist Rius. In the provinces, politics either came with Rius, or didn't come at all. I learned English, he laughs because the question comes from Tim Golden, reading Playboy and Penthouse. I speak English like Inspector Kaltsanson, esta table es green. The pen. 201. Sil is okay. Actually I read it because I had to translate the manuals from the US Pentagon. I don't speak Russian. I don't speak Chinese. Now that's enough. This man who jokes and laughs frequently like a simple, unassuming, mischievous teenager, switches from frivolity to, at other times in the conversation, radicalism and visions of political utopia, which at times seems idyllic, disingenuous. This is the Subcommander Marcos who has turned national politics upside down since the beginning of the year. He doesn't budge from the uncomfortable wooden stool. The opening of his mask seems like a slice of a tangerine with a sparking glance. Behind him an increasing number of members of the army are sleeping. From sitting against the wall, they have slid down to the floor. They pull blankets over themselves, prepare for sleep. The weapons are leaning against the wall, like brooms or work tools. You could say he seems happy to speak with strangers from the city, because even though Marcos now has plenty of people to write him letters, he is trapped, and far from what we call civilization. He gets nostalgic recalling the dozen Compa heroes who arrived in Chiapas in S3. The 12 quickly became 10, 2 died, 5 are elsewhere, he says briefly, but one might believe that they are still involved in radical activities in some other place, or maybe they gave up altogether, and 3 are left. He and 2 others who must hold important Zapatista positions in key areas of Chiapas, but to whom Marcos does not refer, perhaps for strategic reasons. He becomes emotional when speaking of fear. Fear that the operations will fail or that the combatants will not survive the attacks, as happened in the takeovers in the townships of Oxchuk and Ixton. And he was in charge of the operation. But what about personal fear, Marcos? The kind that settles in one's stomach. Oh, yeah, when they're shooting at you and you feel everything go weak, one lose my appetite. Others, like that compa over there, he turns to point out one of the ones still awake in the room, get hungrier than usual. But then you center yourself on the mechanism of response, and you don't notice or feel fear. Until later, when you remember. God damn it. How could I do that shit, going out by myself with no one on the flanks to protect me? Fear makes you go weak all over, that's the truth. He becomes rational in speaking of the mythical stature that Sub-Commander Marcos has taken on. Does it bother you? It doesn't affect me. You see it as prudent. I don't see it. It doesn't benefit me and we don't know if it is good for the organization. I really don't know, you see, what's happening. One only find out when a journalist gets mad because I don't give an interview. And I say, so since when am I so famous that they scold me because I'm being exclusive, and the bright lights and I don't know what else? As they say up there, that's all ideology, right? We don't have caudillismo. No. 202. It doesn't affect us inside. It doesn't cause envy, jealousy among your combatants. The moral authority of Marcos, the sub-commander becomes emphatic and shakes 2 fingers up and down, didn't start on January 1st. That was earned before, among the troops. If out there they say stuff like, oh he writes so nicely, or whatever, people here don't give a damn. And 6 matter what, they keep respecting Marcos for what happened before, not because of what's going on now. The day begins to dawn. As the door is opened briefly, we no longer see the dark face of night that covered the blind travelers who followed impossible trails to come to this guerrilla stronghold. We can see the drizzle, and a gust of air enters the room. One can make out green branches hanging from the eaves, and the light of a slow dawn. Marcos doesn't seem to be cold. You can tell he's wearing several layers, and the thick, black, wool, poncho that's called a chuje in Chiapas. And on top of that, like an X tying in his soul, the 2 crossed ammunition belts, some are huge red shotgun shells, who knows what the others are. He scratches his mask, low by his chin, in what looks like a nervous tic, or itch. Does your beard itch, Marcos? Marcos looks at Tim Golden as if saying sly bastard and jokes, I don't have a beard, I have no facial hair. He's lying of course. From a meter away, you can sometimes make out through the mouth of the mask, the revealing hair of a beard coming up to his lower lip. It's a gray beard, and seems to be quite thick. Also through the opening for the face, on the upper edge of the weaving, you can see a lock of black, not brown, hair that sneaks out near his temples. Don't help the PGR out, Marcos protests, when Tim insists on the beard. It's almost his last smile of the talk, because the mysteries of a character who reminds Castillo Peraza of the lasting myth of Robin Hood, and who others consider an unattainable gallant, something like Kevin Costner, or a Rambo playing the part of a leftist villain, or just the current faddish idol. From strictly personal mysteries, this talk always comes back to the serious problems that generated, and continue to generate the Zapatista uprising. From the beginning we said that we didn't want power. We said, Salinas de Gortari has to get out, and there must be a provisional government. What I pointed out is that we weren't going to impose our will on civil society, he uses the term even though he dislikes it, through the force of weapons. We were not going to take it hostage. The government, yes, but not civil society. The main point for you, Golden asks, would be the composition of the Federal Electoral Institute, the Electoral Tribunal, the electoral authorities. There's another option. That Salinas resign and create a transitional government, and that the latter be organized according to existing electoral laws. What we are saying is that the arbitrator must really be impartial. So there are two alternatives: reform the electoral law to give someone impartiality, or have the federal government resign and create a transitional government, and have that one certify the elections. And if that doesn't happen, we'll continue the struggle. Maybe fighting, maybe not. What is your critical analysis of the candidates, Marcos? Of Colosio, Cuauhtemoc, and Fernandez de Ceballos? Marcos lowers his gaze and thinks about it, longer than usual. In general, he has responded quickly, as if hitting the ball back in handball. Now he thinks about it and looks forward, as if saying he was sorry. That's precisely one of the things I can't talk about yet. The committee doesn't allow me to. The committee has told me that in referring to political parties I must be very cautious. The members of the committee are very proud of their independence, at least up until now. And if we start giving opinions about one or the other, it will look like the EZLN supports a party, or said something to make another party mad. The committee believes that until we have a clear idea of what one says to the other, what one offers to the other, we shouldn't say anything. Basically, they won't allow me to comment. What are those guns that look like AK stoppers? Asks Tim, an expert. Are they rifles or? They are AK rifles, donated by the PGR and the Federal Army. And what the Compa heroes had before, were they Uzis or MAC-10s? MAC-10s, we just adapted them. How did you get them? In the United States. I think we just bought two. At the time they cost around $200. But we couldn't get much there, because US laws are very strict. But Mexican police go to Arizona to buy their weapons. We bought them from Mexicans, it was easier. What we never found was an arms trafficker. If we'd found one, now we'd be talking in Cerro del Ajusco. And Marcos laughs. Openly now, loudly, amazed at his own exaggeration. Perhaps he dreams of it, but he doesn't even believe it himself. The subject of weapons relates to war. And the subject of war settles on the bad omens of pessimists who fear the failure of the talks that are only just about to begin. It seems that they will. Who has benefited from the truce? The government has taken advantage of this impasse to finish placing its troops, complete its intelligence gathering, and define where we are, to be able to attack us. 2. Without touching the civilian population. All of this time has been used by the government to do all that. Do you consider the possibility, or the risk involved, if they launch an extermination offensive, a SKS Hinojosa, very formal as usual? Definitely. Any middle-rank officer says 8 days. And they said that 4 days ago. So I have 4 more days, he raises his eyebrows. The Federal Army already has us surrounded to be able to attack and exterminate us. I don't think the situation will change. All that's missing is for the tanks to roll in, unless something happens to change that impulse. Perhaps it could be the presence of the Guardias Blancas. The ranchers who are taking up arms, or rather, that have to rearm, because we had disarmed them. They can now rearm and start to attack. Marco seems prepared to repel them. With his crossed ammunition belts, and the shotgun he put aside somewhere, and a pistol on his right belt, he seems to be on the alert. As they say, he has his boots on. And they're quite muddy too, from trudging the paths who knows where in the mythical Lacandona jungle. You seem pessimistic about the dialogue, Marcos. We're not overly concerned about the agenda, because in the end it will also result from the negotiation process. We want to talk as much as possible. So they know what it is that we want, and we know what they want, and so that each side can pull for itself on a common point. But finally, I say, what is the government going to commit to if it signs the agreement, to what, with whom, if we don't exist? The commissioner doesn't exist as a legal figure either. Then, who will guarantee the agreements that arise from dialogue? If the federal government is really willing, it would have to give the commissioner le standing. Or create a commission just to take responsibility for that. Would you propose that during the dialogue? We would say, so, what about these agreements we're going to sign? Do you really want to reach an agreement, or did you just close us in here to do what you're going to do anyway? If you are really willing, what structure will carry this out? Because this commissioner doesn't really exist. The disarmament of the Zapatista army seems very far off. As the Compa heroes say, we've waited 500 years. We can wait another 500. What will the press see and not see during the negotiations? It's an operative matter, says Marcos. For example, if we are going to set forth, as the Compa heroes of the committee are going to set forth, autonomy statutes, we will need legal advice. What reforms are needed to the Constitution, what laws should be considered to formulate the specific proposal? All that. In this push and pull of whether to reform the Constitution, or how to do it, the press won't be involved. But what should be public, open, is when we declare, YF Joe said this, the commissioner said that, and the intermediary said that. And we agreed on this and didn't agree on that, and we fought about this, and we cussed each other out about that, whatever happened. We will tell it all clearly. At the end of a meeting, will there be a reading of the minutes? We are proposing to the commissioner to hold a press conference every day. But apparently you journalists have driven him crazy, and he isn't very willing. Have you spoken personally to Camacho? Not personally. By letter. Letters that are more serious than the other ones, of course. And he laughs through the hole of the mask, which is too small to show the breadth of his smiling mouth. What does the commissioner say? That it can't be done logistically. He says we have to see. We were proposing a daily press conference, but he thought it should be after a subject was exhausted. Marcos doesn't seem tired from talking so much and thinking about what he's saying. He has stayed still, not shifting his rear like the three journalists who can no longer find a way to be comfortable on the hard seat, and he gives the impression that he could keep talking throughout the day that is beginning, through nightfall. His eyelids are a bit heavy, that's true, because he has shared this overnighter, but he's still going strong. He seems strong, although even through the mask, his face has sharp features. What's most important for you in the negotiations? Golden asks. Administrative and political, autonomy of indigenous regions. Explain that to us. The Compa heroes say that in the communities where the majority is indigenous, they already have their specific form of government, that underlies the official one. And they say what the government should do is recognize that ours is the one that works, and they should respect it and not interfere with us. At the community level. In entire regions. What the Compa heroes are saying is where there are tzotzils, tzultals, chols, tojolabales, the way they have of organizing ejidos works. For example, they elect their representatives and replace them whenever they need to. Then that is the way it should be. And if someone commits a crime, they try to resolve it there, in the community, not send it elsewhere. But the government sends in judicial police, and that bothers them. They say, why do they want to take them to jail, if we've already punished them? If I've already fined them, why do you intervene? You're interfering with my chain of command. So that means, in this case, not acknowledging police authority. Yes, that's what not acknowledging means. That the state police should not get involved. 206. Not in anything. Only if called upon. When the community itself says, okay, This is too big for us, and we can't deal with it. Take him. This kind of change would require constitutional reform. The fourth article of the Constitution would be reformed to acknowledge the existence of regions populated by several ethnic groups that have their own structure. What the Compaheroes are really proposing in the end is a collective government at all levels. The need for a state governor to govern in conjunction with a group of indigenous governors, for each ethnic group. Is this a proposal that will be made? Yes, it will be made. To have parallel elections for a state governor and governors for the Tzotzil, Tzultal, Choi, Tojalobal. Yes, the state governor will be the governor, but in everything relating to indigenous matters he will have to come to an agreement with the co-governor or whatever that post is called. And in the entire state, everyone needs to come to an agreement. I understand that democracy in indigenous communities is very different from democracy as we know it. The community makes an agreement and everyone must uphold that. Anyone who doesn't fulfill the agreement is removed. It's not like they say, Marcos is going to win or Felipe is going to win. They say, this is what the community has agreed on. Who will carry it out? Let's say this guy, and if he doesn't, we'll get rid of him. Every so often they meet and evaluate, has this agreement been upheld? The agreements don't change. They see whether they have been upheld or not. This is the kind of democracy that was adopted by the EZLN. The Zapatista army was not born democratic, it was born as a political military organization. But as it grew, the organizational methods of the communities began to permeate and dominate our movement, to the degree that the leadership of the EZLN had to become democratic in the indigenous manner. They say, there are fundamental agreements that cannot be negotiated, there is no margin. Aside from those fundamental agreements, you can do other things. One of our fundamental agreements was to begin the war, at the latest at 0 hour on January 1st. You have to fulfill that. You can start on January 1st, 1994 or on December 31st, 1993, but you have to start. Was that same system used to select the Zapatista delegates to the dialogue? Will he go, Marcos? Marcos doubts that he will take part in the talks and confides to the reporters, confidentially during the interview, what Camacho later made public, that the sessions will begin this Monday in San Cristobal de las Casas. He then responds to the unanswered question. To elect the delegates, the committees, and there are several clandestine revolutionary indigenous committees, meet and say, this is what is going to be demanded, and you can say this. You have to ask me about that, this other one is a definite no. One of the things that is a flat no is turning over our weapons to begin the dialogue. So, then they say, who should we send? Who are we going to negotiate with? The government. Then they start choosing those who can express themselves and argue best, the ones who more or less speak Spanish. Those are the ones being sent. But they've already told them how to do it. They don't want little chicks, either, each committee is sending its roosters. Golden is distracted for a moment watching Marcos's hands which are in front of him, fingers entwined. Do you bite your fingernails, Marcos? No, I cut them that way. How many indigenous delegates will go to the talks? 15. Where is the ghost of Chinameca that you have alluded to in the past, Sub-Commander? Asks Hinojosa. Throughout the dialogue process. Whenever the government decides that it is possible to give a blow like that, no one doubts that it should think it out carefully, and will. When it comes and says, okay, I can now do it and come out with a good hand, it will. That is, exterminate whoever is there, because the government knows that we send our leadership, not a commissioner. The government sends a commissioner, but we send the leaders of our movement. It could be done at any time, they can get away with it, and they can handle the protests that arise. Whether it happens in San Cristobal or the jungle, or anywhere, it will be done. The disorderly questions continue, as the reporters are tired but anxious not to run out of time to ask all the questions they planned out a long time before heading for the mountains. I hope you don't scold us like you did the ones from La Jornada, for not asking the questions they should have. The sub-commander shakes his head. He laughs and hides the lock of hair that has come out of the mask. He has delicate hands, like those of a pianist, long, thin fingers that end bluntly, whether he bites his nails or not. And human rights people don't raise hell with you. Of course. Although there have been violations on the part of our compaheroes. Especially verbal harassment in some areas. That's what the Human Rights Council denounced, and it was true. Our committee investigated that. And it was true. Some people were threatening people to get them to join the Zapatista army. Because if they didn't, when the soldiers came, they would kill everyone. So our committee found out and arrested 4 guilty compaheroes. What isn't true are the accusations of breaking and entering and everything else they are piling on us. 208. Suddenly, the subject jumps to liberation theology. You have implied, whether intentionally or tacitly, the possible influence of liberation theology on the Zapatista army. There are no religious people, or people from the religious structure, or religious hierarchy, in the leadership or ideological orientation of the Zapatista army. That is the truth. The thing is, that in this state, particularly, there has been a great deal of social work on the part of the church. And the compañeros know that very well. That work went diametrically against armed struggle, even though it was popular in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and other places. It was said that it's okay there, but it isn't possible in Mexico. Here we must have peaceful change, with open democratic demonstrations. All of the efforts of the church here were in that direction. In some way the church made the communities aware of their situation. No. As soon as we arrived there was a conflict. We said, armed struggle is necessary and we must prepare for it. They said, no. Our efforts should be directed toward economic and health projects that solve the needs of the indigenous people. And did that create conflict? Yes, but we let reality take over. The compañeros did the projects, made the efforts, but the state kept strangling them and the number of deaths grew and grew. When we arrived, we found that people were very clear about their living conditions. They weren't thinking that they were living well or that they were poor because God wanted it that way. Politically, the church provides a path for open political participation. We come and say, we have to prepare ourselves in a different way, but we tried not to enter into conflict, but rather wait and let time show that we were right. And in the meantime, we needed to prepare ourselves, and learn, because no one was giving us military advice or weapons or anything. We had to learn everything from how to get ready, how to stand at alert, to salute and everything. Don Samuel has been accused of creating a breeding ground that favored armed struggle in the church. We who were there know that the efforts of the diocese were going in exactly the opposite direction. If there wasn't a direct conflict, it's because we avoided it. We also think that reality educates. And that the Mexican state was on our side in the sense that it was going to show that that kind of struggle was not sufficient, and that another kind was needed. The initiating role of Don Samuel. The situation is that the real leadership of the Zapatista army is indigenous, and that isn't just propaganda. And they acknowledge Don Samuel as someone who is not an enemy, and they also know that he isn't one of us. When they ask, who should be the one in the middle to be able to talk, the answer was Don Samuel. He's always been in the middle. In all this process, how do you evaluate the role played by Don Samuel, insists Tim Golden. The fact that he launched such a strong call, so soon, made it possible that the real 209 causes of the uprising be known. Didn't he play an important role in changing the perspective of Mexican society towards you? The truth is, I'll tell you what I think. What made society change the way it looks at us was the press. Not even television, the written press, photographers, and all that. Because it's not that Don Samuel doesn't see the causes. It's when journalists themselves say, you see? They really are indigenous people, they aren't foreigners, and we've seen that this is the way they live, and all that. So it really was the written news media that began to awaken that change, or critical distrust, that reality was totally different from what the government was saying. That was it. It wasn't the government, or our weapons, nor was it Don Samuel or Camacho. It was the press that looks and starts to bring out more and more information, and makes people say, wait a minute, look, something is happening. You do have a beard, Marcos. What happens is that the press itself, in its dialectic movements, turns against itself. First it's Marcos, Marcos, Marcos. And now, goddamn Marcos, because all we hear is Marcos. And the truth is that Marcos didn't say anything. The whole mess was made up by the press, and now they're complaining that why is Marcos the protagonist? I feel like I'm being interrogated in San Cristobal. The day has definitely dawned. It's 8. Time to finish. And what about the country, Marcos? What do you think about the country's VI tour? I'll give you an example. There is a guerrilla law about the speed of a guerrilla column. It says that the speed of the guerrilla column is as fast as the slowest man. In this case, the country is the same. What should its economic pace be? As fast as its poorest state. So it's impossible for part of the country to enter the first world while the other part, our part, is exterminated. There can't be two Mexicos. In this case there are three, because we're in the basement. Bring us to Guatemala to enter the tour. The sub-commander of the Zapatista army rises for the first and only time throughout the interview. Now he does look tired like the rest. His knees seem tired, or legs cramped. He shivers, but more from lack of sleep than from the cold, which is already giving way, even outside. One of the masked people stretched in a corner. Others stand up, at attention. Oscar Hinojosa checks his tape recorder, while Tim Golden gives Marcos photocopies of clippings from the U.S. press. He also receives a cassette with the music of Federico Bonasso and the rock group El Jigue Rabioso, and the great non-fiction book about the dirty war in Argentina by Miguel Bonasso. Marcos looks at the cover and reads the title, Recuerdos de la Muerte, Memories of Death. And asks, smiling, are you trying to scare me? The three reporters leave the simple room and begin their difficult return to today. February 21, 1994. The clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army speaks through my mouth for the purpose of informing the people of Mexico, the peoples and governments of the world, and the national and international press about what occurred today at the table of the peace conference. Today, the representatives of the EZLN explained to the Commissioner in what capacity they are here, how they were named by the various regions, by the towns, by the communities, by location. The Compañeros explained clearly to the Commissioner that they are not here to ask for forgiveness, that they do not regret having fought for their rights, but that they see that this may be a good moment for the true men who make up our army to speak in words that come from their hearts, rather than with gunfire. We listened attentively to the Commissioner's position. He explained to us in what capacity he comes to these talks and what his position is, to listen, to patiently and with dedication learn the lessons that the Compañeros brought with them from their communities throughout the state. Both parties agreed to be mutually respectful when addressing each other, and we expressed our willingness to hear the federal government's word, because we believe that the Commissioner is willing to hear the Zapatista Army's word. In this way, we made all the necessary preparations for beginning the discussion of our list of demands tomorrow. We spent practically the whole day today deciding on the agenda for the talks that have begun this day, and which we hope will proceed in the same spirit that has been present today. K. February 22, 1994. Good evening. This is going to take a while, so change your cassettes, sensors, get your scissors ready, because the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army would like to say a few things, taking advantage of the fact that the major media are here, before speaking on what is happening at the dialogue table. First, we have learned that there is a person claiming to be a member of our army who is in the United States of North America, passing himself off as a spokesperson for and combatant in our army. This is untrue. We don't have combatants in other countries doing this kind of work. The second thing is that our army's ban on the already named newspeople of a certain TV network is still in force. Just remember, just say no to piracy. We can't do anything about it. We don't have any satellites to jam the signal with, but at least let it be clear that it doesn't meet with our approval. We would like to address Mexico and the peoples of the world again, now that you, the national and international press, are here. The Zapatista National Liberation Army speaks through my mouth. When we came down from the mountains carrying our packs, our dead, and our history, we came to the city to look for our country. The country that had forgotten us in the most remote corner of the land, the loneliest, the dirtiest, the worst. We came to ask this country, our country, why did it leave us there for all these years and years? Why did it leave us there with so much death? And we want to ask it again, through you, why is it necessary to kill and die, to get you, and through you, the world, to listen to Ramona here say such terrible things as that indigenous women want to live, want to study, want hospitals, medicine, schools, food, respect, justice, dignity? Why is it necessary to kill and die so Ramona can come and get attention for what she says? Why should Laura, Ana Marla, Irma, Elisa, Sylvia, and so many other indigenous women have had to pick up the gun, become soldiers instead of becoming doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers? Why was it necessary for those who have died to die? Why is it necessary to kill and die? What is happening in this country? And we are asking everyone, the governors and the governed, what is happening in this country that makes it necessary to kill and die in order to say a few small, true words without seeing them lost in the void? We came to the city armed with the truth and with fire, to speak through violence on the 1st of this year. Today we return to the city to speak again, but not with fire. Our weapons of fire and of death have fallen silent, and the road has been opened for the word to rule again in a place it should never have left, our soil. We came to the city and we found this flag, our flag. That is what we found. We didn't find money, we didn't find riches, we didn't find anyone to hear us again. We found an empty city, and we found this flag, and we saw that our country lives under. The Dialogue, February 18th. February 28th. This flag, not the country forgotten in books and museums, but our living nation, the one and only, the one that suffers, the one that hopes. This is the Mexican flag, our flag. Beneath this flag lives a part of the country whose existence was ignored and dismissed by the powerful. Deaths and more deaths have piled one on top of the other, without Mexicans turning to see, without you turning to see. Why do we have to sleep with our boots on and our hearts on a string, taking care of this flag? Why do we go marching through jungles, over mountains, through valleys and canyons, down roads and highways, carrying and taking care of this flag? Why do we carry it with us as our only hope of democracy, freedom, and justice? Why do our arms accompany and watch over this flag day and night? Why? And we would like to ask you if there is another way to live under this flag, another way to live with dignity and justice under this flag. You have told us that there is, you have spoken to us with truthfulness, you speak to our hearts saying, give peace a chance. We have gotten your message and we have come here in an honest and truthful spirit. We do not bring two hearts, there are no dark forces behind us, nor do we come here seeking anything other than to talk and listen, unarmed. When we sit down at the negotiating table with the mediator, Bishop Samuel Ruiz, and the Peace Commissioner, Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, we take our weapons off, we put them aside, and we go in and we speak man to man, without pressure tactics and without threats. If we go armed now, or when we are not at the table, this is for our personal protection, to defend ourselves if we are attacked by someone who feels offended and threatened by our words of truth and justice. You told us to give peace a chance, and we come here in the spirit of truth and honesty. If there is another road to the same place, the place where this flag will fly in democracy, freedom, and justice, show us that road. We will not toy with our people's blood. If it is possible to raise this flag, our flag, your flag, with dignity and without the death that makes the soil it stands on fertile, if this can be done, then let it be done. But if it isn't, if they close the door to us again, and if the world does not manage to climb the walls of arrogance and incomprehension, and if the peace is not a true and dignified peace, then who, we ask, who will deny us the sacred right to live and die as true and dignified men and women? Who will stop us from dressing in the garb of war and death and journeying through history again? Who? It is up to you, the governors and the governed, all the peoples of the world. Answer, we'll listen. We ask you to make a place in your hearts for our thoughts, don't leave us alone. With you we're everything. Without you, we go back to being that dirty and forgotten corner of our country. We, the Zapatista National Liberation Army, have come here with the same hopes that we came here with on January 1st, not the will to power, but the hope for a peace with justice, dignity, democracy, and freedom. 215. That is why we became soldiers, so that one day soldiers will not be needed. We chose this suicidal path of a profession whose purpose is to disappear, soldiers who are soldiers so that one day no one will have to be a soldier. And it was for the sake of this flag that we became soldiers. But if our people, if you, tell us that this can be done without blood and death, we came to listen to you and to learn from you. Our country is not just an idea in books. The country that we all want has to be reborn. This flag must fly again over our broken bodies, over our dead, and over our hope. Whatever happens, we know that we all have contributed something to this long, painful, historic beginning. Love and pain not only rhyme amory dolor in Spanish, they go together and they travel together. That is why we are soldiers who want to stop being soldiers, because the dead of yesterday and of tomorrow, the living of today and of always, all those we call the people and the country, those who have nothing, the eternal losers in the face of tomorrow, we who have no name, we who have no face can grow the powerful tree of love, a wind that cleans and that heals, not small and selfish love, grand love, the love that makes better and makes great. To grow among us the tree of love, the tree of duty, to put our whole life in this undertaking, body and soul, vigor and hope. You have told us that it is possible to achieve this without war, that it is possible that peace will open the door to hope for our people. We hear you all, governments and the governed. We are willing to see if the door will open again, and if it is real, we will go through it. That is the frame of mind we came here in, with willingness and the desire to finally speak, and we have told the government what our demands are: democracy, freedom, and justice. We see in them a willingness to listen and a willingness to look for a way. And that is what we are looking for now. We want to say to the people of Mexico, and to the peoples and governments of the world, to you, the representatives of the national and international press, that the talks are going well. We have found ears to hear us and a real willingness to look for solutions. I would like to talk about the concern that exists about our faces and weapons. We do not understand why you are so concerned with what our faces look like, when before the first you didn't even know they existed. On the first, this country didn't know that Ramona or Felipe or David or Eduardo or Ana Marfa or any of the others existed. But, if you want to know what the face behind the ski mask is like, it's very simple: look in the mirror. We would like to say to you, those of you who have told the truth, not those who have followed the path of lies, that when death stopped the day it did, it was thanks to you and to the people behind you. We ask you as brothers and sisters, those of you who are speaking the truth, to go on speaking it, and, if possible, that those of you who are speaking lies not say them so loudly. We want you to support this dialogue, we want you to report clearly what we say. What we are saying is the truth. It is not good to look for double dealing where there is none, because that can bring more trouble elsewhere. I have already explained that we carry weapons not so much out of distrust of the government, but rather because of other forces, whose interests have been affected by our movement. But we think, on this second day of the talks, and now that our demands have been presented and have been weighed by the Commissioner, that we are making progress in finding the road to a solution, and thereby in arriving at concrete solutions, if in fact they are possible. What the committee has asked me to say clearly, and in so many words, is that it is truly willing to look for another ROA pound if there is one. And to hear all of your opinions and to accept your support in the search for the peace with dignity that we hope for. In my silence, the Zapatista National Liberation Army falls silent. Through my mouth, Marcos speaks again. We would like to take this opportunity because we have been criticized a lot for talking to one person and then the other, or for talking to some people and not others. And we sincerely want to say to you that we do want to talk with everyone, and we will, but please give us a break. We just got here and we're struggling with the translation of the proposals, because we have 4 languages represented on the clandestine committee at the moment. Any initiative we take or demand we raise, or any answer from the Commissioner, takes a long time because we have to translate it. But we promise you, whom we owe so much to tell you with our ski masks off whatever you want to know about us. That will be all, thank you very much. Report by Sub-Commander Marcos on the 3rd day. February 23, 1994. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command speaks through my mouth to inform the people of Mexico, the peoples and governments of the world and the national and international press, about what has happened today at table of the peace talks in our state. The Zapatista National Liberation Army has presented the list of demands for which it rose up in arms on January 1, 1994, with the declaration from the Lacandona jungle. The Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, received and heard patiently and attentively our demands and the explanation of the demands given him by the Campanero delegates from the clandestine committee. He later presented a document in answer to our demands, or at least those that can be resolved here at the table in San Cristobal, because both parties are clear in our own minds that we have demands that go far beyond anything that can be settled at the San Cristobal table, and that must be discussed at the national level. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee has analyzed part of the Commissioner's answer, and I say part because, please remember, our committee is multi-ethnic, which means that we have to translate everything into the languages of the various groups it is composed of as we go along. We can say that although there are still problems of wording, up until now our demands have received satisfactory answers in regard to the following issues: healthcare, education, accurate and timely information, housing, respect for the culture, the rights, the traditions, and the dignity of indigenous peoples in Mexico. The rest of the points on our list of demands are still being studied and translated for the compañeros on the committee. But we have arrived at substantive agreements with the Commissioner on the above points. The committee has ordered me to explain to you its position on the dialogue and on the peace. When on January 1, 1994, war came to Ocosingo, Altamirano, Las Margaritas, Chinal, Oxchuc, Huiston, and San Cristobal de las Casas, the voice that came to declare war in these townships came from many places. What they want you to understand, what the Zapatista army is asking you to understand, is that just as the war was a democratic decision, so will the peace necessarily have to come out of the same democratic process. They want me to explain to you that their power to make decisions is set out for them by the democratic decision-making structure of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. This means that neither they nor I can take any personal initiatives with regards to any agreement worked out at the table of the dialogue for peace. And when I say this, I mean that the negotiators have to comply with the conditions laid out for them by the compañeros so they can come to the talks. They have to obtain a satisfactory response, and they absolutely cannot make any decisions on their own. They have to go back to their regions, they have to go back to their communities and explain to the compañeros the proposal for the resolution of the issues that caused our action on January 1, 1994. And the communities are going to answer yes or no. The final yes or no at this dialogue table will be a majority decision. They want you, and the country, to understand that if the war was decided upon in this democratic fashion, the peace, if it comes at all, cannot help but follow the same road, if it is to be a real peace. So the compañeros are asking me to explain this to you. The compañeros who have been named as delegates have been named by 4 groups of clandestine revolutionary indigenous committees, which mainly control 4 ethnic groups. They are the ones who command, and they in their turn have to ask the various regions their opinions, and the regions have to ask the communities theirs, and in the communities, the men, women, and children meet and decide, on the basis of the information they have, how to proceed. Then comes the reverse process. The communities send their representatives to the regional meeting, the regional group tells that ethnic group's clandestine committee, and the committee tell its delegate what the answer is. It's a somewhat complicated process, but one we consider logical, one the Zapatista National Liberation Army finds logical, and in any case, it's the one that makes us invincible. As long as we respect the agreement and reason of our people, there will be nothing that can destroy us. If we betray them, or follow a different path, begin to make decisions without consulting them, we will have no authority over them in any case. This is what we want to explain to you, so you can get more rolls of film or cassettes, or ask for an advance to pay for your hotel room, because this is going to take a while. It won't be as fast as you might think. But the committee has also asked me to make it clear that we have received serious responses to our demands, some of which, as I said, have already been approved by our delegates and now must be approved by the communities, and others which we need to review and discuss with the team of legal advisors the National Commission for Mediation has provided for us. This is what we wanted to say to you today. Tomorrow we will continue talking to the media, because we have received many requests for interviews. So, we're fitting them into the schedule of the talks, so they can interview us. What we are asking is that you respect the pace of the talks. The compañeros don't understand your or other people's hurry to see results, and I don't mean you in particular, I mean the hurry another world may be in. They are in a process of reflection, of understanding what they are being presented with, because for them something very important is at stake, whether they live as dignified human beings or whether they go back to the same old story. So they are taking things calmly. I don't know how long it will take because I'm their subordinate and I do what they tell me. Right now we're on the 4th part, and the rest might take many or a few days, or maybe it will be resolved in a matter of hours. But they are asking everyone to respect the pace of the peace process, just as the timing of their decision to go to war was respected. Thanks, again. There will be no more questions. Press conference with Subcommander Marcos. On the 3rd day. La Jornada, 24 February 23, 1994. Ricardo Alemán, correspondent, San Cristobal de las Casas. The problem of democracy in Mexico is a problem that goes beyond the negotiations in San Cristobal, said Subcommander Marcos, explaining that it is up to civil society, the media, and the political parties to make proposals regarding that subject, since they are the ones who are in a position to change this country's course. That, he emphasized, is the new country we are talking about, the one we wish to speak to, and which we are willing and able to follow down whatever path it chooses. If that path is the peaceful and legal path, then that is the path we will take. Civil society, he added, has shown its maturity. It didn't say I want the zapatistas to win, or, I want the federal army to win. It said, talk, don't fight. And 219. 6. Think it has sufficient moral authority throughout the country to organize an election on the scale of the one that will be held next August, but some changes will have to be made in the election law. Concretely, Marcos said, democracy is an issue that must be dealt with at a higher level than San Cristobal, and the changes we are asking for to Article 27 of the Constitution are also an issue that has to be dealt with at a higher level. Regarding state issues, it is very likely that our demands for liberty, democracy, and justice will be resolved satisfactorily. But understand that we cannot say to the nation, "We have already negotiated democracy at the San Cristobal table," he said, almost shouted to the journalists. Because then the country is going to say to us, "Who appointed you our spokesperson?" For that, there has to be a larger movement. And for there to be democracy in Mexico, there has to be a larger discussion, a nationwide discussion. A journalist from the U.S. spoke of the United States' role in conflicts such as those in Nicaragua, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and asked about the possibility of our northern neighbor attempting to intervene in the same way. The government and people of the U.S. need to be clear that there is nothing in our movement that affects their interests. Our platform is, "Things change or we starve to death," Marcos said. The people and government of the United States are going to realize that we have nothing against them, and if the people of the United States intervene, it will be to send help. We don't want power, we don't want to invade or take the White House, or to exterminate the white race or the gringos. What we want is to be allowed to live in peace. It is more dangerous for them to pursue a policy of economic extermination of indigenous people, which is what is happening, than to have changes occur that will raise everyone's living standard, he said. And about NAFTA, he stated, "It is a problem for us, because there is no section on indigenous peoples. The treaty comes into effect, and supposedly it is the skilled labor in the companies that are going to compete. And we don't know how to read and write. What possibility do we have of competing in the world market? Doing what?" The subject of democracy came up repeatedly, as did the EZLN's insistence on calling for the resignation of President Salinas. "We did not do this as a pressure tactic. We don't even know how to speak Spanish. But the root cause of all our problems of healthcare, education, housing, nutrition, and justice is that there is no freedom and democracy." And, in a didactic tone, the sub-commander stated, "So we say that there has to be a change in the democratic system that will guarantee that there are no privileges, and that whatever political option wins an honest victory. And if the federal government cannot guarantee a free and democratic election, then we say that there will have to be another federal government, a transitional government. Alternatively, there will have to be a modification to the election law that establishes that the federal government will no longer be the party that sanctions the elections." Commander Ramona also spoke, and said, "Women are the ones who have been the most exploited, the most oppressed, throughout history." On this subject, Marcos stated, "The longest sections in our list of demands is the one on indigenous women." Report by Subcommands Marcos on the fourth day. February 24, 1994. The preceding was our salute to the flag, because today is Flag Day. It was the Zapatista Army's salute to the Mexican flag. The clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army speaks ton rough my mouth for the purpose of informing the people of Mexico, the peoples and governments of the world, and the national and international press about what occurred today at the talks with the National Commissioner of Mediation, Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garcia, and the National Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis. We have resolved 50% of our list of demands and we have received answers to the following points on the list of demands, presented by the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN, the demand for providing electricity to indigenous communities and the redistribution of federal spending in the state, another regarding the impact of NAFTA on indigenous communities, others regarding healthcare, accurate information as we said yesterday, housing, education in particular the construction of schools, the provision of teaching material, and an official, binding policy of appointing bilingual teachers in indigenous communities, the demand for the penalization of the discrimination and contempt indigenous people suffer, demands regarding the issues of nutrition, of financial assistance to the victims of the war and to those who have been widowed or orphaned by the conflict, the demands of indigenous women regarding the course to be followed so that indigenous people may live in peace. The other demand, so that the non-governmental human rights organizations can increase in number and be strengthened, is the need for the formation, at the appropriate moment, of a national commission for a peace with justice and dignity, that would have the responsibility of overseeing compliance with the agreements arrived at this table. And the last point we have agreed on is that humanitarian aid to the war zone is to be channeled through authentic representatives of the indigenous communities. These are the agreements we have arrived at up until now. I repeat, 50% of the list of demands presented by the committee has been answered satisfactorily by the Commissioner. I have another message from the committee, regarding the direction of the consultations to be held with our bases and with our leadership in the indigenous communities, on the agreements we arrive at here. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee of the Zapatista National Liberation Army has decided that when there are more specific and finished results coming out of these talks, it will send the respective documents to all the non-governmental organizations, to the national and international press, and to civil society at large. These documents will be of three kinds: documents regarding our demand list, the federal government's answers, and the agreements arrived at. This, the compañeros say, is for the purpose of hearing the views and the consensus of everyone who has expressed an opinion on this conflict, on the road to peace with dignity. This decision of the committee, to broaden the consultation on the signing of the peace, is to be carried out as soon as we arrive at a more finished agreement. Press conference with Subcommander Marcos. On the fourth day. La Jornada, 25 February 24, 1994. Ricardo Alemán, correspondent, San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. If things don't change in Mexico, January 1 in Chiapas will repeat itself over and over again, in different years, and not just in the Mexican southeast, but in various regions, Subcommander Marcos said during a press conference with reporters from national and international radio stations, during which he stated, "Everyone will surely benefit from our call for democracy, liberty, and justice, because those are the three lines along which a people is free, true, and powerful." In the same gathering, the military chief of the Zapatista National Liberation Army criticized the political parties who, at the invitation of the rebels, attended the talks as observers. "All we want is for them be on the alert, to not leave us alone, because if there is a different road for our demands and it is the road of peace, we are willing to go down it." But the people who came did nothing but start talking, competing, seeing who, as if this were the House of Deputies. We waited to see when they would stop talking, but they were no longer talking to us, they were talking to each other. They started to debate, and we waited to see how long it would take for them to get tired. When we saw that they would never get tired, we said we have to go, our beans are getting cold, and we left. In an ironic tone, Subcommander Marcos said, "We only ask two things of you: don't leave us alone, and if you ever come to power, we hope you will listen half as much as you talk." It is clear to us that the political parties are only approaching us for the photo opportunity. If they have something else in mind, well, I'm not into that, or maybe they're trying to lead our movement, he clarified amidst laughter. Immediately afterwards, the rebel chief said that the EZLN understands the political situation we are in which someone might try to use the movement in favor of one party or the other. That is why we are so insistent that we are not a party and do not subscribe to the positions of any of the parties. We say to them, take each other on in the electoral arena, just be sure that whoever wins an honest victory. If that doesn't happen, then it will be January 1 all over again. The press conference began with a message from the General Command of the EZLN to the peoples and governments of the world. How can we accept the interests of other countries if what we are asking for is the right to elect those who govern us? And for that choice to be respected by the government and the governed? What harm can we do to the interests of other countries if we ask for freedom of thought and for the right to speak according to our ideas, without harming others? What harm can we cause the interests of other countries or peoples if what we are asking for is justice, hospitals and schools where we can learn to read and write, the housing, fit for human habitation, that we lack? We are asking for food for our children, who are dying of hunger, respect for our dignity, our traditions, and our culture. We are asking for what any European, North American, or Latin American people would take for granted, and here in the southeast of Mexico, it isn't even the least we can expect. Press conference with Subcommander Marcos. On the sixth day. La Jornada 2 27th February 26, 1994 Julio Mogul, Ricardo Alemán, and Victor Balinas, San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. Q** in the beginning of January you declared to the press that the Salinista reforms to Article 27 of the Constitution had been a determining factor in the Zapatista decision to make war. How does this particular point look at the negotiation tables? Does the demand to reform Article 27 and its regulatory law stand outside of your list of demands because it deals with a national issue? In any case, how do you link the particular agrarian demands of the EZLN, in the region or in the state, with federal legal limits on the possibilities of the changes you propose? We think that we have the moral high ground to deal on a national level, as much with the issue of land as that of the Indians. That is how we have thought of it since the beginning, and that is how we consider things now. This is what we hope for, that, together with other forces, we can roll back the Salinista counter-reform of agrarian lands, returning the original spirit of the legislation, or completely remodeling Article 27 at a constitutional Congress. The concrete demand in our list says return to the spirit of Article 27 approved in Querétaro in 1917, where the thinking is that which was put forth by Zapata, which is land and liberty, and not large, neglected landed estates. I am summarizing for you what that point says. Starting from here, we have a minimal and a maximal demand. The minimum is, I repeat, the nullification of the agrarian reforms of 1991 and 1992, the maximum is that we carry out a wide-ranging discussion with the campesino organizations, with those who have studied this matter, with the whole society, to reform Article 27 according to the new conditions. But for this, both the minimum and the maximum, we need a larger movement, capable of implementing what we believe to be a broad consensus among the campesinos and the majority of inhabitants of the Mexican countryside. At the concrete level of negotiations, here at the table in San Cristobal, this point appears to be one of the most difficult. Most likely, the Commissioner will look for some small part of Article 27 from which to take the solutions to the concrete problems of the state, because we have to say, for sure, that we have already won this, that we discuss this and resolve at the state level and not just in the Zapatista townships. But our list of demands clearly puts forth federal reform, not just an amendment that resolves what is secondary. What I want you to understand is that dialogue is one thing and negotiation is another. Because some media are saying that 50% of the demands have already been granted. The truth is that until now the government has not resolved even 1% of our list of demands, it has answered 50% of them, but it has not carried out anything. The only thing that has been won is that we are seated here, discussing an agenda. That has to be clear. There is, for example, the problem of peace and disarmament. The compañeros have said that they will not hand in their arms in exchange for a pile of papers. Will the reform of Article 4 of the Constitution, and the discussion and democratic approval of its regulatory law, complement your demands for agricultural lands? What do your proposals for legislative change on the indigenous question mean? I am going to tell you what we hope for. We have asked the government to issue a broad call to discuss and approve Article 4 in the Congress, as well as its regulatory law. Our proposal remains defined at a general level, but we say that said reform must consider at the least some aspects. One of them is that the traditional authorities of indigenous communities can exist and exercise their functions with a level of legality. For example, in the communities of the jungle and the highlands the authority is the assembly, but legally it is not. There is the case of judicial questions. When they decide to punish a crime, the problem is solved inside the community. But then society or the state imposes or overimposes on the person in question a new punishment, based on its codes and laws. We say that if the community has already punished, there is no reason for another punishment. And that should be established by law. Another important point, there are regions of Chiapas in which there is hegemony of a particular ethnicity. There exists there a society and an underground government that the government puts itself on top of. I am going to give you the example of how the PRI nominates candidates to the municipal presidency in the highlands. The community gathers together and decides among them who is the candidate for the PRI, and that one will be the president. Then the party registers that person, as is the case of San Juan Camula. There the caciques make an agreement and therefore the PRI does not care who is the candidate. They just register them, knowing that with the vote for cacique goes the vote for governor, for senator, for deputy, and for president of the republic. With this I return to what I said before, this causes a situation in which the government that exists below, which is the one that functions, is not recognized. It causes, at the same time, corruption. That which is underground must emerge. Another case is that of justice. If you kill someone in an indigenous community, it is almost certain that the community will apply the punishment of making you work for the widow. That is your sentence. The justice of the mestizos puts you in jail, which leaves 2 widows. That is something they cannot understand. If you go and do damage to the pig or the house of another, mestizo justice puts you in jail. The justice of the communities sets you to repairing the damage, you even have the right to eat the pig, since you have already paid for it. There is, then, a logic that is very logical, which is in conflict with the penal code. There can be many other aspects but they are not put on the table at San Cristobal. The government must commit to convening at a very broad level to carry out the necessary constitutional reforms, and then the proposals of the Mayas will come in, and of the Yaquis, of the Tarahumaras, as well as the people who have studied the problem. With respect to democracy, we also have put forth demands that cross from the local to the national level. We want civil society to be that which has the most weight, for example, in the approval of the elections. Right now, the federal government and the PRI have a majority of people in the organs that regulate and decide the electoral processes. One small part corresponds to the parties. We say that a third factor in power and decisions, that of people of honor and prestige in civil society, is what should have the most weight. They should hold the veto power, not the government or the political party. That is how we understand things. At the municipal level, we put forth the democratic naming of councils. This is the form of government that we are proposing, which is what operates in the communities. And we demand that the authorities can be removed at the very moment that the communities decide and agree on it. This could be through a referendum, or other similar mechanisms. And they want to transmit that experience at every level. When the President of the Republic is no good, he should be automatically removed. That simple. They understand that if we can make agreements between Sultals, Tzotzils, Chols, and Tojolabales, who all speak different languages, it would have to be easier to have a whole country agree, if they all speak the same Spanish. That is more or less the ideal that we aspire to. Returning to Article 27, one of the questions that led to the Salinista reform was the elimination of patrimonial land in the ejidos, and also in the communities, since these have the possibility of passing over to the ejidos. What do you think about this particular point in the negotiations? At the table in San Cristobal we have defended and won on that point that the plot be kept as family patrimony. And that, until now, in what is called the indigenous side, to carry out the formulation of the regulatory law of the 4th article of the Constitution. For us, in addition, the plot should be free of any tax burden. But the government does not appear to want to apply this formulation of Article 27 since, as we said before, it implies the reform of this article. The most serious problems of the negotiations are here, and, of course, also the question of democracy. Q. The CCRI of the EZLN sent a communique to the Council of Indigenous and Campesino Organizations of Chiapas, Consejo de Organizaciones Indígenas y Campesinas de Chiapas, in which they strongly criticize the ARIC Union of Unions, particularly some of its leaders and advisors. What importance do you give to this conflict? Are you still critical? M. We differentiate ARIC from its advisors. It was the latter that lent themselves to the counterinsurgency campaign. They used local radio to make calls for accusation. Encouraged the people to turn in their favorite zapatista. It was at that point that we decided to put forth a position. And even if it seemed to you to be very radical, in reality it was a middle position if we measure it in relation to the feeling that there was. We said, this is happening, they are going to pile on top of us and smash us. But nevertheless, we are going to die with dignity and they with shame. The conflict was not caused precisely because of the problem or the discussion about the peaceful way or the armed way. What really bothered the compañeros was when the advisors of the ARIC started to have a very close connection with the government. They began to lend themselves to political campaigns, to a presidential candidate, that is what pissed them off. But the thing has been diluted. There started to be agreements in the streams. Just now a letter came to us from the authorities of the ARIC, that they want to speak with us, but now the advisors are no longer on the letter, only the authorities signed it. Q. Recently the authorities of the Sedisol and other functionaries presented a book in Mexico City about the National Program of Solidarity, Programa Nacional de Solidaridad, PRONASOL. One of the participants in the conference indicated that the armed conflict in the state of Chiapas did not put that program in doubt. They said, moreover, that rather than being eliminated or modified substantially, the program would have to be amplified and improved. What is your opinion on this question? M. PRONASOL is poorly given charity, the only thing that it brought about was corruption. It did not resolve a single problem. All of the help filtered down like in a funnel, and it stayed with the leaders, as well as in the command structure of the federal, state, and municipal governments. Nothing came to us. Look at how ridiculous this is. During the government of Patrocinio Gonzalez, the only health-related construction that was finished was the hospital at Guadalupe Tepeyac, which has 40 beds to serve almost 25,000 people. Among the constructions accomplished by Solidaridad are the Cerso No. 5, the jail in San Cristobal, the barracks in Rancho Nuevo, the other jail in Yajalan, the one in Tila. Jails and barracks are what were built by Solidaridad. They also painted schools white and put PRONASOL on them. But the government says that they did send the money, just that it never came. The truth is that they never bothered to find out whether it was arriving. And everyone knows that when Salinas came to inaugurate the Guadalupe Tepeyac hospital, when the party left, behind them went a truck that carried away part of the things of the hospital. They left a shell. A hospital that does not have water. We saw that since PRONASOL began, it was set up to revert in 1988. It was clear that the Solidarity Committees were set up to be a structure directed toward buying the vote. Procampo is not very different. The functionaries come to the communities and they say, sign here and we will give you the money in July, that is, days before the elections. The Solidarity Committees have been converted into pro-vote committees, in the sense of a strategy of electoral counterinsurgency. Q. The process of the formation of the EZLN, was it for you at the same time a process degree F reforms or economic and social changes in the communities? Did the transformation in the relationship between men and women have any effect? M. Yes. In general, the compañeros used to struggle separately on the ejidos. One ejido did not mess with another except to fight or to rob women. When the EZLN began and regional structures formed, then several ejidos began to come into contact, first to defend themselves against the guardias blancas or other judicial police, and later to help themselves in questions of health and other necessities. Before that, for organizational, paramilitary, political, study, or economic organizational questions, such as when several towns got together to get a boat, in order to make a hanging bridge, or to plot their territorial limits. Then there is a relationship between one stream and another, the zone that we talked about. That is also something that is brought by the EZLN, consisting in the development of an effective unit, not just of representatives, but of communities. But that does not mean that the impulse has come from outside, but rather from the zapatistas right there, who, from within, went promoting the organization, which gives us territorial cohesion. The change in the behavior of women has been very strong, considering, of course, the great differences that exist between women in the jungle and in the highlands. In the process of struggle, women first learn Spanish. They leave their houses. Traditionally, when a woman leaves her house in the communities, it is because she is going with a man. If she goes with a group of men, she is thought of as a common person. But this changes. We say that first they learn Spanish, then to add and subtract. One day they come with arms and they know how to handle them, and they teach you. Then there is a star, then two. Further on, you realize that she participates in a troop of nothing but men, and then you see that they obey her. That motivates other women, who ask, "But who washed your clothes? Who cooks for you?" And they respond, "Sometimes me, sometimes the compa hero." The EZLN is composed of 33% women. Interview with Major Anna Mar, A. This text was transcribed from an interview with Major Anna Maria of the EZLN, taped inside of the cathedral at San Cristobal during the dialogue. It is previously unpublished. February 28, 1994. Q. With Major Anna Maria of the Zapatista movement. Today is February 28. Yes, well, the thing is that we are interested in getting information about our struggle published at a national and international level. We want the whole world to understand what we are. Until now, the Mexican government has not wanted to recognize us a real force. They think that we are a little group, as they have called it, OT transgressors of the law or delinquents. But we know that we are not. We are a people that is organized and wants to be heard, wants its demands to be met. This is something that has not been done for many years. We have been struggling as human beings. As Mexicans. So far, the government thinks that we are a group of foreigners, that we are from other countries, and they think that it is only a small group tricking the people, pulling the people into an armed struggle like this. That is what the government thinks. But we say, but who is it then, if we are all the people who are here? Right now, for example, the committee is here. They are those who command, those who give orders. Well, not those who give orders but those who lead us, the leadership. It is the people, the campesinos, the indigenous people who are here. There are some Latinos who are here. They are those who are helping the ones who understand. For example, Subcommander Marcos is a Latino. But they are not foreigners. We know where he is from. We are not being fooled by anyone. It is us, the campesinos and the indigenude people who think that this needs to be done, what we did in January. It was already necessary, because we could not find any other way out of this situation. We had spent years struggling peacefully, we held marches, we had meetings, we went to the municipal palaces and the government palace, and we went to Mexico City to the National Palace of Mexico to shout, to ask, to agitate in front of the government. They never paid attention to us. They always gave us papers full of promises. Then, what good is a piece of paper, filled with promises, to us? And we would look at that paper when we went back to our towns. We would read the papers and the promises and nothing ever came. Or, with that pronasol they sent some things, they ordered a clinic built, but they left it half built. They left buildings with no medicine, no doctors. What good is a building, a house like that, to us? Or, for example, we asked for schools. The only thing they did, that work of solidaridad, was that they sent paint and they painted the school, and they painted solidaridad on the wall. But they did nothing else. They didn't send teachers, they didn't send materials, which are necessary, teaching materials necessary for the studies. None of that came. They were nothing but promises. So then we got together, the campesinos and the indigenous people. Q. When did you begin to get together? AM. About 10 years ago. We started slowly, to get together, to talk and to understand, why is the situation like this? Why does the government not resolve our problems? And when we wanted to do something, when we go and we take farms, for example, because the land is there, where we live. It is like our mother that takes care of us and feeds us. Without the land, we can't live, we would die. But since they never give us lands, they never have, we started to organize legally, without arms or anything, peacefully, and they went and took a farm, an abandoned farm. Since not all of the farmers live there, some leave them. We are told that that land belongs to so, and we don't even know them. But we see, there is the land, and we work on it. If the owner is not there, we work on it. We went in there, the campesinos went in there, to work the land. They built their houses there and took the land. It's been called an invasion, we invaded the land. And then they sent the public security, since that is what the government does, send its public security forces, to burn the houses that had been built, to evict the people with canes and beat the people. They took our leaders. They put them in jail. They dragged them with horses to torture them. That is how they responded. Q. Then all of this has been happening for the last 10 years? AM. Yes, over the last 10 years all of this has been happening. And so we took up arms. We cannot do this peacefully. The government has its army. It is not true that the army has military autonomy. That its job is to defend the Mexican people, defend the nation, this is not true. They are in favor of a few. It is not just. It is not just that the army massacres its own people, its own race, the same people as they are. So we said, no, to defend ourselves we have to take up arms, as well. If not, how? They will continue killing us like that. They kill us with hunger. And if we struggle to survive, we look for land that is not being used, they order us killed by the public security, who are the ones that come the most often. So this people said, we have to unite. Unite and get arms and fight, too. If the government does not pay attention to us peacefully, then we will make them pay attention to us with force. Q. I heard that there is something written called the Women's Law, how did you put this together? AM. Right now we could not bring anything. We do not have it here. But if you have patience to wait for the next one, because we know that this time the dialogue will not be completed because there are many things that the government will not approve of that are on that paper now. As they have always done, they give you a ton of paper, which is what they have done until now. The government has committed itself to meeting 50% of the demands that we have. But they are leaving off the most difficult ones, like the last one, which is about democracy and justice and land, for example. So there are still some points left there. And more than that, about democracy, because they tell us that we cannot, that this problem cannot be fixed at a state level. It has to be looked at a national level. So that is where we are up to now. And we think that if they do not accept our demands, as we ask them to, the dialogue will not be completed this time. We will have to go, consult with the people, ask the people if they agree with what the government commits to, and come back again, to 5, say yes or no. Q. Are you also part of a group of women? AM. Yes. I am part of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. Within the EZLN there are insurgents, and I am an insurgent, a military person. Then there are a group of militias, which are our compañeros who live in their towns. but when it is necessary for them to prepare with their arms, then they prepare with their weapons and they go and fight when they are needed. Q. Women. Am. No, I was speaking in general. Then I will speak to you of the women, how the women's law came about. So that is the makeup of the Zapatista army. Then there are other people as well. They are what we call bases that support the combatants, give us food. So with all of that, we form the Zapatista National Liberation Army. About the women's law, well, there are many women within the Zapatista army, there are insurgents, who dedicate ourselves to military life, we prepare ourselves with weapons. 229. V. Q. But do any of you have families? For example, do you have children? Am. No, I don't. Q. But you are married. I can see the ring. Am. Laughs yes. Q. You're young? Am. Of course. Q. Flo, old are you? Am. I am 25 years old. When I was very young, I joined the Zapatista army. I saw almost the whole process of this organization, of how it moved forward. I was one of the first women who was part of the ranks of the army. We were a few compañeros, men and women, and we began to work, and then we began to go out to the towns, to the communities, and explain our struggle. And also to see what they thought, what they felt needed to be done. We saw that the life that we were living there was too unjust. So, then in our work, since I was a woman, an indigenous woman, a campesino. Even though I have light skin, but it is a family thing. But just for that we do not stop being campesinos, or Indians. They saw that I was a woman, and they saw that women can also do things. That women can organize themselves, and that they can do things other than what they do in their houses and their homes. Women have the capability of doing other kinds of work as well. And then women started to enter into the army. Women started to get together and organize themselves, and they started to join the ranks of the army. And then other women did not join, but organized themselves into women's groups, women alone. They organized themselves. They formed ranches of pigs. They did collective projects such as baking and sewing, and that is how they started to organize themselves as women's groups. And also many women started entering our organization. For example, for each family, for each man that entered into the struggle, and said, yes, I agree with the struggle and I want to struggle, many people came to look for us alone. And we would accept them, help them, because that is what we were there for. They would join with all of their family, and within the families were women, children, old people, everyone. We integrated them all into the army. And that is another way that women entered the struggle. And some went to be insurgents, others stayed in their towns as civilians doing political work, organized in women's groups. Then, when we were many people, a very large organization, we said, we now have the necessary force to fight. Now we will make the government know what we are, to see if this way, with arms, they will pay attention to us. Q. Where do the arms come from? Am. That I do not know. Only our command knows that. But I can tell you that these arms were obtained by the people with their own efforts. They took their little money. Q. You saved your money to buy them. This was your own. Am. Yes, their own effort. Where they got them? That I don't know. Q. There are rumors that you bought them from the federal forces that took arms from the drug traffickers, mispronounced in Spanish. Am. Drug traffickers laughs. Yes, you can see the corruption. Q. Yes, that, and they thought that you would sell them again to the drug traffickers. But instead of this you kept them. I don't know if this is a rumor, or whether it has been written, but this is what they told me. Taking advantage of corruption. Am. Yes. That is how we went gathering arms, but it was with the sacrifice of the people. Little by little, it took many years, that sacrifice. And now they tell us, hand over your guns. And we say, no. No, because it is ours, it is something that belongs to us. How can they say that? It would be a humiliation to hand in what is ours, what was gotten through so much sacrifice. So now we say, no, we will not hand in our arms until we see our demands being met, and all of what we need, which is what we ask for. All of our principal demands, and also the demand of the Mexican people for democracy. So now we say, no, we cannot hand in our arms. So, that is how the people started to get together. That is also how the women got organized. So now there are women who represent the women as well. And not just women, but we represent all of our people as well, women, children, everyone. Q, there are many rumors. I heard that there was, in the group of women, in one of the manifestations, the women said that they would be in charge. We will pick our partners, we won't stand for the abuse anymore. This is part of the women's law, something that I was going to tell you about. The women's law was born when we had already started to think, there are now many of us, and we are armed. We have enough weapons, and now we are going to vote to see if people are agreed that now is the time. We asked all of the people, but the people were demanding, it is time to fight, we need to fight, because we can't stand this situation any longer. And they were demanding this of us. And so what we did was find out the opinion of everyone. And everyone said that they agreed and that they thought it was important to make our laws. And so we decided that we should make our laws. Let's put on paper what we want to demand of the government. A general law was made, but there was no women's law. And so we protested, and said that there has to be a women's law when we make our demands. We also want the government to recognize us as women. The right to have equality, equality of men and women. And that they respect and recognize what we are. And so there was a law where we asked that they give us the right to freely choose our husbands, without being obligated to, because within indigenous life we are obligated to get married even when we don't want to. Another is to have children, the number of children you want to have, but not to have so many children that your hormones run out. We have to choose, to decide. That is the petition that we made. This interests me, and this explains a lot. In other underdeveloped countries as well, and in traditional cultures, it is also true that women don't have any rights. Their fathers can order them, and can even choose who they marry. Was this the same for you, before? In indigenous campesino life. A young man comes who wants to get married, wants to ask permission to marry someone. He comes, but he asks the father, he doesn't ask the opinion of the young woman. And then what happens is that the father accepts, many of them accept without asking the opinion of the young woman, whether she likes him or doesn't like him. And so they sell her. They sell her? Yes, that is, in exchange for the young woman marrying the young man he has to pay some money. Women do not like this. Many times they do not even know the man, what he's like. They cannot live with him because there is no time spent as partners, nothing like that. They ask for you, the father gives you, and when the time comes to get married, you get married. Many women go crying, because they don't want to. That is why this came out in the law, that they give us, that we should have the right to choose, that they cannot sell us like the land. That they cannot obligate us to get married, to have many children. This is very difficult for women. We think that women suffer more than men. Of course, they suffer the same exploitation, and the children as well, the same exploitation, the same misery, the same injustice. But in addition to that, women are also dominated. This is by the same ideology that we have, that all of us have. Of course, we do not place all of the blame on men. It is from the same ideology, the same condition that we live in our country. There is mistreatment of women. In addition to this, Suffering this injustice, suffering this misery, they suffer to see their children die of hunger, of curable diseases. And this is why this law was born. And another thing is that in the women's law we demand that there be respect for women. We demand respect. Many times, they don't respect us. They think that women are something worthless. So this is also why this law came out, demanding respect, demanding that we be respected. And it demands punishment for men that rape, that grab by force. This has happened many times, and more among indigenous women, Campesian women. They see her all fucked up, and all of that, that she'll let them, and they grab her. Here in San Cristobal, for example, many women have been raped. They just grab them. Servants and all of the women that work in the houses of the ladies, they grab them and rape them. Many times these rapes are not publicly known, they are not published, they are not told of, they do not accuse them of all that happens. And another of the demands in the law is that women do have the capacity, if they are taught to do other kinds of work, not just grind the corn, make the tortillas and the food, take care of the children, sweep the house, go get firewood when the husband is not home. This is the work of indigenous women in the home. But it is not taken into account that if women are given studies, education, they can do others kinds of work. We realized this when we started to enter this struggle. That if we are going to do many of the things that men are doing, we can study, we can be leaders. I am the leader of a unit. And that we can be representative of something big. For example, Ramona, a compajera who represents several women and who is a leader of a group of women. But before, this did not exist. Because people always thought that women couldn't do anything. For how many years have women been in positions of power? You said that you have been struggling for over 10 years. Can you calculate for me how many years women have been leaders? Yes, since we started to enter into the struggle. Since we started to form part of the struggle. Yes, we had opportunity to participate. There are indigenous people in the Federal Army. There may be a point at which people say, enough, that is enough. We know that not all of the Federal Army is so stupid as to do all of that massacre, like they did in Ocosingo, for example. We know that many of the soldiers do not like to do that, because they are indigenous people, too, of the same campesinos. We know that there is a lot of discontent in the army. They are not happy that they are ordered to kill, because they are killing their own race. Have there been any soldiers that left the army? Yes. Did you know them? Did you speak with them? No, others told us about them. There were some. Rumors. No, they are not rumors. They are real. Because we have people who tell us what is happening with that. These are real things. Several soldiers who deserted got to one town and said that they were not in agreement with what was being done. They send the new troops in front and they send them with 30 bullets. According to that report, they send them with 30 bullets. In other words, they send them like meat, so that they confront us and they are killed first so that these officials can defend themselves. We know this and we know that not all of the army is ready to kill their own people. There are people who do have hearts. For this reason, at the beginning, when we began the war, we asked them to surrender. We also know that many people in the army are indigenous people, were campesinos. We asked for their surrender so we would not fight against them. How do you feel, as a woman, learning how to handle a rifle and then feeling the capability of killing? Do you understand my question? You do not appear to me to be a violent person. Well, you speak very quietly. Yes, taking up a gun, that is something very, very important. I am proud to being able to do that. Of course, we do not like to kill. We kill, not out of taste, but out of need. They have obligated us to take up guns and kill to get what they have never given to us. But I, as a woman, feel good. One don't feel like a delinquent. I don't feel like a transgressor of the law, as the government has been calling us. I don't feel like that because I know I am representing a people. A people who struggle, a people who are doing something just and something necessary. Even if we do not kill, if there is no war, it is as if there is, because day by day our people are dying. Our children are dying of hunger and of curable diseases. We 233 cannot do anything else, because we have absolutely nothing. There are no hospitals, there are no schools, there is no food, there is nothing. Our children are dying, our people are dying. Because of this our struggle is just, it is just that we have taken up arms. And for women, it is just that women take up arms to defend themselves. That is what we have arms for, to defend ourselves. We are not delinquents. We don't like to kill. We have been attacked. The Mexican army complains that we attacked them in Rancho Nuevo. But what happened during the past years when they came, when they attacked us in other places, when they evicted us? They don't take this into account, v/hat they have done to us. We have been attacked. They don't say what they did when we were not even armed. When we weren't even prepared. They attacked us. But we know the history of our Mexico, our country, and we grab onto these roots. We have roots. It is the same people who have killed throughout history, that do this now. It is the same army, the same governments of always. Even though they change, they act in the same way. I think that if I were threatened, I would be able to kill someone, too. I don't think I would like to do it. I would rather avoid any problems. That is what we are trying to do now. That is why we have sat down to dialogue. We do what the people ask. The people have asked that we try this way, and we are going to try it. We are going to try it, because we don't like to kill and we don't like to make war. Because of that, we have sat down to dialogue, to see what we can get out of it. But if things are not resolved this way, we will have to continue what we have set out for ourselves. Communiques issued during the dialogue. Letter from the CRICG to the NGOT. February 20, 1994. To all non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in Mexico. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses all of you respectfully so that our words, which speak the truth, will reach you. As everyone knows, the EZLN is willing to enter into true and fair talks. These talks are taking place in a zone of armed conflict, and this implies the possibility of provocations that could hinder them. It is also possible that the delegates on either side might suffer attacks on their lives or freedom. In order to reduce the risk of this happening, it was necessary to go to honest and true people and ask them to create a security belt or peace belt around the site of the talks. We know that the non-governmental organizations, as they are known, have become a fundamental part of the movement for a dignified peace for we who have nothing and for we who found ourselves forced to take up arms to assert ourselves as human beings. The NGOs have maintained neutrality, their efforts to protect the human rights of all, including when members of our EZLKL forces have committed human rights violations, are plain for all to see. Furthermore, they have concerned themselves at all times with the alleviation of the grave conditions the civilian population finds itself in. If we have entrusted our lives and our freedom, during our trips to and from the site of the talks and the time we are there, to the NGOs, it is because we have seen in them the future to which we aspire. A future in which civil society, with the strength that true justice gives it, will make not only war, but armies as well, unnecessary, and a future in which governments, whatever their political orientation, will have over them the severe and constant vigilance of a free and democratic civil society. If we have arrived alive and well at the site of the talks, we owe it to the protection and vigilance of all those good people who, without receiving anything in return, gave us their time, their efforts, and their work, and, risking their own lives and freedom, protected us, the smallest of all Mexicans. For all of the above reasons, we would like to respectfully request that you accept the EZFN salute to your work. However this process turns out, our country's history will remember, more than our voices and the voices of our guns, the bravery of the women and men, namely you, who, without asking for anything in return, and receiving only the satisfaction of having done your duty, gave everything. Good health, brother and sister NGO members. Respectfully yours, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZFN. Letter from Marcos to the PRD. February 25, 1994. To Mr. Mario Salcedo, Mr. Samuel Dalvillar, and Mr. Alejandro Encinas, representatives of the National Executive Committee, Comité Ejecutivo Nacional, CEN, of the PRD. Dear gentlemen, I have just received your rightly indignant letter. Imagine my pleasure at being able, for the first time in quite a while, to answer immediately, without waiting for a letter to arrive and for my answer to get back. I understand your dismay. Look, you, or some of you, were here when we were paid a visit by the representatives of political parties. You heard how at least two of those parties started a political oratory contest, to the great delight of their fellow party. 235 members, and to our surprise, since, in our naivete, we thought they'd come to listen to us, not to make such long speeches at us. When we managed to break the spell of these gentlemen's words, we left, saying don't leave us alone. And we hope that someday you will learn to listen. Everyone who was there knows which political party representatives grabbed the platform of the cathedral. I am expressly forbidden by the CCRICG of the EZLN to speak in favor of or against any political party, so when I brought up the incident in an interview, I spoke of the political parties. You know who did this, and you also know that it wasn't you, so why get upset? I accept the justifiable anger in your letter, but please understand that I cannot disobey my superiors, so I cannot publicly say which political parties talk senselessly. Nevertheless, I think I can say who didn't, you didn't. Good health, and no more postscripts, because they may bring replies, and we are mildly exhausted, say a dire, totally. Respectfully yours. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. Demanding the resignation of Saunas. February 26, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The CCRICG of the EZLN addresses you respectfully to speak its word, what is in its heart and in its thought. When the EZLN was just a shadow creeping through the mist and the darkness of the mountains, when words justice, freedom, and democracy were just that, words. Barely a dream that the elders of our communities, true guardians of the word of the dead, had passed on to us at the exact moment when the day gave way to the night, when hate and death were beginning to grow in our breasts, when there was nothing but desperation. When the days repeated themselves, with no way out, with no tomorrow, when everything was as unjust as it was, the real men spoke, the men with no faces, the men who walk at night, the men who are the mountain, and this is what they said: it's the reason and will of good men and women to look for and find the best way to govern and be governed. What's good for the majority is good for all. But, the voices of the minority must not be silenced. They should continue in their place, waiting for hearts and minds to come together in the will of the majority and the desires of the minority. In this way the peoples of the true men and women grew toward the inside. 2. And they became large. And there is no force from the outside that can break them or take their path in another direction. It was always our way that the will of the majority would be one with the heart and mind of the men and women in command. The path of the commanders must follow that majority will. If the leaders walk straight from what was right for the people, the heart of the commander should give way to another, who would obey. That is how our movement was born in the mountains, those in command obey if they are true, those who obey command for the communal heart of true men and women. Another word came from far away so this government would have a name, and that word named this path we walked even before words traveled the world, democracy. Those who walk in the night spoke, and we see that this way of governing we are referring to is no longer a road for the majority, we see that it is the few who rule, and they govern without obeying, they rule by giving orders. And the few pass around the power to govern, without listening to the majority, they rule by giving orders, without obeying the will of the majority. The few rule unjustly. The word from far away calls it undemocratic, not by the people. We see that this injustice committed by those who rule by giving orders is what is bringing us our pain and is feeding the pain of our dead. And we see that those who rule by giving orders must go away so that truth and right will return to our soil. And we see that things need to change, and we see that that word which comes from far away to name this way of governing, democracy, is good for the many and for the few. The faceless men went on. The world is another world, the will and purposes of true men no longer rule, we are few and forgotten, we are small, our word is fading away, silence has inhabited our homes for a long time. It is time to speak to our hearts and to the hearts of others, our dead must come out of the night and the earth, let them dress in the garb of war so their voice may be heard. Afterwards, let their word fall silent and let them return again to the night and to the earth, let them speak to other men and women who walk in other lands, let their word convey the truth, let it not be lost in lies. Let them look for the men and women who govern by obeying, those whose strength lies in the word and not in fire. When they find them let them speak to them and turn over to them the staff of command. Let the faceless ones, those who are of the mountain go back again to the earth and the night. If reason returns to this land then let the fury of fire fall silent, let those who are of the mountain, those who have no face, those who walk at night, finally rest together with the earth. Thus spoke the men with no faces, they had no fire in their hands and their word was clear and without duplicity. Before the day overcame the night they left and on the earth their one word remained. Enough is enough. The men and women of the EZLN, those who have no faces, those who walk at night, those who are of the mountain, sought words others would understand, and they say. First, we demand the calling of truly free and democratic elections, where the political organizations competing for power will have equal rights and obligations, and with authentic freedom to choose one alternative or the other, and respect for the majority will. Democracy is a fundamental right of all indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. Without democracy there can be no freedom, justice, or dignity, and without dignity there is nothing. Second, so that truly democratic and free elections may be held, it is necessary that the heads of the federal and state executives, who came into power through fraudulent elections, resign. Their legitimacy does not derive from respect for the majority will, but from their acts of usurpation. Consequently, the formation of a transitional government is necessary so that all political currents may be equal and respected. The freely and democratically elected federal and state legislative powers must assume their true function of making just laws, and seeing that these laws are carried out. Third, another way to guarantee free and democratic elections is to legitimize, in federal and state law, the existence and work of citizens and groups of citizens unaffiliated with any party, to keep watch on the electoral process, sanction its legitimacy and results, and guarantee, as the real supreme authority, the legitimacy of the entire electoral process. This is the word of the EZLN. With democracy, freedom and justice are possible. In deceit, nothing flourishes, in truth, everything is possible. Freedom, justice, democracy. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZFN. Demands submitted during the dialogue. March 1, 1994. To the Mexican people. To the people and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZFN addresses itself to you with respect and honor to make known to you the list of demands presented at the dialogue table during the days of peace and reconciliation in Chiapas. We do not ask for charity or gifts. We ask for the right to live in dignity, with equality and justice like our ancient parents and grandparents. To the people of Mexico, the indigenous people of the state of Chiapas, who have risen up in arms as the Zapatista National Liberation Army against misery and the evil government, present the causes of their struggle and their principal demands. The reasons and causes of our armed movement are that the government has failed to find solutions to the following problems. First, the hunger, misery, and marginalization from which we have always suffered. 23. Second, the complete lack of land on which to work in order to survive. Third, repression, displacement, imprisonment, torture and murder as the government's response to the just demands of our people. Fourth, the unbearable injustices and violations of our human rights as impoverished indigenous people and campesinos. Fifth, the brutal exploitation we suffer in selling our products, in our workday, and in the buying of merchandise of basic necessity. Sixth, the lack of indispensable services for the majority of the indigenous population. Seventh, the government's lies, deceit, promises and intrusion that have lasted over 60 years. The lack of liberty and democracy to decide our destinies. Eighth, constitutional laws have not been followed by those who govern this country, instead they make us, the indigenous people and campesinos, pay for even the smallest mistake. They lay upon us the weight of a law that we did not make, and those who did are the first ones to violate it. The EZLN came to dialogue with the word of truth. The EZLN came to speak its word on the conditions that gave rise to its just war and to ask all of the Mexican people for a resolution to these political, economic, and social conditions that led us to take up arms in defense of our rights and our existence. Therefore, we demand. First, we demand that free and democratic elections be convened with equal rights and obligations for all political organizations that struggle for power, with true freedom to choose one proposal or another, and respect for the will of the majority. Democracy is a fundamental right of all indigenous and non-indigenous people. Without democracy there can be no freedom, justice, or dignity. And without dignity there is nothing. Second, to ensure that there are truly free and democratic elections, it is necessary for the head of the federal executive and occupants of state executive offices who reached their positions of power through electoral fraud, to resign. Their legitimacy does not come from the respect for the will of the majority, but rather from its usurpation. Consequently, the formation of a transitional government is necessary so that there may be equality and respect for all political currents. The federal and state legislative powers, elected freely and democratically, should assume their true function of passing fair laws for all and ensuring their enforcement. Another way to guarantee the realization of free and truly democratic elections is to legitimize, in the nation's great laws and at a local level, the legitimacy of the existence and work of citizens and citizens groups who, without party militancy, will oversee the entire electoral process, sanction its legality and results, and guarantee, as the maximum authority, the legitimacy of the entire electoral process. Third, the recognition of the Zapatista National Liberation Army as a belligerent force, and of its troops as authentic combatants and the application of all international treaties regulating armed conflicts. Fourth, a new pact between Mexican Federation members to do away with centralism and allow regions, indigenous communities, and townships to govern themselves with political, economic and cultural autonomy. Fifth, general elections for the whole state of Chiapas and the legal recognition of all the political forces in the state. Sixth, as a producer of electricity and petroleum, the state of Chiapas pays tribute to the nation and receives nothing in return. Our communities have no electric energy and the economic bleeding, a product of oil exports and internal sale, brings no benefits to the Cayapanco people. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance that all Kayapanco communities receive electric energy and that a percentage of the income earned from the commercialization of Kayapanco petroleum be applied to industrial, agricultural, commercial, and social infrastructure projects for the benefit of all Kayapancos. 7th, the revision of the North American Free Trade Agreement signed with Canada and the United States. Since its present form it does not take into account the indigenous population, and it sentences them to death because it does not include any labor qualifications whatsoever. 8th, Article 27 of the Magna Carta, a reference to the Mexican Constitution, should respect the original spirit of Emiliano Zapata. Land is for the indigenous people and campesinos who work it, not for latifundistas. We want the large tracts of land that are in the hands of ranchers, national and foreign wealthy landowners, and other people who occupy a lot of land and are not campesinos, to be passed over to the hands of the people who have absolutely no land, as it is set out in our revolutionary agrarian law. The redistribution of lands should include agricultural machinery, fertilizers, insecticides, credits, technical assistance, improved seeds, cattle, and fair prices for our products such as coffee, corn, and beans. The land that is redistributed should be of good quality, and it must be accessible by roads, public transport, and have adequate irrigation systems. Campesinos who already have land also have the right to receive the support mentioned above to facilitate their work and improve production. New ejidos and communities should be formed. The Salinista reform to Article 27 of the Constitution should be annulled and the right to the land should be put back into our Magna Carta. 9th, we want hospitals to be built in all of the municipal seats, and that they have specialized doctors and sufficient medicine to attend to all patients, and rural clinics in the ejidos and communities, with training and fair salaries for health representatives. Already existing hospitals in the area should be rehabilitated as soon as possible and have complete surgical services. Clinics should be built in large communities, which have sufficient doctors and medicine to more closely attend to the needs of the people. 10th, that indigenous people be guaranteed the right to true information about what happens on local, regional, state, national and international levels, through an indigenous radio station that is directed and managed by Indians. 11th, we demand that housing be built in all rural communities in Mexico and be provided with all necessary services, such as light, potable water, roads, sewage systems, telephones, public transportation, etc. And also that they have the advantages of the city, such as televisions, stoves, refrigerators, washing machines, etc. The communities should have recreational centers for the healthy diversion of residents, sports and culture that dignify the human condition of Indians. 12th, we want an end to illiteracy in indigenous communities. For this we need better elementary and secondary schools in our communities, which have free teaching materials and teachers with university degrees who are at the service of the people and not just there to defend the interests of the wealthy. In municipal seats there should be free elementary, secondary, and preparatory schools. The government should provide uniforms, shoes, food, and all study materials for free. Centrally located communities that are far away from the municipal seat of the respective townships should have boarding secondary schools. Education should be completely free, from preschool through university, and it should be available to all Mexicans regardless of race, creed, age, sex, or political affiliation. 13th, that the languages of all of the ethnicities be official and that their teaching in primary, secondary, and preparatory schools and at the university level be mandatory. 14th, that our rights and dignity as indigenous peoples be respected and that our culture and tradition be recognized. 15th, we do not want to be subject to the discrimination and scorn which we, the Indians, have always suffered. 16th, as the indigenous people that we are, we demand that we be allowed to govern ourselves autonomously, because we no longer want to be subject to the will of national and foreign powers. 17th, that justice be administered by the indigenous communities themselves according to their customs and traditions, without intervention from illegitimate and corrupt governments. 18th, We want to always have dignified jobs with fair salaries for all workers, both in the countryside and in the cities of the Mexican Republic, so that our brothers and sisters are not forced to resort to bad things such as drug trafficking, delinquency and prostitution in order to survive. The federal labor law should be applied to rural and urban workers with bonuses, loans, vacations, and the true right to strike. 19th, we demand fair prices for our products of the fields. For this we need to have free access to a market to buy and sell without being subject to the coyotes who exploit us. 20th, that the plundering of the riches of our Mexico and above all Chiapas, one of the Republic's richest states, but one in which hunger and misery grow every day, cease. 21st, we want all debts, whether they be credits or loans and taxes with high interest rates, to be cancelled, as these cannot be paid back due to the poverty of the Mexican people. 22nd, MT want an end to hunger and malnutrition, because they alone have caused the death of thousands of our brothers and sisters both in the countryside and in the city. In every rural community there should be cooperative stores supported economically by the federal, state and municipal governments, and the prices in these stores should be fair. Moreover, there should also be transport vehicles, owned by the cooperatives, for the transport of merchandise. Moreover, the government should send free food for all children under 14 years old. 23rd, we ask for the immediate and unconditional release of all political prisoners and unjustly imprisoned poor people in all the jails of Mexico and Chiapas. 24th, we ask that the Federal Army and Judicial and Public Safety Police no longer enter rural zones, as they will only intimidate, evict, rob, repress and bomb campesinos who are organizing to defend their rights. Because of this, our people are tired of the presence of soldiers and public safety and judicial forces, because they are so abusive and repressive. That the Mexican government return the Pilatus planes, used to bombard our people, to the Swiss government. The refund money should be channeled to programs to improve the life of rural and urban workers. We also ask that the government of the United States of North America take back its helicopters, as they are being used to repress Mexicans. 25th, the indigenous campesinos took up arms because they have nothing but their humble shacks. When the Federal Army bombarded the civilian populations, it destroyed these humble homes and all of their few belongings. For this reason we ask and demand that the federal government compensate families that have suffered material losses due to air raids and actions by federal troops. We also demand indemnity for widows and orphans of the war, both civilians and zapatistas. 26th, we indigenous campesinos want to live in peace and tranquility and want to be allowed to live according to our rights to freedom and a dignified life. 27th, that the penal code of the state of Chiapas be eliminated, as it does not allow us to organize, except with arms, because legal and peaceful struggles are repressed and punished. 28th, we ask and demand an end to the expulsion of Indians from their communities by the caciques who are supported by the state. We demand a guarantee that all expelled people may return freely and voluntarily to their lands of origin and that they be compensated for their lost goods. 29th, Indigenous Campesino Women's Petition. We, Indigenous Campesino women, demand the immediate solution to our urgent needs, which the government has never resolved. A. Childbirth clinics with gynecologists so that campesino women receive necessary medical attention. B. That child care facilities be built in the communities. C. We ask the government to send sufficient food for the children in all rural communities including, milk, corn flour, rice, corn, soy, oil, beans, cheese, eggs, sugar, soup, oats, etc. D. IHAT kitchens and dining halls be built for the children in the communities, which have all the necessary services. E. We demand the construction of community corn dough mills and tortillanas based on the number of families in each community. F. That they give us poultry, rabbit, sheep, and pig farm projects, and also that we be provided with technical assistance and veterinarians. G. We ask for bakery projects, which include the provision of ovens and ingredients. H. We want artisan workshops to be built, equipped with machinery and raw materials. I. Markets in which to sell our crafts at fair prices. J. That schools be built where women can get technical training. K. That there be preschools and maternal schools in rural communities, where children can play and grow in a morally and physically healthy way. L. That as women we have sufficient transportation for the products we produce in our various projects. 30th, we demand that Patrocinio González Blanco Garrido, Absalón Castellanos Dominguez and Elmer Setzer M. be tried politically. 31st, we demand that the lives of all EZLN members be respected and a guarantee that there will be no penal process or any repressive action brought against any EZLN members, combatants, sympathizers, or collaborators. 32nd, that all organizations and commissions for the defense of human rights be independent or non-governmental, because government human rights organizations only hide the arbitrary actions of the government. 33rd, that a National Commission for Peace with Justice and Dignity be formed, composed primarily of people who are not in the government or any political party. And that this National Commission for Peace with Justice and Dignity oversee the fulfillment and implementation of the accords that the EZLN and the government arrive at. 34th, that the humanitarian aid for the victims of the conflict be channeled through authentic representatives from indigenous communities. While these just demands of our people are still unresolved, we are prepared and committed to continue with our struggle until we obtain our goals. For us, the smallest of these lands, those without face or history, those who arrived with truth and fire, those of us who come from the night and the mountain, those true men and women, the dead of yesterday, today, and always, for us nothing. For everyone, everything. Justice. Democracy. Freedom. Respectfully, from the Mexican Southeast. CCRICG of the EZLN. 243. V. Concluding. E-Dialogue. As the dialogue ended, the EZLN prepared itself to move into the next phase, that of bringing what the delegates had discussed to the communities. Many of these early responses show hope as well as realism about the possible outcome of the talks. These letters and interviews also show that the EZLN would not compromise for peace. If they deny us a just and dignified peace, then we, somber men and women, will dress ourselves once again for war. A thank you to the NGOT. March 1, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. To the non-governmental organizations. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN addresses all of you with respect and honor. We have explained many times the great importance that we give to the disinterested and honest work of non-governmental organizations. Now we want to speak to them again, to say thank you for having been around us all those days in the Peace Belt. Good and true people came from different parts of Mexico and the world, sacrificing their time, work, and rest to accompany us along the first phase of the road to peace with justice and dignity. In our dreams we have seen another world. A sincere world, a world definitively more just than the one in which we now move. We saw that in this world armies were not necessary, peace, justice, and freedom were so common in it that no one spoke of them as far-off things, but as one mentions bread, birds, air, water, as one says book and voice, that's how the good things in this world were spoken of. And in this world, the government of the majority was fair and followed the will of the people, and those who directed the people thought well, they directed while obeying. That sincere world was not a dream of the past, it was not something that came from our ancestors. It came from ahead, it was from the next step that we had taken. Thus it was that we began to move to make that dream sit at our table, illuminate our house, grow in our cornfields, fill the heart of our children, clean our sweat, restore our history, and be for all. We want this. Nothing more, but nothing less. Now we continue our steps toward our true heart to ask it what we will have to do. We will return to our mountains to speak with the same language and at the same time as our own people. Thanks to the brothers and sisters who cared for us all those days. Take our path. Farewell. Freedom. Justice. Democracy. Respectfully, from the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. On the outcome of the dialogue. March 1, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN addresses itself to all of you with respect and honor. First, the Zapatista National Liberation Army came to this dialogue table with the sincere intention of listening and explaining all the reasons that obliged us to rise up in arms in order not to die unworthily. We arrived to dialogue, that is, we came to talk and to listen. We addressed ourselves to the supreme government and to all the good and honest people there are in the world. We also spoke to the bad people so that they would hear the truth. Some listened to us, others continued on the road ol contempt for our voice and our race. Second, we found attentive ears ready to listen to the truth that came from our lips. The San Cristobal dialogue was real. There was no underhandedness or lies. Nothing was hidden from our hearts or from the reasonable and kind people. There was no buying and selling of dignity. There was equality in speaking and in listening. There was good, real dialogue. Third, now we have responses that reflect the real interest of the man commissioned to find peace. Now we have the obligation to reflect well on what his words mean. Now we need to speak with the collective heart that governs us. We need to listen to its voice in order to walk again. The next signal to take the next step on this road whose destiny will or will not be peace with justice and dignity, will come from them, from our side, from the indigenous in the mountains and ravines. Fourth, we have found in the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas a man ready to listen to our reasons and demands. He was not content with listening to and understanding us, moreover, he looked for possible solutions to the problems. We hail the attitude of Commissioner Manuel Camacho Solis. Fifth, we have seen in the National Commissioner for Mediation, the Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garda, real and permanent concern for overcoming all the obstacles that intervene along the road to peace. Good men and women worked with him day and night so that nothing would interrupt the development of the dialogue. Sacrificing their personal security, well-being, and health, the mediators completed their work, not between peace and war, but between two voices that try, still, to find themselves at peace. These men and women welcomed us. If some tranquility blossoms in these lands, it will be due, above all, to their pacifying work. We hail the sacrifice and dedication of the National Mediation Commission, and especially Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garcia. Sixth, now this phase of the dialogue has ended and its direction is good, we brush aside all obstacles to keep on going. Freedom. Justice. Democracy. Respectfully, from the Mexican Southeast, CCRICG of the EZLN. A conversation with Subcommander Marcos. After the dialogue. March 3, 1994. Julio Mogul and Herman Bellinghausen, correspondents, San Cristobal. La Jornada, 3/4. Subcommander Marcos keeps up a loose and informal conversation after the last interviews that he granted in San Cristobal de las Casas. Visibly tired, but with the nimble speech that characterizes him, he contemplates the military experience of the Zapatista uprising, expressing his first impressions after the dialogue, reflecting on the period of consultation that the EZLN now has to carry out in its communities. It is the end of a period, unexpected and surprising, that the rebels didn't count on. The insurgent subcommander evaluates the insufficiencies of the negotiations, as much on the part of the EZLN as the negotiators for the government. He shows himself to be skeptical about the promises, and outlines scenarios for the immediate future. Peace or war? A flare-up of repression and authoritarianism. or effective transition to democracy. The man of 1,000 words takes his leave of the forum, and, before returning to the mountains, settles into a chair for one more conversation. Do you feel more secure now that you are returning to the jungle? There we are in our element. When we enter the city we start to make errors, but while we are in the mountains and in the communities it is very difficult for anyone to mess with us, including the regular forces of the Federal Army. You are asking journalists to go with you to the jungle. What does this invitation consist of? Does this mean that perhaps your encampments will not be clandestine anymore? The idea is not to take them to places where the situation is delicate. There is a civilian section where the consultations will take place. Yes, some visits can be arranged that imply a certain risk, and these, like those before, will be conducted with a lot of security, blindfolding the journalists who are decided on. It is not a secret for anyone anymore which zones are Zapatista. Are you thinking of continuing the war, or do you think the negotiations went well? We thought that the war would continue. What held it up on January 12 was that the Federal Army might enter the communities and start raising, that we would be drawing them toward the jungle, to the mountains. That was what stopped it. We were prepared for that type of combat, that was what we rehearsed for 10 years, not the attacks on San Cristobal and the other main townships. For the past 9 years we prepared for defense only. But our calculations were not, and are not, that everything will be decided by means of weapons. What we think and calculate is that it will be more expensive in political terms to annihilate us than to tell us that they will fulfill all our demands. Because right now they are only talking about that, what they will give us. And perhaps there may be some large investment, except in order to solve the problem of taking away the Zapatista army's social base. And to take away the social base of the war, the government will have to combat its past to convince the communities that it will now fulfill its promises. Why would the people believe its promises now? One expectation we have is that the war will remain averted through the pressure exerted by the civil society of the whole country to complete the accords. I don't think that depends on the results of the San Cristobal talks. A problem will arise if civil society becomes exhausted, tires, becomes deflated. In that case, everything would remain open and then, yes, they would move on us militarily. What I am trying to explain is that the problem is not with us, but with the country. Our cycle ended already, however many flashes and photos keep on going. You counted on war and that it was going to be long. Did you think there was going to be a big military clash, or did you not count on that, Yes, we counted on a big military clash. We thought that the biggest military clash would be in San Cristobal. Our calculations were that the military response would be immediate, to avoid a greater stir. We calculated that they would not hesitate. That is why we concentrated greater forces here, with the idea of holding off the army's entrance. Our largest military corps was around Rancho Nuevo, on the Uxtla Road. With good reason we thought that there must have been a big clash when we saw that the main townships did not fall at the same time. We took San Cristobal and realized that we were alone, that the other main townships had not fallen. The attacks in Altamirano and Ocosingo began at 7 in the morning and were not resolved in military terms until 4 in the afternoon. In Las Margaritas the attack started at 3 in the morning, and it fell in an hour. We started at 1 in the morning and at 2 we already had the city. Therefore we decided to give ourselves the necessary time in San Cristobal to detain and hold up the army, and give ourselves time for an orderly retreat, while we figured out what was happening and carried out an armed propaganda action. Then came the attack on Rancho Nuevo to recover arms and supplies, and it is there we failed in a sorry way. We lost people and, furthermore, we became scattered. That broke up an entire column, the one that came from San Cristobal to Rancho Nuevo, and also the one that was descending from Altamirano to San Cristobal. I repeat that we were not sure of what was happening. The quick way in which we went from armed action to the negotiating table in San Cristobal took us by surprise. We have already said before that our relative delay in organizing ourselves for arriving at the peace table was precisely because we didn't expect it so soon. Yes, the way in which the events grew took you by surprise, and you had to improvise and discuss the change of course immediately. Are you now prepared to discuss the terms of the accords in the jungle in as short a time as the one announced? There is not and will not be improvisation in the discussion of the accords, though. We know how to do that. That is how we decided on war. Let me tell you. First there emerged some voices that said not to wait anymore, later there appeared nuclei that said that they would go to war alone, on their part. Then the command started to detect the situation. It analyzed it and decided to have consultations. An explanation of the pros and cons of the uprising was organized, taking into account the circumstances, the North American Free Trade Agreement, the fall of the socialist system, what happened in El Salvador, in Nicaragua, in Guatemala. And on the other side was the logic of death and misery, the increase in infant mortality, the cancellation of agrarian distribution through the reform of Article 27, the shock of the commissions that went to ask for resources and only returned with a heap of papers. Then the General Command explained it to the ethnic committees. Those committees to those of the regions and ravines, those ones to the local committees which are in. And cons were argued until the community said it was time to vote. Records were taken that show how many said yes, how many no, how many did not know, without distinction for age, men, women, and children. Then came the reverse process, the local committees passed the basic resolves to the regions to the zone to the committees and these to the command. That was when it appeared that we had been watching another television channel, while we thought no, that it appeared that everything at the international level was against it, that military action would be annulled as a result. It ended up that the immense majority was inclined toward it. Only a small handful of compaheroes said any more than that it still was not time. You said before that in order to win the accords at the table in San Cristobal it would require something more than the express will of both sides. Did you mean that only with the support or the addition of civil society would it be possible to win the Zapatista demands? Could you explain this idea better? The government will only comply if it is forced to, by the force of rifles or through the pressure of society. To depend on that pressure being applied is the right way. The only possibility for peace that we see now is if there are other forces that will commit themselves to forcing the government to comply. That is the bet on this consultation process. It doesn't depend on what goes down, but on what goes to the rest of the country. We have received many letters that suggest a process of transmutation. First we got letters of surprise, from some who said that everything was beautiful but that they were going to smash us. Later came letters that said we should search for the way of peace, of negotiation, so that we would not let ourselves be killed. The third phase was when we were told not to turn in our weapons, not to sell out, not to give in to what they are asking for. Solidarity committees are being formed not with the Kayapanko people but with the EZLN. They come from many sides, above all from indigenous groups. You will remember the letter that the marchers from Guerrero sent us, but we have also gotten letters from the Yaqui, Mayo, Tarahumara, from the Yucatan and Campeche Maya, from Colima, Puebla. We do not assume the head of this movement, rather we assume the tail. Now any other movement has more opportunity than us, because they can say, there are the radicals, I want the same as them, and if you do not comply with me, too, I will become radicalized. Now the field is open for that and we say, come on in. But we do not see ourselves as propitiatory victims, because, yes, we are going to get back our dead, not with other deaths, but with benefits for the Indians in general and the state in particular. Right now the danger is that the movement will remain resigned to the level it grows to locally and will not aspire to contribute to a national movement. In the document that came out of the discussions between you and the Commissioner in San Cristobal, some demands that the EZLN put forward at the federal level did not have positive responses, like the reform of Article 27 or Article 4 of the Constitution. But a first reading gives the impression that you achieved things that, although they were not formally accepted, push toward a reform of important parts of the Constitution or, if the figure is permitted, one things that are too large for the narrowness of the legal and institutional pyramid. One things that are too large for the narrowness of the legal and institutional framework currently in force. There are responses that do not formally respond to some of the national demands, but that opens the door to developing a national movement that would end up smashing or modifying the current constitutional framework. They do not respond, for example, to the demand for reform of Article 27, but the established concessions make possible the coming together of other sectors and movements, with demands of that type and by other means, that would end up reforming it before the 6-year term ends or at the start of a new government. According to our analysis and the consultations we held with lawyers, San Cristobal necessarily begins to raise the necessity of a national forum, with a national dialogue, where, in addition to us, other forces would participate. In any case, if they do not find a solution quickly and clearly, it is to maintain the principle of authority, with the idea that they do not have a reason to concede to these people. The neoliberal project is already indefensible. You were really lucky not to be found. What was the formula or the conditions that made that possible? The government first thought that we were not a guerrilla group. They said that if we were a guerrilla group, we would already be attacking, because there is no guerrilla group that prepares itself first, grows and then attacks. Then they thought that we were Guatemalans, bases of support for the Revolutionary National Guatemalan Union, Unión Revolucionario Nacional Guatemalteca, URNG, or they thought other things, like that it was a question of some organizations' land invasions. The information that they had does not check out with the sketch on the Department of Defense's computer or the Department of Government's. If it does, then the Department of Government still hid that information. Since 1985, we have thought that we would be discovered. Then, our entire military plan was defensive, waiting to be discovered. We were already growing too much, entire communities spoke about us, helped us with the load, fed us. What question would you have liked to hear? What is it that nobody has asked you and you would like to say? I would ask, what are the zapatistas going to do, in one or another possibility? J. That are they going to do if the people say no to peace and yes to war? That are they going to do if the people say yes to peace and no to war? What are they going to do with their military units and professionals in violence in one case or another? In case the choice is peace, we will not light, since our army is campesino. The incorporation into civilian life would be almost natural, although we would not turn in our arms for defending ourselves in case of a threat. Anyways, if we achieve peace, we will have to remain as an army for a while to guarantee compliance with the accords. The problem is what, in that time, will our relationship to the power be like, with that which we confronted, whose objective was to exterminate us, or take away our social base and undermine our prestige so that it could annihilate us with the least political cost. 251. In case the peace offer advances and the Zapatista demands are complied with, what will happen with the ranchers? I think that they are going to have to be sacrificed. If the government wants to arrive at an accord, it has to sacrifice them. A process of coordination can grow among the ranchers, in the sense that they themselves would decide to sacrifice some of their number, those of these territories, so that others aren't touched. That is going to happen in Altamirano, in Ocosingo, in Las Margaritas, where the conflict was. A phenomenon similar to that of San Juan Camula occurred there. The political machine of San Juan Camula is promoted by the state in exchange for votes. By fulfilling this function of securing votes, they started to get more power, and that provoked the situation that we know. To such a point that now the government cannot touch the caciques. They become governors, and at high social costs, they cannot be touched. Perhaps they do not realize what a monster they have created, equal to the ranchers, when they gave training to, armed, funded, and covered them up in the mess that they made. And the government knew. Just like they discovered our training camps in '93, they knew at least since 90 that the ranchers were armed and preparing themselves. It was their officials who taught in the training camps of the Guardias Blancas, on the Castilian Spanish-speakers' ranches, in the municipal auditorium of Altamirano. The military hypothesis we had contemplated is that a bull ring would be made called the Lacandona jungle. The federal government and the army are in the Burladero barrier to let bullfighters escape from the bull, civilian society above, we are the bullfighter and the bull is the ranchers. The government says, let them tear themselves to pieces and I will manage to get the rest. And then the aggressive army on human rights becomes a pacifying army and restores order. That is a probable scenario, which reproduces, in military terms, the detention of the Ricardo Poses caravan. It is a lynching environment and the soldiers just stand by. The ranchers are already out of control. We threatened several times to break off the talks due to the situation in Altamirano, and the government could not control them. The ranchers are playing at breaking up the talks. What is going to happen in Altamirano? Is there going to be a breakthrough? What happens if this plan of confrontation extends to other parts of the country? It appears that this also is going to play out with ranchers nationally. There they will see what support they have. But if these guys have the support of the ranchers, then it's no good, because they are going to go from lynchers to martyrs of the small property cause. If the other ranchers start to make noise about this, well, they are going to create a contra. But the responsibility is the state's. In the same way, they are responsible for what happened on January 1st, because they were told before that this would happen. We demanded that they correct things. Now they are told this is going to happen, to leave the doors open. If this has been the response of the government, how do you now see the response or attitude of Camacho? Camacho's discovery was that, in reality, the leadership of this movement is indigenous. It was a big surprise to them to have to address themselves to those speakers and not to the forces that were supposedly behind everything. That is when the world opened up to us, and then Camacho said that yes, there is a way out, although we are hidden behind a face mask, that we have a hioting to do with foreign forces. One of your conquests at the TAPF in San Cristobal is that conditions were created for clean and democratic elections in Chiapas. If this is accomplished, would the EZLN participate in the electoral process as a force in some way, with its own candidates? We are not going to do that. We do not have the necessary organizational structure. But furthermore, there is a fear among our people that one of us would do it. For example, all the leaders are prohibited from holding public office, under threat of expulsion. They also do not have the possibility of owning property. But, moreover, the structure of the EZLN is strictly military. Furthermore, we would need squadrons experienced in open struggle, mass struggle. We have the ability to organize ourselves in communities, to survive, to maintain ourselves there, inside, but not to go into the public light yet, because we do not have the experience. That is where we could get muddled up. But you, with the sympathy you generated, couldn't you have influence in the nomination of municipal presidents? Isn't part of your objective to influence the naming of democratic authorities? That is without a doubt one of our objectives. That is definitely a near reality in the rural areas, as the entire rural territory of the state is ours. But I see that more in the sense of bowing to the nomination, the candidacy of someone, and not launching a candidacy on our own account, which is another way you lose prestige, moral authority, and your social base. Professionals in Hope. La Jornada, 3/6 March 5, 1994. Manuel Enriquez, correspondent, La Paz, Baja California Sur. At 1:30 a.m. on Saturday, February 26, Francisco de los Santos, auxiliary of Bishop Samuel Ruiz, looked for Marina Valtierra at a hotel in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas, to give her a letter that Subcommander Marcos wrote in response to the message that Miguel A. Vasquez, 13 years old, had written and sent via his mother, Marina. Briefly, Miguel said to Marcos, "I think that you did what was necessary, because there was no alternative to rising up in arms, since the government did not listen to the needs of the Indians, it was not interested in the misery or the hunger of the Kayapanko population. Admired sub-commander, sometimes it is necessary, as in this case, to rise up in arms to be heard and paid attention to by the corrupt government. I would have liked 233. For there to have been peace from the start. I send you this letter to tell you that since the armed conflict in Chiapas began, I have kept informed of it. The young man decided to extend the message of the sub-commander to all of the children of Mexico by sharing his letter with El Financiero, Preciso, and La Jornada. To the child Miguel A. Vázquez Valtierra. Miguel. Your mother gave me your letter, along with the photo of you and your dog. I'm taking advantage of the fact that your mother is returning to your land to write you a few hurried lines which you may not yet understand. Nevertheless, I am sure that one day, as I write to you here, you will understand that it is possible that men and women exist like us, faceless and nameless, who have left everything, even life itself, so that others, children like you and those who are not like you, can wake up every morning without words that silence and without masks to face the world. When this day comes, we, the faceless and the nameless, will be able to rest, finally, under the ground, quite dead, certainly, but happy. Our profession, hope. The day is almost dead dark as it dresses in night, and the next day begins to be born, first with its black veil, then with gray or blue, according to the taste of the sun, whether it will shine or not, dust and mud in our path. The day is almost dead in the nighttime arms of the crickets, and then this idea of writing you comes to me, to tell you something that comes from one of those professionals in violence, which they have called us so often. It turns out that yes, we are professionals. But our profession is hope. We decided one fine day to make ourselves soldiers so that one day soldiers would not be needed. That is, we picked a suicidal profession because it is a profession whose objective is to disappear, soldiers who are soldiers so that one day nobody will need to be a soldier. This is clear, right? And then it turns out that these soldiers who want to stop being soldiers, us, have something that the books and speeches call patriotism. Because that which we call country is not a vague idea found only in letters and books, but a great body of meat and bone, of pain and suffering, of sorrow, of hope that everything will change in the end, one fine day. And the country that we want will have to be born also from our errors and missteps. From our dispossession and our broken bodies a new world will have to rise up. Will we see it? Does it matter if we see it? I think that it does not matter as much as knowing for certain that it will be born, and that, in the long and painful birth of history, we contributed something and everything, life, body, and soul. Love and pain, not only do they rhyme in Spanish, amarillo lower / but they unite and march together. Because of this we are soldiers who want to stop being soldiers. But it turns out that in order for soldiers to no longer be necessary, one has to become a soldier and prescribe a discrete quantity of lead, hot lead, writing freedom and justice for all, not for one or for a few, but for all, everyone, the dead of before and of tomorrow, the living of today and always, all of those who we call people and country, those without anything, the losers of always before tomorrow, the nameless, the faceless. To be a soldier who wants there to be no need for soldiers is very simple. It is enough to respond firmly to a small piece of hope that everyone else deposits in each one of us. Those who have nothing, those who will have everything. For them and for those who have kept to the path, for one unjust reason or another. For those who try to really change and become better every day, every evening, every night of rain and crickets. To accumulate hate and love with patience. To cultivate the fierce tree of hate for the oppressor with the love that struggles and liberates. To cultivate the powerful tree of love that is wind that cleans and cures, not the small and egotistical love, the large one, the one that improves and makes one grow. To cultivate among us the tree of the hate and of love, the tree of duty. In this cultivation to put one's whole life, body and soul, breath and hope. To grow, then, grow and grow step by step, pace by pace. And in that climbing and falling of red stars, to not fear until surrendering, sitting down in a chair to rest while others continue, to catch our breath while others struggle, to sleep while others stay up. Abandon, if you have it, the love of death and the fascination with martyrs. Revolutionaries love life without fearing death, and seek a life that is dignified for all, and if for that they need to pay with their death, they will do it without drama or hesitation. Receive my best hug and this tender pain that will always be hope. Health, Miguel. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. P.S. Here we live worse than dogs. We had to choose, to live like animals or die like dignified people. Dignity, Miguel, is the only thing that one should never lose, never. La Jornada, 3/17 March 15, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the people and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses all of you with respect and honor to speak its word. Since the stage prior to dialogue in San Cristobal, the CCRICG of the EZLN asked for legal advice to be able to consult with several problems that the process of war and the process of peace presented to our army. We did not receive any immediate response. The justice of our struggle was lost among slander and mistrust. Only one response came to us at that time, and that was from the response of the brothers and sisters of the National Coordinating Committee of Civic Action for National Liberation, Coordinadora Nacional de Acción Cívica para la Liberación Nacional, CONACLN, who offered the support of their legal commission. 255. Zapatistas. Documents of the New Mexican Revolution. We thank them for this gesture and placed our trust in these people. They will do all that is in their power to support us in the legal aspects, since our needs are large. We salute the commitment and altruism of the brothers and sisters of the CONACLN, and we address the Mexican people to ratify what we have written to them on previous days. All of the legal matters of our Zapatista National Liberation Army will be entrusted to the Legal Commission of the National Coordinating Committee of Civic Action for National Liberation. Freedom. Justice. Democracy. Respectfully, from the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. The struggle will continue. La Jornada 3/17 March 15, 1994. Like shadows of tender fury, our passing will shelter those who have nothing. To the State Council of Indigenous and Campesino Organizations, Consejo Estatal de Organizaciones Indígenas y Campesinas, CIC, to the people of Mexico, to the peoples and governments of the world, to the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN directs itself to you, with respect and honor, in order to say the following: the federal government that yesterday usurped the will of the people is lying about what has occurred in the dialogue in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. The evil government says that there are agreements, when only dialogue took place. Do not let them lie to us, brothers and sisters. The powerful now usurp the truth and are trying to deceive us by saying that peace is only a question of a signature. How can there be peace if those who caused the war continue demanding that we live in perpetual misery? The arrogance that inhabits the government palace and the homes of businessmen and landowners is still crying for war and the death of our people. They will not tolerate our indigenous blood becoming equal to white people's blood. We are trying to become a part of the country and they won't let us. They pay us with contempt and mock the march of our dead. If they speak with contempt, if they silence and murder our brothers and sisters, how can there be peace in these lands? How can we ask our collective heart if it is the hour in which peace will enter through the doorways of our poor land with dignity in hand? Once again they want to corner us in order to extract our surrender. They want to drag us back, over the death of our dignity, to a peace which is war against our people. We will not do it, we will not surrender. If they deny us a just and dignified peace, then we, somber men and women, will dress ourselves once again for war. Our fury will come from this deceit, once again our just machetes will be sharpened and our lands will smell of gunpowder. We are shadows of tender fury, our passage will cover the sky, it will shelter with its protective cloak the dispossessed and the good men and women who understand that justice and peace can slip through one's fingers. If they deny us our rights, then our tender fury will enter the mansions of the arrogant. There will not be a wall that can't be jumped, a door that can't be opened, a window that can't be broken, a wall that can't be brought down. Our shadow will bring pain to those who demand war and the death of our people. There will be more crying and more blood in order that peace may sit at our table with kindness. Shadows of tender fury, we will once again raise up our voice so that it is heard and the lies are silenced. It is enough already. Our first voice wasn't enough. The land didn't flower with the blood of our dead. The men and women of tender fury will have to walk once again, our dead will again rise up. The history of our pained heart will speak again in order that the deception and the lies end, so that the arrogance will finally disappear from these Mexican lands, so that men and women will come to us again with the dark robes of tender fury in order to speak as one and to silence the many lies. Do not let the mouths of the powerful speak. Only venom and rot leave their lips. Silence their lies and deceitfulness. Now it is the time that our brothers and sisters speak, those brothers and sisters who walk on other paths, taking our pain to new suns. The time that the voice of our brothers and sisters of the sea speaks, that every indigenous person in these lands has their say. Do not let the poor campesino stay silent, let the worker in the city cry out. This warrior song should not forget the voices of the students and the teachers, the working people and every other oppressed person. Do not leave this heavy flag in our hands alone, it should be raised by everyone. Let's all change the land that embraces this flag, brother Mexicans, don't forget this voice from the mountains, already the light that our dead give off is very small. Let us all join our lights together, let's break this shameful night. It is time that it dawned. Let the truth speak. Let its voice speak now, let it walk forward with resolution. We, without faces or pasts, listen with our hearts and with open words for everyone's voices, but our men and women are still silent and there is still silence in the shadows of tender fury. Let our dream guard your passage so that nothing bad happens to you, so that black shadows don't threaten you. Our hearts and our fire are alert for you, brothers and sisters, so that you can march forward. Let this furious tenderness reign in these lands. Peace isn't possible with deception. Peace is born in freedom and grows in justice. Democracy is dignified for all. Greetings, brothers and sisters of the SEAC. Greetings, indigenous brothers and sisters. Greetings, fellow Mexicans, walk forward without fear, with your head held high, our weapons will guard your passage. Freedom. Justice. Democracy. Respectfully. From the Mexican Southeast. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee, General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. Government lies about the outcome of the dialogue. La Jornada, 3/17 March 15, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN directs itself to you, with respect and honor, in order to say the following. First, the federal government that yesterday usurped the will of the people is lying about what has occurred in the dialogue in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. The evil government says that there are agreements when only a dialogue took place. The powerful are now trying to usurp the truth and are trying to deceive the people by saying that peace is only a question of a signature. Second, the fundamental causes of our uprising are being forgotten and the truth about the dialogue is being supplanted by the lie that there is an agreement. The CCRICG of the EZLN hasn't made any agreement with the federal government. We haven't negotiated anything other than the form in which the dialogue is to be carried out. No agreement has been made with the evil government that has been lying for so long. Third, the CCRICG of the EZLN points out that to end the first phase of the dialogue with lies is the best way to ensure that peace fails. We will not trust a government that, even in making propositions, lies. If the Supreme Government wants to present the documents of San Cristobal as agreements, then let's consider the EZLN's list of demands the agreement, and guarantee democracy in the next elections with the resignation of the federal president. 258. Concluding the dialogue, March 1 March 17. Fourth, the CCRICG of the EZLN respectfully asks the honest national and international press to not play the usurper's cheating game, and to point out, with truth and objectivity, what has occurred in the current stage of the dialogue. Freedom, justice, democracy. Respectfully, from the Mexican Southeast, Indigenous Clandestine Revolutionary Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. A letter and poetry from Marcos. March 15, 1994. To the national and international press. Gentlemen. Did you miss me? Here I am anew but with little new. It is difficult to consult about peace with the other shadows that come from San Cristobal. We are attending more to the voices of our own desire than to those who want eternal privileges and injustice. It hurts to see that even the authentic things are corrupted. Do they want more war so that they can understand peace? Accept it, you were happier with our troops inside the walls of your proud and regal city, than now that you have to live in fear. Learn from this struggle that arms itself out of shame. Greetings and good luck on the Ides of March. From the mountains of southeastern Mexico, Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. Postscript of immediate nostalgia. Section, Images of Yesterday of the Guerrilla. My work had the appearance of transcendent history. I was caring for a small howler monkey who, as all young things should do, did not respect any authority at all. Ignoring my gallant military bearing and the already discolored red star on my chest, this last signified to the other members of the already powerful EZLN, that is to say, the other 6 members, that I was an infantry lieutenant. The small howler monkey, we always suspected it was a she and not a he, used to carefully crawl up my chest to my right shoulder and hang there every time that she felt like it. Raúl, the largest of us in every sense, taught us. FFE fights while singing tangos in the afternoons, the best hours for tangos and crickets. The food is finished. We used to walk knowing what would come. We were already invincible and small. January was still far away. The year? 1984, does this remind you of something? The Mad Hatter and the March Hare used to sing. A very merry unbirthday to you, repeat. If today is not your birthday we'll have to celebrate, etc. Again, Alice got up to leave. We are still here, and we sing, still. 2 And it was 1987 and I was an infantry captain and the country was between us, and it was, for example, a poem. Problems. This thing that is one's country is somewhat difficult to explain, but it is more difficult to understand what it is to love one's country. For example, they taught us that to love one's country is, for example, to salute the flag, to rise upon hearing the national anthem, to get drunk when the national soccer team loses, to get drunk when the national soccer team wins some, etc. That change little from 6-year term to 6-year term. And, for example, they didn't teach us that to love one's country can be, for example, to whistle like one who is leaving, but behind that hill there is also part of the country and nobody can see us, and we are frank with each other, because one always is frank when nobody sees them, and we tell the country, for example, everything we hate about it and everything we love about it, and it is always better to say it. For example, with gunshots and smiling. And, for example, they taught us that to love one's country is, for example, to use a campesino sombrero, to know the names of the child heroes, to shout Viva Arriba Mexico, even though Mexico is down and dead. Other etceteras which change little from 6-year term to 6-year term. And, for example, they did not teach us that to love the country could be, for example, to be quiet as one who dies, but no, below this earth there is also country carrot and no one hears us slash and we are frank, because one is always frank when no one hears us, and we tell, the country. The short and hard history of those who were dying to love it and that they are no longer here to give me the reasons, but they give me them without being here, those who taught us that the country can be loved, for example, with gunshots and smiling. A PS to say goodbye from within a loving gale, this march, like all of them, is unsettling. Care for yourselves, if you can. All right. These communiques and interviews are from the period during which the zapatistas brought the peace accord proposals to the communites to be discussed. The EZLN denies that the prisoners in Cerro Hueco are combatants. La Llamada / April 7, 1994. To the national and international press. The clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN declares the following: First, in recent days we have learned that 21 civilians are prisoners in the Cerro Hueco jail, under the unjust accusation of being part of our Zapatista National Liberation Army. Second, the CCRICG of the EZLN declares that, since the liberation of the imprisoned combatants in the state of Chihuahua, it has no known combatants in the jails of the evil government. Third, the General Command of the EZLN has conscientiously checked the lists of combatants, and the names of those unjustly imprisoned in the jail in Cerro Hueco do not appear on them. Fourth, the CCRICG of the EZLN denounces the evil government for trying to cover its arbitrariness in the indiscriminate detention of civilians during the conflict by accusing them, without any basis, of belonging to our glorious army. Fifth, keeping these innocents in jail is one of the obstacles to the process of continuing the dialogue, since the EZLN cannot speak of peace if the government speaks of war through the mouth of its actions. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army Mexico, April 1994. Interview with Marcos. La Jornada, 4/10. David Aponte, on assignment, Lacandona Jungle. The Zapatista National Liberation Army believes that the military-political conditions for resuming our internal consultation on the government's compromise for a dignified peace in Chiapas and the dialogue, with Commissioner Manuel Camacho Solis, do not exist, declared Insurgent Subcommander Marcos today. In order to reactivate dialogue, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN requires that the Mexican Army loosen their presence in the region, and that the ranchers and farmers lower their attitude of belligerence. The military strategist of the EZLN also assured us that the Zapatistas have not received any communication from Manuel Camacho Solis, neither confidential nor public, as the ex-Chancellor Camacho Solis confirmed. In an interview with 3 reporters in a clearing of the Lacandona Jungle, the subcommander made several commentaries about the public reappearance of Camacho Soils and his points of view on the peace process. In the beginning, Marcos believed that the political-military conditions to restart the dialogue are not now present. There exist new Mexican Army troop movements towards other zones of the region, he argued. What they did was take it out of the press route. They did the retreat on the side that the press covers, which is Tuxtla Gutierrez, San Cristobal de las Casas, Ocosingo, Altamirano, and Las Margaritas, and they went around Arriaga, for one part, and by Villahermosa and Tenosique, for the other. 5 days ago approximately 30 large trucks of 8 and 12 tons came down from Tenosique, with approximately 1,200 soldiers, on the border highway. Q. Do you believe that the troop movements are for relief or that they are increasing their troops? Within the relief. What they do is relocate the parachutists and minesweepers, they take them on a circle through the press, and they put them in the back. The parachutists are rangers, counter-guerrillas. And in military terms, that means to put the minesweepers and the parachutists there, and the functioning of the hammer and the anvil are reversed. Now the hammer will be on the border and the anvil here. I think that here they play a lot, and the play is to get into the stream bed, the Lacandona Jungle, dominate the highways, and put the anvil there. I don't think that they will risk putting the anvil in Ocosingo, Altamirano, and Las Margaritas, because it would be noticed, and they don't want it to be noticed. Q. What is their plan then? Are they contemplating an offensive? M. Of isolation, of taking the guerrillas out of the social discourse, that we stop declaring, that we stop doing what we are doing now. Take us out of the stream bed. But the movement of troops here will have to be very fast for us to leave. What was once planned on this side is to put the minesweepers and the parachutists, who are the Green Berets, to deactivate the mines. They are counterinsurgency units that enter to clash and locate you. The units that they use are 12 to 15 people. We are talking about around 5,000 soldiers, a division. One air-transported division now following the Gringo model for a rapid intervention. Then initially they move in this line Ocosingo, Altamirano, Las Margaritas. In the landing strips here, the restored one at Altamirano, and the one of Las Margaritas, they took out the commercial flights and set up a barracks and they launch it and start to push us over there, the border with Guatemala, and there is the anvil. In this case it will be the Caibiles elite unit of the Guatemalan army. If the Mexican army loosens there, then we would face the Caibiles. Then the Caibiles make the anvil. In that sense they would publish in the newspapers that the soldiers had left and the journalists would see them pass through San Cristobal de las Casas, but they turn around and make a change of troops. Q. Does the government have a double politic? Camacho spoke of coordinating the interests of peace, an allusion to the ranchers. M. Yes, I think that he was going to try to incorporate the ranchers into some part of the dialogue because they had already proposed it to him, that they wanted to speak with us. And since they know that we have not yet invaded the farms, maybe they could take advantage of that, make an arrangement and resolve the problem of the ranches, because there was a war tax, and negotiate in some way the possessing of the land. The army publicly maintains that they are loosening their military position, but actually they are simply moving troops around, not increasing their troops but simply changing their placement and composition. This is the last report that came to me yesterday, Friday, April 7th. Q*/don't understand. What does the government want, to continue the dialogue or prepare for a definitive offensive? M. No, they want to continue the consultations. The consultations are now suspended. Why that they want to know is what the people will say, and maintain the military. 265. Position depending of the result of the consultations, loosen the military pressure to go on to the negotiation. Q. You Don, T know whether they will continue if the conditions are appropriate? M. No, definitely not under these conditions. It seemed possible, since the committee saw a military loosening, but then we saw that the exterior line did not check out with them leaving. Our reports from the exterior line told us that the soldiers did not leave the state. And then reports came to us that they were entering on the other side, and since there was no other movement anywhere else in the country, then they must be the same soldiers moving from one side to another. For the moment there is no change in the situation. What happened to Coyagio caused the suspension of the consultations. We said, then, here is all of the pretext they need. It seems like now the paranoia is clearing up and that it was not about us, but an internal plot for power. We can carry out the consultations with this military positioning, as long as it does not have the political foundation to make an offensive. Q. Is it true that you met with Camacho a few days ago? M. No, we have not seen Camacho since the dialogue, and it is also a lie that they have sent confidential communiques. Maybe they sent them but they have not arrived. We haven't heard anything from Camacho since the dialogue. He was waiting for the response of the consultations. We were continuing the process, and then the Coyagio thing happened, and now we can do even less. Until now we knew that he was going to come to Chiapas. But I have had no contact with him, neither written nor public nor secret. Q. What do you attribute T to? M. To the fact that they are waiting until they regain their composure as well. They were going with the Coyagio option, negotiating, and, with the change, they have to see how they can reposition themselves to see what they will offer or what they are negotiating. What will be the conditions for returning to the dialogue, and will you go down to the cathedral? They will have to reproduce military conditions previous to the dialogue. 1. The army will have to loosen its presence. 2. The belligerence of the ranchers, the merchants, and the political class will have to decrease as soon as possible to the point before the dialogue. This appears to be very closely tied to the municipal presidents and the ranchers. That would be enough. Of course, it would be a positive signal if Salinas would resign. QJ, is it true that UWA, 2T to speak with Zedillo? No, I have never said that. I can give him some suggestions on how to write textbooks, but I never said anything like that. The committee has not met since he was named, but most likely they will not speak in favor of any candidate. I have already stopped the candidates from coming. We are no longer going to invite them, but we are ready to speak with a representative of theirs. In that sense, we are prepared to speak to any representative. What concerns us is that they go in there, and if anything should happen to them, if any plane should fall on them. What I have said is that we were ready to speak to any candidate, but I already cut that off, them coming, since if anything happened to them, they would blame us. If it happened to Colosio, well then the worse for any other candidate. Emiliano Zapa/A will not die by decree. La Jornada, 4/11 April 10, 1994. The right to land, of those who work, it is inalienable. To the people of Mexico. To the people and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses you to say the following: today, April 10, is the 75th anniversary of the assassination of General Emiliano Zapata. His cry of land and liberty appeared to be drowned by the treachery of Venustiano Carranza. Today the usurper Salinas de Gortari, who calls himself President of the Mexican Republic, lies to the people of Mexico saying that his reforms of Article 27 of the Constitution reflect the spirit of General Zapata. The supreme government is lying. Zapata will not die by an arrogant decree. The right to land, of those who work it, is inalienable, and the war cry of land and liberty continues to have a place in these Mexican lands, lands under the banner of neoliberalism, which shadows our soil and imprisons and kills all of those campesinos who struggle for their agricultural rights. The Salinista reforms of Article 27 of the Magna Carta represent a treachery to country, and the one responsible for this crime must be judged as a usurper of the federal executive power in Mexico. Brothers and sisters, today we mark 100 days of the new dawn of our voice, in the mouths of the rifles of faceless men and women, the voice of the landless campesinos, of the agricultural workers, of the small property holders, of the indigenous Mexicans. The voice of those who have nothing and deserve everything had to follow the path of its smallest people, the most humiliated, the most persecuted, the most forgotten. The voice of the true people spoke, the voice of the Mexicans dispossessed of their lands, of their dignity and of their history. Everything seemed to be lost in the long night of our peoples. The earth gave nothing but pain and death. But 10 years before this day, in our sorrowful lands, some planted the hope of life, that it might return to the true people. In the Mexican mountains, the seed of their word found a good place to be born. Their silence was cultivated. Their step was the night, to become dawn later. Then, in our dawn, enough, the land gave the fruits of that planting. Instead of pain was born rage, instead of humiliation came dignity, instead of laments, weapons were reaped. Thousands of men and women climbed out of the earth, from the same soil that only gave them poverty and the tender fire that would inhabit their hands. They covered their faces, they erased their pasts, they left behind their names and their lands, and began to walk the path of war. None of us, men and women of the night path, have a tomorrow. There will never again be any peace for our fears. our bones and blood will never again find rest. For whom do these men and women walk? Who drinks their blood? For who is the light of their words? For who is the death of their life? 100 days. 10 years. Who will now join hands with these men and women who can't be here with you today? Who will now take the flag that their blood ripped out of the hands of the powerful? Who will add their steps to their dignified walk? Who speaks with them, with us, a voice and tender fui? Who will shout with us? Who will not abandon us? Who will struggle with us? Who will listen to our dead? Not the usurper, whose arrogance is dispatched from the national palace. Not he who sells us out. Not those who kill us. Not those who dispossess us. Not those who humiliate us. You, brothers and sisters, yes. For you, our blood. For the night of all, our timid light. For your life, our death. Our war for your peace. For your ears, our words. Your pain, brothers and sisters, will find alleviation in our struggle. For you, everything, brothers and sisters, for us, nothing. Brothers and sisters, in front of you, in that palace where today the lies reign, lives the man who denies everything to us and who has not been asked to be there. The powerful gentleman, who takes away our lives every day, should leave there. He must go, brothers and sisters. Nothing good comes from his doors. There are lies on his face and his word lives in deceit. He must go, brothers and sisters. This is the cry that comes from the mountains. This is what our blood says. This is what our dead ask. That he must go. Tell him this, brothers and sisters, that he must go. Let no one else come to that palace that you have in front of you except through the mandate of the majority. Let the one who sits in that chair rule by obeying. Let the one who speaks from that balcony have truth in his words. Let the one who is our leader be so by obeying. Tell him this, brothers and sisters. This is what we want. We cannot be with you this day, brothers and sisters. Our path is still in the night on the mountain. Our face is still gagged, our word is still far away. Take a moment, Mexican brothers and sisters. Give us a moment of your voice and let our words speak from your mouth. In that same instant, in the mountains of the Mexican southeast, thousands of men and women with negated faces, nameless and with no past, renew in their breasts the first cry at the beginning of the year. Happiness is in our hearts since Emiliano Zapata has come again, in your steps, to the Zocalo of Mexico. We, small and forgotten, raise the image of Zapata in the other heart of the country, that of the mountains of the Mexican southeast. Greetings Mexican brothers and sisters. May our cry be yours, Viva Emiliano Zapata. Death to the supreme government. Freedom. Justice. Democracy. Respectfully, asterisk. From the mountains of the Mexican southeast. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. There will be no peace until there is justice. La Jornada, 4/11 April 10, 1994. To the bases of support of the EZLN. To the regular and irregular Zapatista combatants in the various arms and services of the EZLN. Compañeros. Today, April 10, 1994, we mark 75 years since the assassination of General Emiliano Zapata, and 100 days of our just war against the evil Mexican government. As in 1919, we Zapatistas must pay with blood the price of our cry of land and liberty. As in 1919, the supreme government kills us to stop our rebellion. As in 1919, the land is not owned by those who work it. As in 1919, arms are the only means left open by the evil government to those without land. For this reason we have risen up in arms. For this reason our compañeros have died in the last 100 days of our war. For this reason, today we dedicate our best homage to those heroes and martyrs of the Zapatista struggle, to the dead of eternity, who live in us. For this reason, Today we say again that we do not surrender, that we will not hand over our arms, that there will be no peace until life is just and dignified, that we will not stop fighting until all of the people of Mexico have democracy, freedom, justice, independence, dignified housing, well-paid work, healthcare, and education. Until this is accomplished, our armed steps will continue and our flag will continue waving in the Mexican mountains. Greetings, brother and sister zapatistas. Death to the supreme government. Viva the Zapatista National Liberation Army. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army Mexico, April 10, 1994. Votan Zapata lives in our dead. La Jornada, 4/11 April 10, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the people and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses you to speak its word. In these moments, tens of thousands of men, women, children, and old people, indigenous Mexicans all of them, are meeting on hundreds of ejidos, ranches, and communities of the Mexican countryside. Our hands also reach the heart of asphalt. Together with these people, we are united in front of a tricolor flag, in whose center there is the image of an eagle devouring a serpent. We are united by our shared misery, by the collective oblivion into which we were relocated 501 years ago, by the useless death that we suffer from, by our lack of faces, by having our names stripped from us, by wagering our life and death on an unknown future. Together with all these people, we are brought together by a collective desire in front of this flag, to change, once and for all, this sky and soil, which is now oppressed. To do this, we, the nameless and the faceless, the self-called professionals in hope, the most mortal of all transgressors of injustice, those of us who are mountains, those who walk in the night, those who are without voice in the palaces, who are the foreigners in their own land, who are eternally dying, who are the dispossessed of history, who are without a country and without a tomorrow, those of the tender fury, those of the unmasked truth, those of the long night of disdain, those men and women of truth. The smallest. The best. We must open again the door of your filial heart that you can receive our words. We must speak truth from our mouths, we must put our heart in our hands. Brothers and sisters, we want you to know who is behind us, who directs us, who walks in our feet, who dominates our heart, who rides in our words, who lives in our dead. We want you to know the truth, brothers and sisters, and it is like this, from the very beginning of that long night in which we died, according to our most ancient grandparents, there was someone who collected our pain and our oblivion. There was a man who, his words coming from far away, came to our mountain and spoke with the language of the true men and women. His walk was, and was not, of these lands. In the mouths of our dead, in the voice of the wise elders, his words walked towards our heart. There were, and still are, brothers and sisters, those who are and are not the seed of this soil, who came to the mountain, dying, to live again, brother and sisters. Those who lived by his heart dying from this walk, his own but foreign, when he made his house in the mountain of the nighttime roof. His name was and is of many things appointed. His tender word waits and walks in our pain. He is, and is not, of these lands, Votan Zapata, guardian and heart of the people. Votan Zapata, light from afar, came and was born here in our land. Votan Zapata, the appointed name again, always among our people. Votan Zapata, timid fire who lived 501 years in our death. Votan Zapata, name that changes, faceless man, tender light that gives us shelter. Coming, Votan Zapata came. Death was always with us. Dying, hope died. Coming, came Votan Zapata. Name carried Whitby out name, Votan Zapata watched in Miguel, walked in Jose Maria, was Vicente, was named in Benito, flew in a bird, mounted in Emiliano, shouted in Francisco, visited Pedro. Dying, he lived, named without name, in our land. Name without name, living, came Votan Zapata to our land. Speaking, his word fell into our mouths. Coming, he is. Votan Zapata, guardian and heart of the people. He is and is not all in us. He is underway. Votan Zapata, guardian and heart of the mountain. Us. Votan, guardian and heart of the people. He is one and many. None and all. Living, he comes. Votan Zapata, guardian and heart of the people. This is the truth, brothers and sisters. You should know it. He will never die again in our life, and in our death he lives now and forever. Votan, guardian and heart of the people. Without name he is named, face without face, all and none, one and many, living dead. Votan, guardian and heart of the people. Topicamino bird, always in front of us. Nothing walks behind us. Votan, guardian and heart of the people. He took a name in our existence without name. He took the face of those without faces. He is the sky in the mountains. Votan, guardian and heart of the people. And in our unamiable, faceless path, he took a name in us, Zapatista National Liberation Army. With this new name, the nameless are named. With this flag gagging our faces, all of us have faces again. With this name, the unamiable is named, Votan Zapata, guardian and heart of the people. The Zapatista National Liberation Army. Tender fury that is armed. An unamiable name. Unjust peace is transformed into war. Death that is born. Anguish made into hope. Pain cries. Quiet shout. Our own present for an unknown future. Everything for everyone, nothing for us. The unnamed, us, the always dead. Us, foolish dignity, forgotten corner of our country. Us, Zapatista National Liberation Army. Us, black and red flag beneath the tricolor eagle. Us, the red star finally in our sky, never the only star, but one more, the smallest. Us, only a look and a voice. Us, Zapatista National Liberation Army. Us, Votan, guardian and heart of the people. This is the truth, brothers and sisters. This is where we come from. This is where we are going. Living, he comes. Dying, death lives. Votan Zapata, father and mother, brother and sister, son and daughter, large and small, us, we are coming. Receive our truth with a dancing heart. Zapata lives, for now and forever, in these lands. Greetings, fellow Mexicans. Greetings, campesinos of this country. Greetings, indigenous people of all countries. Greetings, Zapatista combatants. Zapata, living he comes. Dying, he lives. Viva Zapata! Democracy! Freedom! Justice! From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. La Jornada, 4/13 April 10, 1994. To the signers of the Morelos Declaration Merlense, attention, Lieutenant Colonel Estanislao Tapia Sanchez. From the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, Mexico. Brothers and sisters, we have received the historical document called the Morelos Declaration, sent out March 27, 1994 to the Mexican territory in struggle. We, small and forgotten men and women, have seen how your words open our heart with truth and dignity. In the greatest tradition of campesino Mexican struggle, the Morelos Declaration follows the word of free dignity of the Plan de Ayala and the Plan de Cerro Prieto, which, in different times, were put forth by our greatest historical leader and supreme general, Emiliano Zapata, and General Ruben Jaramillo. For that, we want you to accept the military ranks that our army truly recognizes. Our walk is lightened and our flag flies higher when we read your words of support lor our declaration of the Lakandana jungle. For years, the supreme government, which is now headed by the usurper in the national palace, has strangled in jail and blood the just word of all of the campesinos and the Indians together. We have been dispossessed of land and water, even the air no longer belongs to us. Our death is mute in these days. We die by dying, Zapata and Jaramillo, in the Salinista reforms of Article 27 of the Constitution. Hope walks without rest, hope that our people have left to us, hope to live and govern ourselves. Our strides are strange on our first soil. Any foreign stride would offend our earth. Lying papers stain our legitimate history. Our dignity is imprisoned in statues and museums. Foreign vacations take our voice, and their poison kills our words of truth. We have been alone, far from our people, and forgotten to each other. Our death was deaf to the ears of the poor life that lives in us. The two-faced ones thought that they had forever silenced our shouts. They thought, the usurpers of the truth and givers of darkness, that our dead were already dead. They were already celebrating our defeat and their victory, in the arrogant loneliness of their palaces. Their lies danced on the trampled truth. The world looked with 272. Outlooking. The country and our hope were in a corner. Nothing moved inside of so much oppression. Silence died, living in silence. But in the absence of anything happening, our path led through nights and mountains. Tender was the care we took with our fierce word. In near silence we spoke. The night was patient, a companera, a lover, and an accomplice. Small, we grew, and again we were new. Our path had good directive, it was mute and coming, it was. For 10 years it was silent, broken hope slowly maturing without speaking, only our words spoke. In the dawn of the year, we without names had a new name, we without faces had a face. Emiliano Zapata, our father, gave us his last name. Our brother was the armed example made by Emiliano Zapata. Our child Zapata asked us for a new future. A flag is what clothes our warpath. Emiliano Zapata, of the soil of our land, is the dignity of our history, the light of our night, and always the clean morning of our hope. Brothers and sisters, the evil government is still deaf to our voice. Other voices are needed to open its ears. Your words make strong our shouts. Viva Emiliano Zapata! Death to the supreme government! Greetings, brother and sister zapatistas and jaramilistas of Morelos. Democracy, justice, freedom. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army April, 1994. The story of Durito and the defeat of Neobaralaim. This story was written by Subcommander Marcos for a 10-year-old girl who sent him a drawing. La Jornada, 4/11 April 10, 1994. To Mariana Mogul. From, Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. Subcommander Mariana Mogul. I greet you with respect and congratulate you for the new rank acquired with your drawing. Permit me to tell you a story which, perhaps, you will understand someday. It is the story of Durito. I am going to tell you a story that came to me the other day. It is the story of a small beetle who wears glasses and smokes a pipe. I met him one day as I was looking for tobacco to smoke, and could not find any. Suddenly, on one side of my hammock, I saw that a bit of tobacco had fallen and formed a small trail. I followed it to see where my tobacco was, and to see who the hell had taken it and was spilling it. A few meters away, behind a rock, I found a beetle sitting at a small typewriter, reading some papers and smoking a diminutive pipe. Ahem, I said, so that the beetle would notice my presence, but he paid me no heed. Then I said, listen, that tobacco is mine. The beetle took off his glasses, looked me up and down, and told me, quite irritatedly. Please, Captain, I beg you not to interrupt me. Don't you realize that I am studying? I was a bit surprised and was going to give him a kick, but I calmed myself and sat down to one side to wait for him to finish studying. In a little while, he gathered up his papers, put them away in the desk, and, chewing his pipe, said to me, "Well, now, what can I do for you, Captain?" "My tobacco," I responded. "Your tobacco," he said to me. "You want me to give you a little?" I started to get pissed off, but the little beetle handed me the bag of tobacco with its little foot, and added, "Don't be angry, Captain. Please understand that tobacco cannot be found here, and I had to take some of yours." I calmed myself. I liked the beetle, and I said to him, "Don't worry about it. I have some more over there." He answered. "And you, what is your name?" I asked him. "Nebuchadnezzar," he said, and continued, "but my friends call me Durito." "You can call me Durito, Captain." I thanked him and asked him what it was that he was studying. "I'm studying neoliberalism and its strategy of domination for Latin America," he told me. "And what good is that to a beetle?" I asked him. He replied, very annoyed, "What good is it? I have to know how long your struggle is going to last, and whether you are going to win. In addition, a beetle should care enough to study the situation of the world in which it lives, don't you think, Captain?" "I don't know," I said. "Why do you want to know how long our struggle will last and whether we are going to win?" "Well, nothing has been understood," he told me, putting on his glasses and lighting his pipe. After exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he continued, "To know how long we beetles are going to have to take care that you do not smash us with your boots." "Ah," I said. He said. "And to what conclusion have you come in your study?" I asked him. He took out the papers from the desk and began to leaf through them. He said every so often as he looked through them. After having finished, he looked at my eyes and said, "You are going to win." I already knew that, I told him. I added, "But how long will it last?" "A long time," he said, sighing WKH resignation. I already knew that, too. "Don't you know exactly how long?" I asked. "It cannot be known exactly. We have to take into account many things, the objective conditions, the ripeness of the subjective conditions, the correlation of forces, the crisis of imperialism, the crisis of socialism, etc., etc." I said. "What are you thinking about, Captain?" "Nothing," I answered. "Well, Mr. Durito, I have to go. It was my pleasure to have met you. You may take all of the tobacco that you want, whenever you like." "Thank you, Captain. You can be informal with me if you like." In Spanish, this is an invitation to use the familiar form of address, to, instead of the formal usted / thank you, Durito. I am now going to give orders to my compañeros that it is prohibited to step on beetles. I hope that helps. "Thank you, Captain. Your order will be of much use to us. Whatever happens, take much care, because my young men are very distracted, and they do not always look where they are putting their feet." "I will do so, Captain. See you later." "See you later. Come whenever you like, and we will talk." "I will," I told him, and went back to the headquarters. "That is all, Mariana. I hope to know you personally someday and be able to trade ski masks and drawings." "All right. Health and other colors, because on the ones that you used, the ink must have run out." Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. Mountains of the Mexican Southeast. April, 1994. The EZLN promises justice la jornada. April 12, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the people and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses you to denounce the following. 275. First, on the day of April 7, 1994, as he led a clearing of land for the planting, the campanero Francisco Mina Lopez was cowardly assassinated by armed ranchers. The crime was committed near the Venustiano Carranza Ejido, Altamirano Township, Chiapas. Second, Francisco Mina Lopez was killed from 2 shots, one to the head, and the other to the mouth, both of them from a .38 special revolver. Third, the ranchers named Arturo Espinoza, Juan Espinoza, and Jorge Espinoza, owners of the El Miradero Ranch, Altamirano Township, Chiapas, are accused of this attack. Fourth, the campanero Francisco Mina Lopez was, at the time of his death, leader of the local committee of REZLN, and had been threatened with death by ranchers of Altamirano before January 1, 1994, for his participation in the struggle for agrarian justice. Fifth, after the assassination, the now accused took flight and hid in the properties of their accomplices, ranchers of Altamirano, to escape the Zapatista action of justice. As of today, they are still fugitives. Sixth, with the complicity of the governmental authorities, the arrogant ranchers of Altamirano have told the lie that the Espinoza family has been kidnapped by elements belonging to REZLN. Accustomed to exercising arbitrariness and arrogance, the ranchers and the government think that REZLN conducts itself with the same injustice that we fight against. They try to injure the prestige of our forces among the population, and a good number of small property holders want to end up breaking the already weak process of dialogue and begin a military action against us. Seventh, the EZLN, as opposed to the evil government, does not carry out arbitrary detentions. The CCRICG of the EZLN has taken up the case in the Zapatista Tribunal of Justice so that they may carry out an investigation and allocate responsibility to those responsible for this crime. No Zapatista judicial action will be carried out until the investigation underway has real results. Eighth, we reiterate that we are not affected by poor argumentations that try to justify a military action against us. We are prepared to respond to any attack, and to resist the aggression that the Supreme Government prepares, to the last person. Ninth, the process of consultation continues to be suspended. We will not speak of peace while the signs of war continue. 10th, the EZLN reiterates to the people of Mexico their commitment to conduct themselves with dignity, truth, and honesty, 3 weapons that the usurper government will never be able to acquire. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army Mexico, April 11, 1994. 276. WMFM. The consultations. The EZLN orders a partial deactivation of the red alert in its territories. La Jornada, 4/22 April 20, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the people and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses you to declare the following. First, the EZLN recognizes the honest and dedicated efforts by the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, Mr. Manuel Camacho Solis, and of the mediator, Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garcia, to create conditions favorable for the continuation of the dialogue, whose objective is to achieve a just and dignified peace. In the last few days, both the Commissioner and the mediator have worked on the solution of several obstacles that oppose the peace process. The EZLN salutes this true willingness of these 2 Mexicans. Second, the EZLN salutes the liberation of some civil prisoners, unjustly accused of belonging to our troops, and sees in it a good signal for the beginning of the continuation of the dialogue for a just and dignified peace. Third, with respect to this, the CCRICG of the EZLN orders the partial deactivation of the red alert in its territories and the return of part of its troops to their communities and ejidos, beginning April 23, 1994. Fourth, if this climate, favorable to dialogue, is maintained, the EZLN will restart the consultation with its bases, in a progressive manner, starting with the least vulnerable territories, as soon as possible. Fifth, the EZLN reiterates its real desire for a political solution to the just demands that animate its struggle, and it salutes the sincere effort of civil society and Mexican. 279. V. and personalities to find dignified solutions to the large national problems through reason, and not through force. Holding high the popular demands of freedom, justice, and democracy for all Mexicans. Freedom, justice, democracy. Respectfully. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. General Headquarters, the Mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Chiapas, Mexico, April, 1994. We are surrounded. La Jornada, 4/22 April 21, 1994. To the National News Weekly Preciso. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the national newspaper El Financiero / To the local newspaper of San Cristobal de las Casas Tiempo, to the national and international press. Gentlemen, we hereby communicate to you about those freed, about red alerts, and about consultations. We are touched by the stupidity of those who declare, with solemnity and without reservation, that we are purposefully delaying the reinitiation of the dialogue. They say we are looking for pretexts and trying to extend the solution to the conflict. To reach a solution, perhaps we should greet with complacence the assassination of our compahero in the peaceful lands of Altamirano. Perhaps we are pleased by the arbitrary detentions of civilians carried out by the military troops in Ocosingo. Maybe it is the federal troops and the government, and not us, who are surrounded. Perhaps we enjoy not having food or medicine, nor any way of acquiring Rn. Perhaps we are enthused by the inexorable asphyxiation of the civilian population of our territory, to whom the supreme government impedes the arrival of humanitarian aid. The federal troops, unhappy with their duties, argue that the food is not for the civilians, but is meant only to fatten the little Marquesas. Perhaps our doubt about the supposed exit of governmental troops from the area is without foundation. Perhaps the nighttime airplane is ours, the Zapatista Air Force, and is only watching to see that nothing happens to us. I am sorry to inform you, brilliant analysts, that we are surrounded. However, in order to not contradict you, we have resolved to follow in the footsteps of the lords of the Central American guerrilla and follow the example of a foreigner, transgressor of the law, and a professional in violence from the days of your called José María Morelos y Pavón. About this man and his troops, the legal general Felix Marfa Calleja del Rey wrote: if the constancy and activity of the defenders of Cuidad had morality, and were led by a just cause, they would deserve a distinguished place in our history some day. Stretched by our troops and afflicted by necessity, they express happiness in all of the events. They bury their cadavers with peals of celebration in their glorious death, and they celebrate with clamor, dances, and drunkenness the return from their frequent trips, whatever the particular success happens to be, imposing pain or death on anyone who speaks of disgraces or surrender, recited in the book Siglo de Caudilos, Biografía Politico, de Mexico, 1810-1910, A Century of Caudilos, A Political Biography of Mexico, 1810-1910. Tusquets editorial. February, 1994. The author is suspected of being an apologist for violence, Enrique Krause, who I read with the same, and sane, critical spirit with which he sees us. In sum, we confirm that this is the last Central American guerrilla group, and we celebrate 100 days of military encirclement and 112 days of war with a great dance to which, of course, you are not invited. Rigorous evening gown ski mask etiquette will reserve the right to limit admission. There will be no dinner, and not because we are surrounded, but because we are on diets. The Zapatista orchestra has plenty of guitars with no strings, tambourines, harmonicas, and one or two violins. Its repertoire is one of delicious foreignism, and includes the Marca de Zacatecas and the one that goes. For a bit, 2 reals for a sergeant, a tostin, for my General Morelos I give all of my heart. That is all. I promise to send the chronicle for the social section. All right. Health and history, remember it points towards the future. From the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Insurgent Subcommander Marcos. To the workers of the Republic. La Jornada, 5 halves May 1, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the people and governments of the world. To the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army directs itself to you to declare the following. 281. Today, May 1, 1994, we celebrate one more day for the workers. All over the world, rural and urban workers celebrate their rebellion against exploitation and reaffirm their aspirations for a more just world. In Mexico, this is a day of struggle. Ever since the evil government, which now oppresses us from the Zocalo in Mexico City, usurped the just demands of the Flores Magón brothers, a chain now strangles the best of the Mexican workers. False and corrupt leaders, some for more than 9 decades, traffic in the pain of the Mexican workers. They are the sustenance of the supreme government that now offers our history and our soil for foreign money. The struggle of the workers for organizational independence has revealed the triple alliance between the evil government, the corrupt leaders, and the powerful men of money. Businesses of evil wealth have a new etiquette. Another mask hides our pain from our own eyes. A new name has been given to injustice, to slavery, to the usurpation, neoliberalism. The workers that build this country bleed from 3 wounds. The powerful bleed them with unjust salaries, humiliations, and threats. The heads of the great central government unions bleed the workers with extortions, beatings, and death. Those who sell the country bleed the workers with the dispatches of usurpation, writing the laws that their treason dictates. The workers die 3 times in the factory for the history of the country. They die of poverty because they are not paid fairly according to their work. They die of humiliation because their words of rebellion are silenced by the treachery of those who claim to represent them. They die of slavery because the evil government ignores their will and their efforts. The Mexican workers struggle 3 times on land and on asphalt. They struggle for justice so that there can be bread and truth in their houses and on their tables. They struggle also to speak and walk freely and to not bequeath shame to their children. They struggle for democracy because it is their power to transform matter, and also their power to govern and to govern themselves. The future has 3 lives that we all desire for the whole country. The life of their own strength in their brothers and sisters in recognized labor. The life of the workers and campesinos, hand in hand. The life of their embrace that includes all of the people, so they can march together again with a new, good direction. Faceless, the worker lives and dies 3 times. Without a clean face because of the hunger that dirties it. Without a free face because of the treachery that kills it. Without a true face because of a will usurped. They die 3 times, they struggle 3 times, they live 3 times. Faceless, they walk 3 times, those who make the riches of the country into something located, something measured, something changed. Brothers and sisters. From another history, the same and different, another faceless being looks with hope on this day. From the mountains of the last corner of Mexico, faceless hope, tender voice, and fire walking alone greet the workers. 3 times the false masks which rob us today must fall. Injustice at work and in pay must fall. The treachery that leaves us speechless must fall. The government that usurps our will must fall. Justice. Freedom. Democracy. These are the 3 keys to the 3 chains. Justice in the right to a dignified job and to be well paid. Freedom in the right to organize ourselves with independence from the powerful and their spokespeople. Democracy in the right to demand that the government obey us in its mandate. This is what we, the smallest of these lands, ask for. We want this: 3 rights, 3 struggles, 3 sons. A tomorrow of a new Mexico. Mexican workers of the city and the country. Let your voice run together with ours. Let your shout sound strong and hard on this soil. Accept this hand that your smallest brothers and sisters offer you. 3 forces should unite their paths: the force of the workers, the force of the campesinos, the popular force. With these 3 forces there will be nothing to detain us. Our blood is already losing itself in history. Let the brothers and sisters of the machine not let their brothers and sisters of the country die in vain. Let all of the people unite. Let the curse that divides not come again to our skies. Receive our voice, which, although far away, says, "Greetings, workers of the sea and of the land." The zapatistas follow you in their struggles. With you there will be a country and future for all someday. Without you, night will continue to rule these lands. Freedom, justice, democracy. Respectfully, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee, General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army, General Barracks, Mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Chiapas, Mexico, May 1, 1994. Interview with the Clandestine Revolutionary Indig News Committee. Transcribed from the original tape, May 11, 1994. Interviewers: Eugenio Aguilera, Nightcrawlers Anarchist Black Cross; Ana Laura Hernandez, Amor y ZW Mexico; Gustavo Rodriguez, Amor ZW Mexico; Pablo Salazar Devereaux, Haitian Information Bureau. QUARC members of the Regional Committee of the General Commune. CC, the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee. Yes. Q, the Tzetzal Committee. CC, Tzetzal. Yes. Q, what is your name? Or what name do you want to give? CC, Manuel. Q, Manuel, what is your role in the committee? M, what do we do in the committee? Q, no, but, do you also have a military rank? Are you a commander, or is it simply civilian work that is carried out by the committee? M, yes, civilian work. The political and economic work. Q, what are you specifically responsible for, as part of the clandestine committee? M, well, seeing what goes on in the region. If there are any problems within the towns, the communities. Q, what type of problems? M, whatever type of problem that may arise. Then we go around as the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee to resolve these problems. Q, are you also responsible for finances? M, yes, to raise funds in the community, as well as throughout the zone. Q, how does that function? Do you charge taxes to the civilian population? How does the raising of funds take place? M, well, in the civilian population, no. Only, also from some farmers. What's being done now is that there are some farmers, or ranchers, actually, who come to talk to us, who want, for example, to take some livestock. So we'll say, yes, you can, if you leave some money. No, it's not like a tax so much as a collaboration with the EZLN. Q, and the farmers collaborate, or are there farmers who are against the EZLN, who are in favor of the government and things like that? M, up until now, no. They have always been, supporting as well. Q, they're not large landowners? M, no, they're not large landowners. They are small. Q, and many of them are Tzetzales, Tzotzils. M, they also speak Tzetzal. Q, how long have you been in the EZLN? M, 10 years. Q, have you always been in the Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee, or did you first enter into the militias? M, yes, first we entered into the militias. 284. The consultations, April 20 May 28. Q. Were you an insurgent? M. Me. No. Q. You were never in the. M. No. I'm in the militia. Q. You always worked in the communities. M. Yes, we've always done work here with these towns where you have to look at whatever problems occur. Q. You are from here? You are from this ejido, this zone? M. No. I'm from another town. G. Far from here? M. Yes, about 5 hours from here to there. Q. I also wanted to ask you, the work that the clandestine committees do in the regions, is there also, for example, security of the ejidos, where there are problems like in the case of alcoholism, people that drink, that don't respect the laws of the EZLN regarding alcohol, or when you find that a man is beating his wife or their kids? Do you have to act in these cases? Do you have to intervene? M. Yes, yes, here inside the EZLN we don't permit that compañeros go around getting drunk, and even if they're not members of the EZLN. We don't permit alcoholism. Yes, that is prohibited throughout the zone. Q. And as I was saying in the case of a campesino who hits his wife? What do you in this case? If there were such a case? M. Yes, depending, we go out as a committee to see about these problems among the people. Then the people decide what kind of problem it is, and the nature of the problem. And if the people say so, we'll punish. Then the people are the ones to decide. It's not just up to the committee. We talk as a committee. As a committee we go to see that this is okay. If they can be punished in this way, there it remains. Q. What means do you use? Do you fine people? M. Yes, a fine. What's being done now is that if a compañero has a drink we fine him 10,000 pesos. Or give him a job to do. Cutting wood or other things. That's what's been done in the past. Q. We interviewed Major Benito, as well as asking others in charge. They told us that in the army there didn't exist laws against homosexuality but that it was the committees, due to tradition, that don't permit for there to be homosexuals. How do you understand? As a committee, why don't you permit it? And if there are lesbians or gays, what methods do you take? How do you punish them? Can they be gay freely? Are they expelled from the community for that? How do you manage this? Another member of the CCRI answers the question, Joaquin. 285. J. Well, if there's a compañero who, as you've asked about alcoholism, also if someone gets drunk or begins to fight with his woman. Well, we are going to call to attention to the fact that a compañero is doing this. To make it clear, or to make them understand that it can't be this way. Because it shouldn't be that you will do whatever you want. Even if it's not their wife but another compa. We have to make it so that they have to obey, have to carry out an order that we give. We are going to criticize, conduct a self-criticism. This is what we are doing. Some, who have a very grave problem, where you have to punish well, the punishment is not very severe. Nothing more than so that the people will see. Since we are the Zapatista army we have to demonstrate our heart in the struggle, not fuck with compañeros. It's to call to attention to tell someone how a certain job can get done, that people shouldn't be getting drunk, better, there's time. We are trying to carry out collective work. That is what we are explaining to the compañeros. That they shouldn't be getting drunk. Q. Your name is? J. Joaquin. Q. How long have you been in the CCR1? J. It's been about 10 years now. Q. Well, the question I was asking, when you responded about alcoholism and about how people are punished when someone mistreats their woman or their children. But I had asked the compañero Manuel. I don't know if you understand the question, homosexuals. They were telling us that the army doesn't have any law against that. They respect it, but that the ones who in fact, don't permit it are the committees. It is because of the indigenous tradition. In the communities there is no tradition of homosexuals, that is of men who like men, who go with men and not with women. Or women who go with women and not with men. Therefore, since you are members of the committee, I want to ask you, in this case, if this exists, is there punishment? How do you proceed? Is it prohibited? They talk to each other in their native language. J. Well, what you are asking about, well, the law, like ourselves who work throughout the zone, this can be decided in the communities, if they have their plan, they have an agreement, in each town. A compahera who wants to get married, has to decide to do so, and if she doesn't want to we are not going to oblige her if she. QJ Yes, but, the case that I was talking about was, if there is a companera who is a lesbian or a companero who is gay who doesn't like women but likes men or a woman who doesn't like men but likes women, the army explained to us that they, for example, don't have any law against this. But, that the committees, depending on the region, have laws, or actually agreements, that don't permit it. So, the case that I'm speaking of, for example, if a man likes other men, if he goes with another man, if he has sexual relations with another man, has sex with another man. Or a woman that doesn't like men, but likes other women and has a relationship with a woman. Is this punished? Are they expelled from the community? How do you proceed in this sense? 286. The consultations, April 20–May 28. More discussion in their native language. Q. Do you not understand what I'm saying? M. Yes, this. We are not really familiar with that. Because here in the region, throughout the zone, this almost does not exist. Therefore we don't really know about this. Asterisk. Q. It almost doesn't exist? M. Better said, it doesn't exist. Maybe in other places, but, around here we're not familiar with it. Q. Then you don't know what you would do. M. No, nothing more than as the compahero said, what happens to these people is that we see it depends on the man or woman. If a woman wants a man, that is on her part, if the man also wants it. Q. Since it doesn't exist here, no law exists against it, because it hasn't happened. M. No, it doesn't exist because it hasn't happened. Q. The work that Joaquin does, I imagine that it is similar to yours. To try to raise and collect funds, to try and economically help the EZLN in their regions. M. Yes, yes. Q. Do you also dedicate yourselves to recruitment in the regions where you work? JNM. Yes, we also do that. Q. You recruit companeros and companeras in the towns. M. Yes, it's up to the towns. If they want to join our struggle, they have to report that they want to visit our community. If we go to visit, it's because a compahero wants us to talk with the people. We are going to meet with all the people to call out all of the people to explain what the struggle is about. Because there are companeros in other communities who don't even know how the struggle began, and now the struggle has been clarified. Or they are seeking out the committees because they want to speak to them. If he comes, we are going to reach an agreement with all the companeros of the committees. Not only is one committee in charge, but there has to be an agreement between all the companeros of the various committees. And all the companeros of the committee say you have to go to that town because we need you to fulfill your responsibilities, to get to know those companeros, to discuss and see how the struggle is going there. That is the work that we do. Q. For example, in towns that are not like these villages and towns here in the liberated territories, towns like Akuk. For example, where there are a lot of people who don't understand the struggle, who are on the side of the federal army. Are there companeros there as well who do work as clandestine committees? M. Yes. Q. The only thing being that they have to be careful. 287. M. Yes, they have to be more careful because it's not very close to here. In various places there are compañeros from the clandestine committees. Then there are various areas where the committees can't reach because you can't reach there, you can't do it. Q. In San Cristobal, for example, do you have committees? M. Yes. Q. Because there are zones, especially colonies like Hormiga, that are almost a majority Tzotzil, Tzoltl. Do you work within these communities in San Cristobal? M. Possibly yes, I don't know in which places. But yes, it exists. The same in Ocosingo, everywhere. QJ. Are you working in other states outside of Chiapas as committees? M and J, they speak to each other in their native tongue. We can't speak about that, for security reasons. Q. Okay, thank you, that's all that I have. I don't know if the other compas have questions. Q. To follow up on the other interviews we did with the compañeras and compañeros, they all told us about the equality that women have within the Zapatista army. But, we also discussed with them the fact that in the communities this equality hasn't been completely arrived at yet. I imagine that you want this equality to extend to the civilian population. M. Q. What are the methods that you use so that the compañeros accept this equality for the compañeras, the same that exists within the EZLN? Has it been difficult? Does it take a lot of work? M. Well, yes. Right now it's been more work, it has required more work. There are compañeros in the towns who need to have things explained more about our struggle so that they will understand, so that they will begin to understand that there needs to be equality. So as a committee we struggle more so that they will understand more about the organization. Q. What is the position of the clandestine committees regarding abortion? M. I don't understand too well. Q. Is it prohibited by the CCRI that in the towns, is abortion permitted, abortion being when a compañera in the town is pregnant but doesn't want to have more children, but she wasn't taking care of herself on the pill and she became pregnant. If she wants to end her pregnancy, if she doesn't want to continue her pregnancy, is it permitted or is it the same as in federal territory, outside of Chiapas where abortion is not permitted? M. Yes, that depends on the conscience of the compañera or the compañero. If they come to an agreement and they want to cancel that, have an abortion, that's that. In those times it depends on the compa. Q**, but, it's a personal decision, you don't get involved in that. M. No, not us. There are no laws against it? No, we are not going to give an order, we are explaining, educating. If someone wants to plan, but it's a question of whether they want to, it's up to them. Q. You have to respect the decision of the woman. M. There it is. Yes, in this case, no slash, the compañeros and compañeras are understanding the situation here with us. We were very fucked. So now it's being limited, pregnancies among the women in each town. There has been a little advance regarding this. Some women have 5 or 6 children and now as we've explained, it depends on the father, whether or not he can sustain so many. Well then, no more. But we also don't require it either. Q. The revolutionary women's law says the woman has the right to choose. M. Right. She has to say, she has to choose. Q. Thank you compañeros, it was very interesting. Interview with Subcommander Marcos. Transcribed from the original tape Wednesday, May 11, 1994, somewhere in the Lacandona jungle. Interviewers, Eugenio Aguilera, Nightcrawlers Anarchist Black Cross, Ana Laura Hernandez Amory Rabia. M. Zico, Gustavo Rodriguez Amory Rabiat. M. Zico, Pablo Salazar Devereaux, Haitian Information Bureau. Q. Much has been written and said about the Zapatistas, but little is concretely known about your ideology. There are many who are trying to claim your struggle as their own. The Maoists say that you are Maoists, the Trotskyists say that you are Trotskyists, and the list goes on. M. The anarchists say that we are anarchists. Q. No, We have never been able to say for sure laughter. We need proof. However, you have insisted that you are zapatistas. Even now we remember the words of an EZLN major who affirmed, "We are not Marxists, nor are we guerrillas. We are zapatistas and we are an army." Anti-authoritarianism is felt in each of your words and actions, in the manner in which you are organized, in the structure of the clandestine committees, in the collective participation within the EZLN. In Mexico, the only precedents for your actions and attitudes go back precisely to those whose names you constantly evoke, Zapata and Magan. Has Maganismo permeated your ideology? M. This is a question. Q. Laughter. No, a presentation. 289. M. I thought it was a speech. Q. No, a presentation. M. Well then, I'm going to explain. The EZLN was born having as points of reference the political military organizations of the guerrilla movements in Latin America during the 60s and 70s, that is to say, political military structures with the central aim of overthrowing a regime and the taking of power by the people in general. When the first group of the EZLN arrived here, in the jungles of Chiapas, it was a very small group with this political military structure that I am talking about. It began to adapt itself to the surroundings, to try to survive, that is to say, to permeate the territory, to make it survivable. But, above all, it began to forge in the combatant, in that initial group of combatants, the physical and ideological strength needed for the guerrilla process. I mean by this that the mountains served as a school for cadres, inflexible and constant, day and night. But things were taking shape. In this period there were no cameras, there were no recorders, there was no press, nor were there military actions. The only thing that lets you stay in the mountains and endure is hope, because there isn't any payment. I'm not referring to monetary payment, of course there never was any of that, but to some moral reward, to something that would serve as some sort of assurance that it is all worth it. 10 years ago, we were clinging to the hope that everything that we were learning, with much suffering and many problems, was going to have results someday. In that period, there was a double learning process, the learning process of the mestizos, the inhabitants of this area call everyone who lives in the city mestizo, and the process of the indigenous peoples. The process of the indigenous people includes learning the very basics to speak Spanish, the history of Mexico, reading and writing, basic notions of mathematics, geography, biology, chemistry, in all, everything that we mestizos have as our basic culture. We, for our part, had to learn and understand not only the worldview of the indigenous peoples of this zone, but also learn a series of physical aptitudes that are not innate to the indigenous peoples, but that they learn when they are small, to handle a machete, to carry large loads over long distances, to reduce their food intake to the minimum required, in this case corn and sugar. In this interplay, this exchange, this give and take, we both went to the mountains changed. What I mean is that, for the indigenous people, the mountains are something sacred, something special, something magical, and ultimately something terrible. No, the indigenous peoples do not go to the mountains. In fact, when we entered the mountains, many of them feared that something would happen to them before they could accomplish anything. The mountains are the place of the dead, of the gods, of good gods and bad gods, and because of this there was nobody who had experienced, not even on their part, life in the mountains. The indigenous people were only used to living in their villages, to going hunting, to searching for land where they could plant. We should talk about this romantic vision, if you understand me, of guerrilla war, with its references to grandiose military actions, the taking of power and triumph, all of those things that could be references to the triumphant guerrilla wars of that era, the Cuban and Nicaraguan revolutions. This environment brings you back to reality and makes you understand that all revolutions have a cost and only those who are willing to pay it can carry out the revolution. To begin with, at that time you had to be crazy or stupid to try to carry it out. I think that we were both stupid and crazy. There was nothing that would tell us that we were fine and that the venture was going to have a future or that it had a chance. There was the fact that we had tried to bring about change, not necessarily revolutionary change, by other methods and in different places. But all of our struggles in the university, campesino struggles, workers' 5 struggles, collided with the state, with power. It is better to speak about power, because there are places in which the action of the state is not perfectly definable as such, and it makes more sense to speak of power in this case, the power of a dominant class that spreads to other areas, culture for example. Then you arrive at the conclusion, intuitively or scientifically, that another road is necessary, the road of armed struggle. We then confronted the common belief that an armed revolution was possible in any country other than Mexico. That is to say, Mexico was considered the country of solidarity, but never the country of the revolution. When we proposed a revolution, we were considered heretics among the left. The left said that revolution wasn't Mexico's role, that we were too close to the United States, that the regime in Mexico resembled the European model, and that because of this a revolutionary change was only possible by electoral methods, by peaceful methods, or, in the most radical scenario, by insurrectional methods. This means that the unarmed masses, with broad mobilizations, would disrupt the economy and create a crisis in the state apparatus, which would then fall and a new government would take power. When we proposed a guerrilla war, an armed struggle, we broke with this tradition, a tradition that was very strong during that time. With what was happening in Nicaragua and what was beginning to happen in El Salvador, well, similar things had always been happening there, but they were becoming more intense. The struggle in Guatemala was rejuvenating itself a second time, a third, a fourth. I don't know. Eventually someone said, and why not here in Mexico? Immediately, there was a sense of caution, of prudence, as if to say, not here, here our role is to help those peoples that are liberating themselves, and only later, eventually, Mexico might aspire to revolution. The fact that we broke with this idea implies that we also broke with other theoretical schema. We were always confronted with the mountains. Let's say we survived that first stage, that this first stage was, in effect, about 2 things, surviving and beginning our political work. In this initial political work, a connection began to take place between the proposals of the guerrilla group, the initial group of the EZLN, and the communities. This means that there are different expectations of the movement. On one hand, there were those who hoped that armed action would bring about a revolution and a change of power, in this case the fall of the governing party and the ascension of another party, but that in the end it would be the people who took power. On the other hand, there were the more immediate expectations of the indigenous people here. For them, the necessity of armed struggle was more as a form of defense against groups of very violent, aggressive, and powerful ranchers. In addition, there was an approaching storm. No, let's not say approaching storm as if there was a wall that was the same mountain that separated the jungle from the city and that separated the indigenous peoples from political power. It was this wall that permitted the EZLN to grow so scandalously without anyone realizing to what point it had grown. The indigenous peoples realized the necessity of learning to defend themselves. They had weapons, but they used them only for hunting or to protect their homes from animals or thieves. Then, we found each other and we began to speak in 2 different languages, but in this common point of necessity of armed struggle a relationship began to develop. They needed military instruction, and we needed the support of a social base. And we thus tried to convince them of the necessity of a broader political project. That didn't occur until elements of the community entered the army. In that moment the difference between combatant force and civilian force began to disappear, until it reached the point you see now, when whole communities are zapatistas, when there is no line that separates the civilians from the zapatistas. Then, when this began to occur, there began a confrontation, a relationship of convenience, between 2 ways of making decisions. On one hand, there was the initial proposal of the EZLN, a completely undemocratic and authoritarian proposal, as undemocratic and authoritarian as an army can be, since an army is the most authoritarian thing in this world, and also the most absurd in that one single person can decide the life and death of his subordinates. On the other hand, there was the indigenous tradition that before the conquest was a way of life, and that after the conquest became their only way of surviving. In other words, the communities, isolated, cornered, saw themselves as obligated to defend themselves collectively, to live collectively, to govern themselves collectively. Since the internal life of the communities was totally separated from national and local political forces, the important dying was the work done by the communities, and because of this, a collective government came about. No, it was always there, a way of making decisions in common about problems that affect the entire community. These decisions included decisions about work that had to be done in common, judicial problems at an internal level because it isn't possible to appeal to the judicial power of the state. What I mean to say is that the isolation of the indigenous communities provoked the development of another type of state, a state to deal with the survival of the collective, of a democratic collective with these two characteristics: the leadership is collective and it is removable. In any moment, if you hold a position in the community, first, the community has to have appointed you, independent of your political affiliation. The community can remove you. There isn't a fixed term that you have to complete. The moment that the community begins to see that you are failing in your duties, that you are having problems, they sit you down in front of the community and they begin to tell you what you've done wrong. You defend yourself and, finally, the community, the collective, the majority decides what they are going to do with you. Eventually, you will have to leave your position and another will take up your responsibilities. So, on one hand, there is this form of organization. I'm going to make a reference so that you understand better: student assemblies. Student assemblies are better as forms of protest or for analyzing problems. In the case of the indigenous communities, it is a way of life. On the other hand, we have the authoritarian form of the army, of a political military organization, but a military organization above all. One began to see a confrontation between these modes of decision-making until people from the communities began to join the EZLN and the indigenous form of decision-making began to take precedence. I want you to understand me: we didn't arrive and say, it is necessary that the collective and democracy guide us. That isn't true, of course. This wasn't our conception. Our conception was vertical: what is necessary is a group of strong men and women, with ideological and physical strength, with the resistance to carry out this task. Our conception was that we were few but of high quality. Well, I'm not saying that we were of that high quality, but we sure were few. Finally, I can't say exactly when. It's not something that's planned. The moment arrived in which the EZLN had to consult the communities in order to make a decision. At first, we only asked if what we were doing was going to cause problems for the compañeros. And later, when we left the jungle and entered the mountains, we also entered the assemblies and discussions of the communities. A moment arrives in which you can't do anything without the approval of the people with whom you work. It was something understood by both parties. They understood that we wouldn't do anything without consulting them, and we understood that if we did anything without consulting them, we would lose them. And this flow, this increase of men and women who left the communities in order to enter the mountains, made us realize that we couldn't draw a solid line between combatant forces and civilian forces. Even geographically this line had broken down. There were military units that didn't live in the mountains but that instead lived in the communities and participated in communal labors. They gave military instruction, but they also participated in the work of the communities. When we reflect on this now, it isn't a question of us and them. Now we are the entire community. It was necessary to organize, to establish this collective authority alongside the absurdity of a vertical, authoritarian structure. Then it was possible to divide the process of making decisions. I mean by this that strategic decisions, important decisions, have to be made democratically, from below, not from above. If there is going to be an action or series of actions that are going to implicate the entire organization, the authority has to come from below. In this sense, even the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee isn't able to make every decision. You could say that the EZLN is different because in most political military organizations there is only one commander, and in the EZLN the clandestine committees are composed of 80 people, 100 people, 120 people, or however many. But this is not the difference. The difference is that even the clandestine committees cannot make certain decisions, the most important decisions. They are limited to such a degree that the clandestine committees cannot decide which path the organization is going to follow until every compañero is consulted. In the EZLN a decision cannot be made until everyone is consulted, even if it appears that the majority of the Caupficros have already decided for one of the options. Only after consulting everyone can the committee say, "You have asked everyone, and this is the result." The committee cannot say, "We consulted the majority and, this could cost you your life." You can't play games here. 293. In this way, we were not a guerrilla group, but an army with territory, with troops, with a general strategic plan. Our initial plan was a defensive plan, a plan in which the compañeros could participate in one of three different ways: as part of the regular combat force that lives in the mountains, as part of the irregular combat force that lives and works in the communities, or as part of a reserve force composed of the elderly and children. These last also receive military training. At last, we arrived at the point where we were able to mobilize 5,000 people and concentrate them in a village as part of a military exercise. What was it that made this possible? A centralized command? No. Rather, it was that decisions of this kind were made by consensus or consultation. It is more than consultation, it is not a consultation to see what you think, but more to ask, what do you want to happen? The purpose of this is to give power to those who should have power. Then, in this interweaving, in this exchange between two different forms of decision-making, the most orthodox proposals of Marxism or Leninism, theoretical concepts or historical references, for example, that the vanguard of the revolution is the proletariat, that the taking of state power and the installation of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the aim of the revolution, were confronted by an ideological tradition that is, how can I say this, somewhat magical. It is magical in one sense, but very real in another. What I mean by this is that it is an ideological tradition born of war, in this case, the war of the conquest that began, well, not exactly 500 years ago, and that continued through different historical periods. It continues. It continues, and it grows. If we had been orthodox leftists, we would never have worked with indigenous peoples. Now, today, I believe there are many theories in crisis. Who would have thought that it would be the indigenous peoples who would provoke all of this? Not even in the Leninist conception of the weakest link was it thought that it might be the indigenous people, right? I told you that there was a learning process at the beginning of our work here, albeit a forced one. It's not like we said, well, we are going to learn and see what happens. No. We were closed-minded, like any other orthodox leftist, like any other theoretician who believes that he knows the truth. Even in pure Marxism there is discrimination against indigenous people. Yes. Definitely. The events of this last January will bring changes at the theoretical level as well. We arrived here and we were confronted by this reality, the indigenous reality, and it continues to control us. Ultimately the theoretical confronted the practical, and something happened. The result was the EZLN. Therefore our combatants are right when they say, we are not Marxist-Leninists, we are zapatistas. They are referring to the synthesis, this coming together, this compatibility that incorporates, I'm going to be very schematic, the historical traditions of struggle and resistance of indigenous people and the necessity of a national revolution. Excuse me for interrupting. This is exactly the meaning of the initial question, whether you believe that Magonismo has permeated the Zapatista movement. Let's look at the history of the Mexican Revolution, in which Magan, who was also a descendant of indigenous people, of indigenous parents in Oaxaca, had a similar vision. He took into account the needs of the indigenous peoples and didn't limit himself to saying, "those poor Indians," but also assumed the responsibility of analyzing how to create an army with indigenous bases, an army with a collective participation in the command structures. This is the point of the first question: do you believe that Maganismo has permeated the ideological formation of the EZLN? Look, I have to be honest. Pound we talk about Maganismo, it also makes me think of the orthodox line, closed-minded and stupid. This is the truth. The Magan brothers are only talked about in the context of the labor movement, although we know that they developed many other important projects as well. But, ultimately, the unintentional result is that they are spoken of in this way. We referred to the Flores Magan brothers in order to highlight the need for the workers to participate in the revolution, and in order to highlight an important force that existed during the time previous to the outbreak and spread of the armed struggle in 1910-21. Ultimately, this synthesis or confrontation that I am speaking of occurred in such a way that the EZLN was born without any links to the workers. I think that perhaps the synthesis was not enough. Probably it could have used more influence from Magan. It probably lacked more input from the history of the Mexican workers' movement so as to be able to truly incorporate the workers into the armed struggle. I'm not saying that we didn't consider this on a theoretical level, but evidently in practice nothing happened. This is to say that there was an error, not in the reality. I can't say, reality is stupid because it doesn't suit what I am thinking. It means that we were stupid because we didn't understand reality. In this sense, the Zapatista movement and the Zapatista revolution have been called the first postmodernist revolution. Now, let us analyze the fact that many current theories of the New Left, of an anti-authoritarian left with a definite tendency toward libertarian communism, break with the blueprint that sees the working class as the vanguard of the social revolution. Many of these new theories even see the working class as a class in decline, a class that does not recognize itself as a class that less and less wants to be considered the working class. Is this conception of the working class one that you have adopted during your experiences? No, definitely not. Those idols against which we were fighting were different. The idea that armed struggle was possible in all places except Mexico was so omnipresent that we were obligated to confront it first and leave the rest for later. Beyond this, in historical or theoretical terms, who would have speculated before December 31, 1993 that it wasn't going to be the proletariat leading the revolution? Then who? Who was it going to be? They could have speculated that it would be the teachers, they could have speculated that it would be the unemployed, they could have speculated that it would be the students or some sector of the middle class, they could have speculated that it would be leftist or democratic factions within the federal army or within the supposedly democratic faction of the PRI. They could have speculated many things, including that the United States would become socialist and then they would invade us and make us socialists. Laughter. This was the reasoning then. Even in the university this idea had taken root. 293. V. It didn't occur to anyone that the indigenous peoples were going to play this role and that they would manage to demand their place in the nation, or that they would demand that the nation recognize that they have a proposal for the nation. The same or better or worse, it's open for discussion as any other proposal that intellectuals or political parties or social groups have for this country. We don't want to deviate much from the questions that we plan to ask you, but now that you have brought up the term nation, there have been many discussions regarding this concept. Even within the discussions of postmodernism, the term nation continues to be marked by a petit bourgeois conception. The nation is used as an abstract feeling of a patriotism that ultimately does nothing more than pit us against one another, country against country. And in this sense, we have felt a certain distance, for example, between points such as the autonomy of the indigenous peoples and the national proposals of which you speak. We would like it if you could tell us a little of the vision of which you speak. When you refer to your national proposals, is it with this bourgeois vision of the nation-state fatherland, or are you merely using a language a little, well, we could say, more common, something more direct and easier to understand? When we speak of the nation, we are necessarily speaking of history, of a history of common struggle with historical references that make us brothers to one group of people without distancing us from other groups. But what more do we have in common with the history of what is today called Mexico? I say this because the first accusation against Zapatismo is that it is aligned with Central America. Therefore it has to delineate itself and explain that its vision is not directed towards the south, but rather towards the north. That is to say, to that historical tradition that has brought it together with a group of people, in this case with the Mexican people, not with the Central American peoples. Because, remember that the other thing being said is that this revolution is the last Central American revolution. Some say it is the first postmodern revolution, others say that it is the last Central American revolution, even geographically speaking. What occurs as a result of this insistence? When the concept of autonomy is brought up, the state understands it in this way: well, what the indigenous peoples want are reservations, like the ones North American Indians have. This is where the Companeros say, no, if we are going to end up like the North American Indians on reservations, no. This is not the concept of autonomy that we want, rather, that they recognize, for example, this structure of government that I have explained, a structure that gives us validity. We don't want them to operate as if they were conquering territory. When the Federal Army entered the communities before the war, or the judicial police or the public security police, or the municipal police, they entered as an invading army in enemy territory, even physically. When an army invades a country, everyone from that country is an enemy. When they entered the communities, they entered acting as if everyone were an enemy. At that point, the Companeros said, we have our own forms of government, we have traditions of community decision-making that must be respected by the government. And not only that, these traditions are a good example for the national government, for the government of this country, for any government that pretends to be a democracy. For this reason we speak of Mexico, of the Mexican nation, because we must mark our boundaries. We must say, it is not nostalgia for Central America, it is not nostalgia for Nicaragua, nostalgia for El Salvador. On the other hand, when they speak of autonomy, they are speaking as sectarians. They don't look to the future but to the past, the nostalgia. They look to ethnicity in a pejorative sense, as if we wanted to create a bubble like the one in the movie, a bubble that isolates you from contamination or from what happens outside it. Therefore, any concept that you put out there, we must make clear what we are speaking of in all senses. From our point of view, we felt a little shocked by the discrepancy in your positions. For example, what is put forward as the nation of Mexico we understand to be very similar to what indigenous peoples understand to be the nation of the United States. It is a large nation that dominates a large number of indigenous peoples, of small indigenous nations. In this case they may be Chols, Tzotzils, Frikis, Yaquis. The same thing happens in the case of the United States. It is a large nation that has oppressed a large number of small nations, such as the Yaquis, the Pomos, the Apaches, the Dakotas, etc. And in this sense we understand Mexico to be an imperialist nation that has kept all of these peoples oppressed without recognizing their culture, their traditions, their identities, a nation that has imposed a culture and an identity and that is trying to maintain the entire territory under its control without the least respect for cultures, traditions, identities, or anything of the kind. Phys then we see as a kind of contradiction, speaking of a national project. Well, we can see it in history with the example of Lázaro Cárdenas when he was in the army. He went to war against the Yaqui, no. And this was to massacre and oppress the Yaqui people, a people who were in rebellion, and who had not allowed themselves to be oppressed, a people who were one of the bastions of resistance against the so-called new nation. Therefore, we see a contradiction. I don't know if you have given thought to this, if you have come across this contradiction in your experiences. No, this is your position, but since this is my interview, I am going to explain ours. Look, we believe that today's Mexico, the Mexico that we are fighting against, is not a Mexico in the abstract but rather a project of a certain class, of a certain social group. This project was born of the disorder or of the internal agreement provoked by the revolution at the beginning of this century. The implementation of this project has brought about a series of things as you indicate: domination, questions of land, of forms of government. For example, the lie that there is a federation when in reality the states depend upon the central government, or the lie that there are free townships when in reality the townships are dependent. We believe that it is possible to have the same Mexico with a different project, a project that recognizes not only that it is a multi-ethnic state, in fact, multinational, but also that new concepts are needed in order to reform the Constitution. But, since there isn't a just relationship between the federation and its parts, we are proposing autonomy. We are proposing this because we are mostly indigenous people, but what we say with respect to the need for autonomy could be applied equally to the townships, to the unions, to social groupings, to campesino groups, to the governments of the states, or to the states that are nominally free and sovereign inside the federation. 297. Q. Could it be said that you view the future society for which you are fighting as one in which the free township, the autonomous township, will be put into practice, a society in which a federation will be put into practice based upon a citizens' confederation? No, before IBIS we have to complete the other revolution, IHEEZLN. The revolution that we are proposing isn't an indigenous revolution. The EZLN was born with indigenous demand, due to how it developed, but it aspires to organize the workers, non-indigenous campesines, students, teachers, and all of the other social sectors in order to carry out a broader revolution, not just an indigenous revolution. We don't believe that the result of this revolution that we are proposing will be a new world, a new country. It will only be a first step, an antechamber that you enter before you enter this new country. We are proposing a space, an equilibrium between the different political forces, in order that each position has the same opportunity to influence the political direction of this country, not by backroom deals, corruption, or blackmail, but by convincing the majority of the people that their position is best. I mean by this, if there is a neoliberal proposal for the country, we shouldn't try to eliminate it, but confront it. If there is a Trotskyist proposal, a Maoist proposal, an anarchist proposal, or proposals from the Guevaristas, the Castristas, the existentialists, or whatever ists that you may think of, they shouldn't be eliminated. They shouldn't be discussed in the way we are discussing them now, in small groups. In this discussion, we are demonstrating that we know a lot, that we speak very prettily, but in the discussions that we are proposing, the rest of the country shouldn't be spectators, like they will be for the debate tomorrow on May 12. For the first time in Mexican history, the presidential candidates of the major Mexican political parties engaged in an open, televised debate. The people have to decide what proposal to accept, and it's the people whom you have to convince that your opinion is correct. This will radically change the concept of revolution, of who the revolutionary class is, of what a revolutionary organization is. Now, the problem isn't in fighting against the other proposals, but instead, in trying to convince the people. It's because of this that the Zapatista revolution isn't proposing the taking of power, it isn't proposing a homogeneous ideological concept of revolution. We are saying that yes, we do have our idea of how the country should be, but something is lacking before we talk about this. We cannot replicate the same logic as the government. They have a vision for the country that they have imposed on the people with the weapons of the federal army. We cannot reverse this logic and say that now the Zapatista vision is going to be imposed on the people with the weapons of the Zapatista army. We are saying, let's destroy this state system. Let's open up this space and confront the people with ideas, not with weapons. This is why we propose democracy, freedom, and justice in order that certain material conditions are satisfied so that people have an opportunity to participate in the political life of the country. We are saying, we don't want this new world yet. We are not talking about a new world yet. We aren't talking about what form Article 27 should take. We aren't talking about what form the Federation Agreement should take. We aren't talking about what form indigenous autonomy should take. We are talking about a democratic space where the political parties, or groups that aren't parties, can air and discuss their social proposals. Q. Marcos, in analyzing the way in which you are organized, at least what you have let us see, it's evident that when you speak of democracy, you are referring to direct democracy, to total participation, to a participation in which each and every person who makes up this country, everyone that is living at this time in Mexico, can participate. Is this interpretation accurate? M. Yes. Definitely. Look, what we are trying to do. We are a clandestine organization that has taken up arms against the government, and still we are very careful to try and maintain this democracy. By trias I mean the direct vote, everyone's vote. Yes, because only the zapatistas can vote. It's not the kind of process where you arrive and ask the people, are you for war or are you for peace? Well, I'm for war. And you? Peace. And you go adding up the votes. No, I tell you that it must be the logical outcome of community discussion. The people meet in assemblies and the representatives put forth, for example, in the case of the consultations, the demands of the EZLN and the response of the government. They're explained. What is it that we asked for and what has the government said in response? And they begin to debate, well, this is bad, and this is good. After the community says, we have already debated, we already understand, now we can vote, this could take days. In fact, almost all the consultations have gone on for 2-3 days now and they haven't yet reached the point of voting. They arrive and say, well, okay, we are in agreement, let's vote if we are ready to vote, if we already understand what it is we are going to decide. It's not about raising your hand or putting a check mark for one option or the other. You have to debate and analyze the pros and the cons. In this case, you're not voting for a governor where he could turn out to be a son of a bitch, you're voting for your life or death as an organization. If you're at war, you already know that you could live or die. But, if you err in a decision and you vote for war when it is time for peace, or you vote for peace when it is time for war, you disappear as an organization. You might disappear because they destroy you, because you lose prestige or moral authority, or because you become a traitor to yourself by signing a fictitious peace that nobody wants. You can't leave decisions of this magnitude to a group of leaders, no matter how collective they are or how large the group is. Not even the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee can decide these things. The committee can't meet and decide, we analyzed what Camacho said and we are going to decide yes or no. They can't do that. Q. Do you strive for consensus in the General Assemblies? M. No, there is direct voting. It isn't the sort of voting where at the end they say, the majority of the people voted yes and therefore it's yes for all the people. No, it has to be known how many said yes and how many said no, because these yes and NOs are added up proportionally. It's not the consensus of the government, for example, that says, well, nobody said no laugh so we have consensus. Are you in agreement? Nobody said they didn't agree so that means that you agree. No, it has to be a direct vote. Q. We want to ask you another question that deals with ground that's already been covered to some extent, since it's been made clear during the interview that the IZLN has never considered itself to be the vanguard of the Mexican revolutionary movement. Nevertheless, I. 299. V. Need to ask this question directly because other groups, specifically the Revolutionary Workers' Clandestine Party Union of the People Partido Revolucionario Obrero Clandestino Union del Pueblo, PROCUP, have said that they are the vanguard of Zapatismo, that they, as a party, are the vanguard of Zapatismo. Procup recently circulated a document in which they implied that the EZLN is one of their belligerent groups, and that all the recent events in Mexico are part of PROCUP's national plan, of which, logically, they are the vanguard. Is this true? Do you have some connection? The left is very closed-minded. The traditional left is very closed-minded. They say, well, these people don't draw from any of the known ideologies, so they must not have one. I will lend them one. Laughs. Or they say, they are good people but they don't know what they want. I'm going to tell them what they want. Or they're good people but they need a leader. I'll be their leader. This is the reality not just in the case of Procup, but with groups of Trotskyists and Maoists who say, what the EZLN needs is me. Laughs. Q. My leadership. Yes, ultimately, my leadership. What upsets the Pentagon is that when you punch Zapatista into the computer, nothing comes out that says, Moscow, or Havana, or Libya, Tripoli, Bosnia or any other group. And the left, accustomed to the same way of thinking, says, well, they don't fit in anywhere. It doesn't occur to them there might be something new, that you have to re-theorize. AMD they say, well then, these poor people don't know what they want, we need to help them. And furthermore, we are talking about an armed force at war, surrounded, that isn't able to receive all the declarations or the newspapers. Eventually, we find out what is said after a week or maybe 15 days. So, they know that we will not be able to deny it. We can't stop it. But, we believe that. We have confidence in the people, in the community, in that we have been clear about our positions, and that people will have difficulty swallowing that we are the armed arm of Procup or of any other organization of any type. But I have seen various magazines. Q. Very insidious, the commentaries. Of Trotskyists and Maoists, of all of the orthodox leftists and of the old dinosaurs who say, well, the EZLN is very good and what they've done is very good and all, but they lack a program, so here's a program. They lack a party, so here's a party. They lack a leader, so here's a eater. This attitude is held by everyone from Aguilar Talamantes to the left. QJ yes, he already wanted you to be a candidate for president, right? No, first he wanted to be our candidate for the presidency, laughs. Q, later he wanted you to be the candidate. Yes, but he made it very difficult. First I had to prove that I was more intelligent than he was. Q really? Imagine. Impossible. Evidently it was impossible. Q, going back to the previous discussion, Dr. Armando Quiroz Alejandra of the National Assembly for Human Rights Asamblea Nacional de Derechos Humanos, ANDH met with comrades of the Zapatista Solidarity Committee in New York City. During the visit, he insinuated in private discussions with these comrades that Procup has a link to the EZLN and furthermore that the EZLN is following the same political line as Procup. It's not true. Those people need to be publicly denounced. It can't be. Why should the Zapatistas provide the dead bodies and the other groups collect the dollars and fool people into thinking that they're providing solidarity for an organization that never receives any of this aid? We don't subscribe to their ideologies, in this case the ideology of Procup. We definitely don't subscribe. If we subscribe to the ideology of Procup, well, we would be Procup. We are not in any way in league with them, we have not even entered in any kind of conversation with them since our inception, since their inception. There is absolutely no type of alliance. Well, in the sense that we are all human beings, you could also link us to Clinton or to Reagan, to Parrott, to Che, to Zapata. Q, with anybody. Now that we are clearing some things up. There have been other groups that have manipulated things in a different way. Specifically in the case of Cleta, who said, for example, that you are their vanguard. This is the opposite of Prokop. Clayton needed a vanguard and put you in that position. Furthermore, as we are talking about the problem of solidarity, they are one of the groups that has organized concerts and collected funds saying that they are for you, saying that it is for, that this aid reaches you, that this money reaches you. Well, we're going to wait until it arrives. But, up until now nothing has arrived. Laughs. Q. Nothing has arrived. A number of very biased press sources have tried to equate the EZLN with the Shining Path Communist Party of Peru. Shining Path, Partido Comunista de Perú Sendero Luminoso. Making a simply objective analysis, you can see that both groups are very different. For example, while the Shining Path has committed innumerable executions, you the EZLN tried a criminal like Absalon and you put him to work in the calm fields and in the end you freed him. We would like it if you could expound on this, because there are Maoists who say that you part of the international Maoist revolution, that there is a link between the Shining Path and the Zapatista army, etc., etc. No, there is no link. Look, if the Mexicans couldn't accept that an armed revolution was possible in Mexico, definitely foreigners couldn't accept the possibility. Come on, everyone saw, or still sees, Mexico as the rearguard for political solidarity work. Now I'm remembering something, let's see if this relates to the question. It will make the tape recorder jump. We just received a feminist magazine that says that we are sexists because we chose war and war is sexist, armies are in and of themselves sexist, so therefore the EZLN is sexist. Therefore, what the EZLN needs is to be feminist. The article was brilliant, it moved me to tears. I don't remember what it was called, it was written by pure feminists. The article goes beyond anything I've seen. Q. La Femme? No. Q. Is it national? No, it appeared to be. Q. Well, on that note, I'm going skip around in the order of the questions. No, it's that the article says, the foreword says, only for Zapatista women. And I disobeyed and read it, but I will pass it along to the compañeras. Q. Well, one of the things that TO are most concerned about, specifically the compañeras, are the gender politics within the EZLN. You facilitated our being able to interview a number of compañeras, and we have seen to the point that you have allowed us to see laughs that there exists inequality. This can be seen clearly. The women say it themselves. My partner, or in the case of those who are married, my husband washes his things, does his work, does his part. And when you ask her if she has children, she says, yes, I already have mine, my M16. Things like this show that yes, there is an equality that exists, at least in practice. The single compañeras that we've interviewed also tell us they do the same work as the men, that they aren't limited to working as nurses or in the kitchen as a result of being women. We would like you to tell us, as spokesperson of the EZLN, what are the politics of the EZLN towards gender issues? Look, there are many problems. I am speaking for the compañeras. Above all, in the civilian population, the civilians have continued practicing many ancestral customs that don't belong in even a pre-revolutionary situation. For example, many still believe that the man should choose the woman that he wants to marry, but that the woman should have no choice in the matter. The difference, including the physical difference, between the civilian women and the combatant women is very clear. At the age when many of the combatant women have, as you say, an M16, many civilian women already have 4 or 5 children, are beaten by their husbands, they don't know how to read or write, they have no opportunity to develop themselves as people. What the compañeras say is that they cannot have their equality decreed from above, they have to achieve it through struggle. They say, you can like it or not, but now we are going to change these things. By force. That's why in our list of demands to the government, it doesn't mention anything about gender. The compañeras say, we aren't going to ask the government to give us freedom, nor are we going to ask you male fools. We are going to ensure our freedom, our respect, and our dignity as women and as human beings. I'm speaking of the compañeros. They also criticize us, the men, for our sexist or authoritarian attitudes. For example, in relationships between combatants, many things have changed, things that haven't changed in the civilian population. For example, in the civilian population, when a woman marries, she is no longer allowed to dance. She is married, and dances are places where single people meet and decide to get married. If she is married, then she doesn't dance because now she is somebody's property. Among the civilians it is still this way. Among the combatants, no, the combatants dance whether they are married or single, and it is very common that the woman chooses her dancing partner. They dance just to dance, to have fun, without any other motive such as to sleep with someone or have a relationship. The politics of gender in the EZLN, among the regular forces. There isn't a politic of gender, there are only combatants. There are women soldiers and there are men soldiers, but in the end they are soldiers. In order to rise to a command position, in order to rise in rank or to carry out actions and missions, we take into account the soldier's aptitudes. It doesn't matter whether they are male or female. Many times, in our daily life as combatants, in couple relationships, sexist attitudes are reproduced, and because of this our laws tend to favor the woman. It is very common for couples to fight physically when they fight. Let's say that the difference between the women combatants and civilian women is that the women combatants hit back, laughter Q, they defend themselves. Yes, it's common that it's the man who comes to us complaining that his partner hit him. We have to be very cautious in this respect because both are armed, if it occurs to one of them to shoot the other. A blow is much different than a gunshot. For me it's very clear, and I believe that it's clear to many compañeros as well that equality isn't something that's conceded. You can't say, I as a man am going to give you your freedom and now we are going to be equal. That's not true, of course. In the same way, the government can't concede us our rights as indigenous peoples, we have to fight for them. The women are also fighting for them, many times in very radical ways. I believe that they've achieved many things inside the combat forces and inside the civilian population. For example, men who had never received orders from a woman, who couldn't stand it when women would give them orders in the mountains. When they saw them fighting, they saw that the compañeros knew how to fight. They look on them with respect now because they realized that the women knew how to fight, and they didn't. They saw them facing death, and they stopped being women. They stopped being women in the classic sense of the term, weak and unable to. Q. Women in the pejorative sense. It could be also that you see a woman and you think that she's only there to sleep with. But when it changes to, she's going to give me orders and I have to obey her, or, I'm going to give her orders and she is going to obey me, in that moment you stop being a female combatant or a male combatant and you become a soldier, equal. I'm not saying that the women stop being women and become men, but that both women and men stop being what they are and become combatants. Since we are soldiers all the time we aren't able to take vacations. It is very difficult to tell when one is acting in the role of combatant and when one is off duty. I believe that this has brought more benefits to the compañeros than to the sexists, to us men, in the sense that this equality in combat, in work is transmitted to other aspects of life. Q. Do you accept the analysis that we live in a patriarchal society, that men have controlled society for centuries, and that this is also part of the system that feeds capital, that feeds the bourgeoisie? Definitely. Q. We must rise above this and the sexist attitudes that we hold. 303. V. Definitely. There are compañeros who are very revolutionary politically, but who are real assholes in relationships, in marriages, in relationships between men and women. But, I believe that changes in this aren't going to be our concession. I'm speaking as a man. The women are going to change things whether we like it or not, despite our closed-mindedness. It is the same thing we are doing with respect to the government. The government doesn't like the fact that the indigenous peoples have risen up, but we did it. The sexists don't like the fact that the women are doing what they are doing, but they are going to do it, and that's that. They have fought in combat, they haven't even won. Some of them led successful missions, they won, they defeated men. They commanded entire units of men. The EZLN is composed of about 2/3 men and 1/3 women. It is very common to have military units where the only woman is the commander. The entire unit, all of her subordinates, are men. This caused many problems before January 1st. Q. And these problems were eliminated? M. They finally saw that yes, what was important wasn't that they were women but that they had learned during their years in the mountains to lead the same as any man. Q. We have seen this. We have met many women captains during our stay here in the liberated territories. We have met many female captains, and this demonstrates the truth of what you are saying. M. The male captains hide themselves laughter. No, that's not true. Q. Continuing along this same subject. We have seen that there is also a cultural difference, a difference in tradition. You said this also, at the beginning when you spoke of your links to the indigenous communities. Many of the campaneras have told us that they aren't allowed to have sex until they are married, that there is a regulation that says that they must be married. If they like a man and they want to sleep with him, it's easier to marry him. We're not speaking of a religious marriage, but that you, the EZLN, expedite some form of marriage. But we feel this to be a little puritanical, as if to say, you can't have sex because you are a woman and you have to be married. M. No, it's that marriage for us means that you are a couple and you have permission. Let me explain. When you are going to have a sexual relationship, during the day you can't have sex, you're working. The most logical thing is that you are going to sleep with someone at night. You have to advise the commander that you are going to be having sex somewhere, because if you are attacked the commander has to look for you, and we tell the combatants, you have to trust the commanders to tell them that you are sleeping with someone. Why? It doesn't matter to me, I'm not going to watch you, I'm not a voyeur. It isn't like that. What I'm interested in is that I have someone covering your position. If we are attacked, we can't have the entire defensive line having sex. Well, it could happen, but it shouldn't happen. We don't demand that they are married. Q. You mean a woman can have sexual relations freely? 1M. Yes, what she is told is to follow a birth control method. That's why she is told to let us know, so that she can follow a method. Because if you become pregnant, you can't stay in the mountains pregnant, you have to go to town, go get an abortion there. It has already happened, there are campaneras who abort on the long walks that. Then, the method has to be followed, you have to look after yourself. Only when the army says, now it's possible to have children and remain in the mountains or at some positions, only then will it cease to be an issue. But, yes, the nurses are asked to be checking for pregnancy. But there is no formal procedure. You do have to ask the commanders for permission, but it's not as if Q, as if it's mandatory to be married to have sex, or anything like that. M. No. Q. Simply put, it's more a matter of coordination, too. M. Yes, a military question. You let the commanders know, but generally no, they don't get married to have sex. Q. They can have sexual relations freely. LM. In fact, they have sex and then they say, well, not this one. Or yes, this is the one I want to marry. Or maybe I don't want to marry this person, but I just want it to be clear that we are a couple. They say this to avoid gossip like that he or she gets in bed with one person and then another, and so on. Q. That involves culture and tradition as well. M. Yes, we are talking about indigenous people that come from the villages. Q. Who hold different concepts than we who come from the cities. M. But it is a rule that you have to let the commanders know. Q. Now, when you were explaining this to us, something else came to mind. Another question. You spoke of the possibility, well, of pregnant compañeras who risk abortion while engaging in maneuvers. In the women's revolutionary law it is stated explicitly that a woman has full rights over her body and her life. Radical feminists have been fighting throughout the world to truly have control over their lives and bodies. However, the issue becomes very confused when an article appears in the media, in a paper like La Jornada, saying that the EZLN has presented a law proposal to the governor of Chiapas in which abortion is addressed, but at no time does it make clear in the media the position of the EZLN concerning the issue. I don't know if it was intentional or if there really was no in-depth knowledge about your position, but the media assumed that the EZLN is opposed to abortion. Thus, I would like to divide the question in several parts. The first question would be, what is the proposal of the zapatistas in relation to the legalization of abortion? And the second question is, at this time, if a compañera becomes pregnant because her contraceptive method fails and she does not wish to carry the pregnancy to term, if she wants to interrupt it, does she have authority over her body in order to decide if she aborts or not? And the third question. Wait, let's start with the first question. Q. Well, yes, let's go question by question. The first one is, what does this law proposal consist of? The EZLN demands that the state's penal code be modified because there is no political freedom. The government, taking advantage of the fact that we are tied up in talks and that we are surrounded, is taking the opportunity to reverse the decriminalization of abortion that existed in the penal code. They say that this is at the EZLN's request, but the EZLN did not request the modification of the code in that respect. The stupidity of this article is based on the argument that this is a position of Samuel Ruiz Garcia, that it is evidence of the influence of the church on the EZLN, and since the church is against abortion they want it to be penalized. Then, according to the argument, the church directed us to present this law proposal. We have not presented any law proposal or anything of the kind, nor an electoral reform proposal or anything like that either. The proposal says contextually. We demand that the penal code of the state be eliminated. We don't say that it should be reformed or replaced by a more just one. We demand that it be removed because it leaves us no other form of political participation other than taking up arms. That's what it says. I sent a letter to La Jornada because of that stupid article that was published. Q. Very insidious. Yes. That answers the first question. Question 2, the compañera not only has the right to terminate the pregnancy, but the organization also has the obligation to provide the means for her to do it with total safety. Q. Well, that was the third question, you already answered it. If she says, I have become pregnant, it could even be that she became pregnant on purpose, not just that the birth control method failed but I don't want it anymore. This is fine, as long as her life is not in danger. I mean, if a certain number of months have gone by it can't be done. Then she can demand by the right ol Zapatista law that the EZLN give her the means to terminate the pregnancy under the best health conditions that the EZLN can ensure. It is the obligation of the commanders that she be given these means. If the pregnancy can't be stopped, aborted, then the commanders have to find the way to resolve the problem. Q. In this case, for free. It is not, in the strictest sense, control over their bodies, and the compañeras demonstrate this very clearly. We are not free in this sense because, for example, I can't become pregnant and continue to serve in the army. In this sense, I am not free. I am free in that, if I am pregnant, I can stop the pregnancy, but if I am not pregnant, I can't decide to become pregnant, because if I become pregnant, I have to leave the army. And yes, we do tell them they have to leave the army, because of the conditions we face. That's why the compañeras say, there is no freedom over my own body. In the case of the female combatants, it is only half freedom, the other freedom is lacking. Right now they can't decide to carry a pregnancy to term and remain in the army. It is only fair to point this out, and the compañeras continue to fight for their right to become pregnant. The other side of the issue has already been resolved for many years, and we deal with abortions with the means we have at our disposal. Up to now, no one has died during an abortion. In the communities, abortion is practiced to the extent that our resources allow. Q. Then it exists also for the civilian population, for the women in the civilian community. There is that possibility, in case she needs it, if she so wishes. M. Yes. In general, they don't seek it because of their beliefs, also for health reasons, since in their nutritional conditions abortion can be deadly. Sometimes it is best to let the pregnancy be carried through, even if there is still time for an abortion. But we do facilitate the use of contraceptives and all that, for example. Q. The compañeras we met also had access to contraceptives. The question has been raised of whether there is the possibility for the organization of women's groups within the Army, where women could organize as women of the Army, but also autonomously, as women. By this, we mean self-help collectives, where they could gain and acquire more knowledge about their bodies, and could even get to the point, for example, in the case of abortions in the first weeks, there are methods that have been proposed by radical women's groups, like abortion by menstrual extraction, one of the first methods for aborting early in the pregnancy. Is autonomy given in this sense or not? No, I didn't know about this method. The situation here is not so advanced. The most we managed to achieve some time ago when I was captain many years ago, was to have sex education classes, explaining the man's body, the woman's body, what was the mechanism of pregnancy, what things were going on in their bodies. This was received with much enthusiasm from the men, and much embarrassment from the women. The men came to see how a woman's body was. For example, look, this town has a power plant project that breaks down all the time, but when it works. Some months ago it worked for a few days. One of the compañeros told us, very enthusiastically, that at last he had seen his wife. He said, I finally saw all of her. And they have 10 kids. He had 10 kids and he didn't know his wife's body. He didn't know his wife's body. Until there was electric light, and they thought of making love with the light on, then yes, he could see everything that was going on. And he talked about it as if it had been his first time. He already had 10 children, one of them fully grown, already an insurgent, an 18-year-old, a member of a combat unit. We organized these classes in order to combat the diseases that afflict the women, so that they understand the necessity of hygiene. It is a problem for them, the men don't take it into account. They think that when a compañera has a urinary tract infection, from lack of cleanliness, for example, or if she has her period, that she is just lazy, that she doesn't want to work. We need to sensitize the men to this so that they understand that a woman's body is not like a man's, in many senses. And that's why we organized these classes. We try in the talks and lectures to address these issues. Q. Is there an education as far as the use of the condom not only as a contraceptive but also to avoid diseases, to avoid contracting and spreading them? M. No, in reality, no. In reality, we teach about the condom as a contraceptive when the compañeras can't use the pill, when they get sick from the pill. There are many who get ill from the pill, they are very young, when they use pills with high estrogen content they get sick. With all the heavy work they do already, they get nauseated, get headaches and all that, it's very hard on them. They can't always get IUDs, the rhythm method is really 307. Prehistoric, so then there is the use of condoms. But we should say that the zapatistas' sexual horizons are very limited. I mean by this that gonorrhea, and things of this sort. Well, we didn't get a chance to catch them in the cities, since we fled before attacking the whorehouses. We are in the mountains, we are at war within the regular troops, I'm saying, it is very, very difficult to spread diseases. In fact, we have not seen one case. And we can instill fear, in fact we did it, and they tell you, not me, I have never been with a woman, where am I going to become infected, or in what whorehouse am I going to catch this? It's more pragmatic in that sense. I am not saying it is good, because I do think that it would be good to promote their use, but no, we haven't done it. I would lie to you if I said that we were doing it. It is recommended when, as a contraceptive, not for sexual hygiene. Q. Well, in case this kind of sexual education could be resumed. Do you believe that it would be acceptable that the problem of disease, in the case of AIDS, etc., be included in the instruction? M. I believe so. Let's say that we understand, for example, about AIDS. Well, according to the information that we were getting when we were in the mountains, AIDS is a homosexual's disease, and therefore, if you weren't a homosexual, nothing would happen to you. In fact, we just found that you can get AIDS in other ways. It can be transmitted even in heterosexual relationships. I am talking about the basic sexual culture here, because in this case all references to AIDS are in the context of homosexuality. If I'm not homosexual, I have nothing to worry about. The main worry here is different. What I have to worry about is to not get anyone pregnant, or that no one gets me pregnant. No, we don't have a sexual culture based on fear of disease due to our isolation, but yes, we do need educate about it. Q. Well, let's relate this to another question. We want to ask another question relating to immediate solidarity. Have you received or do you have access to condoms? Would it be feasible to bring them? M. Yes, but unfortunately they would be very hard to eat. Laughs. But yes, we do get contraceptives, condoms, and all that. Q. So, as I was saying. M. These things are allowed through by the Mexican army so that the zapatistas don't reproduce. Laughs. They have enough problems with the ones that already exist for us to make even more. Q. Now, relating the answers with other questions. One of the questions that we were asked to ask by compañeros Mateo and Robin is, what is the EZLN's policy, in the army and in the liberated communities, towards sexual preference, in this specific case, homosexuality and lesbianism? Is the EZLN given to the satanization of homosexuality that has sometimes been found in other leftist groups? Or is it simply unknown what you are talking about when you attempt to address these issues? M. No, let us say that at a level of, well, of basic culture, it is not punished. I mean, they don't say, he's a homosexual, put him in jail, kill him. On one hand, they laugh, make jokes, but homosexuals have a normal life in the community. Our position as an army is that, let me put it to you in a general way, there are many minorities that will have to say, enough. Just as the indigenous people said, enough, other minorities not tolerated by the powerful will have to say it also. In that sense, then, there is no sexual policy in the Zapatista army. Q. That is, there is no law in FE communities either that forbids lesbianism or homosexuality. M. No. Q. Not even in the army? M. No, not even in the army. Q. There is no policy in the army that says, we found 2 girls fucking or 2 guys fucking, and well, they are jailed, suspended, expelled. I don't know. M. No, there is nothing like that. They go ask the commanders, the same as when it is a male-female couple. That means, they let us know they are not going to be at their posts, because that is what the commanders are concerned about, that their position is covered. Communique about the end of the consultations. La Jornada, May 28, 1994. To the national magazine Preciso. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the national newspaper El Financiero /. To the local newspaper Tiempo. Dear gentlemen, this communique is about the end, finally, of the consultations. In addition, we have sent several letters to various addresses. We are totally surrounded. We have been heroically resisting the avalanche of reactions to the event of May 15. 3 days ago, Helicopters join the airplanes that watch us from overhead. The cooks complain that there won't be enough pots to cook all the food we will need if they all fall at the same time. The superintendent argues that there is enough firewood to have a barbecue, and that we should invite some Argentinian journalists to it because the Argentinians know how to barbecue. I think about it, but it's useless. The best Argentinians are gorillas, for example, Che, or poets Juan Gelman, for example, or writers, for example, Borges, or artists, Maradona, for example, or chroniclers, for example, Cortázar. There aren't any famous Argentinian barbecuers. Some. 309. Ingenious person proposes that we wait for the improbable hamburgers from the University Student Council, Consejo Estudiantil Universitario, CEU. Yesterday we ate the Ziach's control console and 2 microphones. They had a rancid taste, like something rotten. The medics are giving out lists of jokes instead of analgesics. They say that laughter is also a cure. The other day I surprised Taco and Moy as they were crying, of laughter. "Why are you laughing?" I asked. They couldn't answer because their laughter had left them short of breath. A medic explained, it is because they have bad headaches. Day 136 of the military blockade. Sigh. To top it all off, Tanita asks me to tell a story. I tell her a story as it was told to me by old Antonio, the father of the Antonio that appears in Chiapas, the southeast in 2 winds, a storm, and a prophecy. In the time before the world came into being, the gods came together and decided to create the world and to create men and women. They thought to make the first people very beautiful and very strong. So they made the first people of gold, and the gods were very content because these people were strong and shining. Then the gods realized that the golden people never moved, they never walked or worked because they were so heavy. So the gods came together again in order to figure out a way to solve this problem. They decided to make another group of people, and they decided to make this group of people of wood. The wooden people worked and walked and the gods were again content. Then the gods realized that the golden people were forcing the wooden people to work for them and carry things for them. The gods realized that they had made a mistake, and in order to remedy the mistake, they decided to make some people of corn, a good people, a true people. Then the gods went to sleep and they left the corn people to find a solution to the problem. The corn people spoke the true tongue to find an agreement among themselves, and they went to the mountains in order to find a path for people. Old Antonio told me that the golden people were the rich, the white-skinned ones, and the wooden people were the poor, the brown-skinned ones, who forever work for the rich. They are both waiting for the arrival of the corn people. The rich fear their arrival and the poor hope for it. I asked old Antonio what color the skin of the corn people was, and he showed me several types of corn with different colors. He told me that they were of every sort of skin color, but that nobody knew exactly, because the corn people don't have faces. Old Antonio has died. I met him 10 years ago in a community deep in the jungle. He smoked like nobody else I knew, and when he was out of cigarettes he would ask me for some tobacco and would make more cigarettes. He viewed my pipe with curiosity, but the one time I tried to loan it to him he showed me the cigarette in his hand, telling me without words that he preferred his own method of smoking. 2 years ago, in 1992, I was traveling through the communities attending meetings to decide whether or not we should go to war, and eventually I arrived at the village where old Antonio lived. While the community was discussing whether or not to go to war, old Antonio took me by the arm and led me to the river, about 100 meters from the center of the village. It was May and the river was green. Old Antonio sat on a tree trunk and didn't say anything. After a little while he spoke, "Do you see? Everything is clear and calm. It appears that nothing will happen." I answered, knowing that he wasn't asking me to answer yes or no. Then he pointed out to me the top of the nearest mountain. The clouds lay gray upon the summit, and the lightning was illuminating the diffuse blue of the hills. It was a powerful storm, but it seemed so far away and inoffensive that old Antonio made a cigarette and looked uselessly around for a lighter that he knew he didn't have. I offered my lighter. "When everything is calm here below, there is a storm in the mountains," he said after inhaling. "The mountain streams run strongly and flow toward the riverbed. During the rainy season this river becomes fierce, like a whip, like an earthquake. Its power doesn't come from the rain that falls on its banks, but from the mountain streams that flow down to feed it. By destroying, the river reconstructs the land. Its waters will become corn, beans, and bread on our tables here in the jungle. Our struggle is the same," the older Antonio told me. "It was born in the mountains, but its effects won't be seen until it arrives here below." He responded to my question about whether he believed the time had come for war by saying, "Now is the time for the river to change color." Old Antonio became quiet and supported himself on my shoulder. We returned to the village slowly. He said to me, "You the army are the mountain streams and we are the river. You must descend now." The silence continued and we arrived at his shack as it was growing dark. The younger Antonio returned with the official result of the meeting, an announcement that read, more or less: "We, the men, women, and children of this village met in the community's school in order to see if we believed in our hearts that it is time to go to war for our freedom. We divided ourselves into 3 groups, one of men, one of women, and one of children to discuss the matter. Later, we came together again and it was seen that the majority believed that it was time to go to war because Mexico is being sold to foreigners and the people are always hungry. 12 men, 23 women, and 8 children were in favor of beginning the war and have signed this announcement. I left the village in the early morning hours. Old Antonio wasn't around, he had already gone to the river. 2 months ago I saw old Antonio again. He didn't say anything when he saw me and I sat by his side and began to shuck corn with him. "The river rose," he said to me after a bit. "Yes," I answered. I explained to the younger Antonio what was happening with the consultations and I gave him the documents that outlined our demands and the government's response. I spoke of what had happened in Ocosingo during the offensive, and once again I left the village in the early morning hours. Old Antonio was waiting for me at a turn in the road. I stopped alongside him and lowered my backpack to look for some tobacco to offer him. "Not now," he said to me as he pushed away the bag of tobacco that I was offering him. He put his arm around me and led me to the foot of a tree. "Do you remember what I told you about the mountain streams and the river?" he asked me. "Yes," I responded, whispering as he had when he had asked me the question. "There is something I didn't tell you," he added, looking at his bare feet. I answered with silence. "The streams." He was stopped by a cough that racked his entire body. He took a breath and continued, "The streams, when they descend." Once again he was stopped by a cough and I went for a medic. Old Antonio turned down the help of the compahero with the Red Cross. The medic looked at me and I made a sign that he should leave. Old Antonio waited until the medic left and then, in the penumbra of the dawn, he continued, "The streams, when they descend, have no way of returning, except beneath the ground." He embraced me rapidly and left. I stayed there watching as he walked away, and as he disappeared in the distance, I lit my pipe and picked up my backpack. As I mounted my horse I thought about what had just occurred. I don't know why, it was very dark, but it seemed that old Antonio was crying. I just received a letter from the younger Antonio with his village's response to the government's proposals. He also wrote me that old Antonio had become very ill and that he had died that night. He didn't want anyone to tell me that he was dying. The younger Antonio wrote me that when they insisted that I be told, old Antonio said, "No, I have already told him what I had to tell him. Leave him alone, he has much work to do." When I finished the story that old Antonio had told me, 6-year-old Tanita solemnly told me that yes, she loves me, but that from now on she won't kiss me because it itches. Rolando says that when Tanita has to go to the medic's area, she asks if the sup is there. If she is told that I'm there, she doesn't go. Because the sup only wants kisses and he itches, says the inevitable logic of a 6-year-old, which, on this side of the stream, we call Tanita. The first rains have begun here. We thought that we would have to wait for the arrival of the anti-riot water cannons in order to have water. Anna Marfa says that the rain comes from the clouds that are fighting on top of the mountains. They do it this way so that men and women will not see their disputes. On the summits of the mountains, the clouds fight their ferocious battles with what we call lightning. Armed with infinity, the clouds fight for the privilege of dying and becoming rain to feed the land. We zapatistas are similar to the clouds, without faces, without names, without any payment. Like the clouds, we fight for the privilege of becoming a seed for the land. All right. Health and a raincoat, for the rains and the riots, from the mountains of the Mexican southeast, Subcommander Marcos May, 1994. P.S. The majority disguised as the untolerated minority. About all of this, whether Marcos is homosexual, Marcos is gay in San Francisco, a black person in South Africa, a Dacian in Europe, a Chicano in San Isidro, an anarchist in Spain, a Palestinian in Israel, an indigenous person in the streets of San Cristobal, a gang member in Neza, a rocker on university campus, a Jew in Germany, an ombudsman in Department of Defense, Secret Área de Defensa, Sedena, a feminist in a political party, a communist in the post-Cold War period, a prisoner in Cintalapa, a pacifist in Bosnia, a Mapuche in the Andes, a teacher in National Confederation of Educational Workers, Confederación Nacional de Trabajadores de Educación, CNTE, an artist without a gallery or a portfolio, a housewife in any neighborhood in any city in any part of Mexico on a Saturday night, a guerrilla in Mexico at the end of the 20th century, a striker in the CTM, a sexist in the feminist movement, a woman alone in a metro station at 10 p.m., a retired person standing around in the Zocalo, a campesino without land, an underground editor, an unemployed worker, a doctor with no office, a nonconformist student, a dissident against neobarism, a writer without books or readers, and a zapatista in the Mexican southeast. In other words, Marcos is a human being in this world. Marcos is every untolerated, oppressed, exploited minority that is resisting and saying, enough. He is every minority who is now beginning to speak and every majority that must shut up and listen. He is every untolerated group searching for a way to speak, their way to speak. Everything that makes power and the good consciences of those in power uncomfortable. This is Marcos. You're welcome, dear gentlemen of the Attorney General's office. I'm here to serve you, with lead. Postscript for the PRD about the logic of the dead. The compañeros read what you wrote about having had more casualties than the EZLN, and immediately they started to count up the casualties. They added and multiplied the casualties starting from more than 10 years ago when we began to lay ambushes along the footpaths and roads against bandits. The compañeros say that when it comes to counting the dead, nobody beats them. We are well trained in this, says Gabino. The discussions among the different tendencies in the EZLN have become more heated. The most radical compañeros want to start counting from when the Spanish began their violent advance toward the jungle and the mountains, but the more discreet and prudent compañeros want to start counting from when we formed the EZLN. Some ask whether we should count those who have died during the 136 days that the military has had us surrounded. They ask if we should count Amalia, 23 years old and with 7 children. She began to become a little ill at 6 p.m. on day 125 of the military blockade. Then began the fever, the diarrhea, the vomiting, and the bleeding between her legs, and at midnight we were asked for an ambulance. The ambulance said that it couldn't make it, and at 4 in the morning we managed to get some gasoline and we went to get her in a 3-ton truck. 100 meters from the medical compound, where Lieutenant Elena was, she said, "I'm going to die." And she did die, 98 meters from the medical compound and Lieutenant Elena, the life and blood flowing out from between her legs. When one asked if she was dead, Lieutenant Elena said yes, she died at once. The morning of day 126 of the military blockade, Amalia's second daughter looked upon the body of her mother on the stretcher and told her father that she was going to ask the neighbors for some stew, because mother can't make it anymore. The companeros ask if they should count Ibarra's daughter, who died as if she had become bored with coughing. Everyone is counting up the dead. Some are using a calculator taken from the town hall in Ocosingo. They are still doing this when Juana comes to ask them to count old Antonio, who died of sorrow. Later Lorenzo comes and asks them to count his son Lorenzo, who died during the night. By radio they transmit the names of dead men and women. Soon people stop and take out their calculators or pencils, and they look at each other. They're confused, they don't know whether they're adding, or subtracting. Of pontificators? Magnificent self-criticism is always opportunistic. Finally, you might accuse us of not taking into account the scale of the different political forces, you might accuse us of political clumsiness, of not having a satellite dish so that we could view the debate ourselves, of not having subscriptions to the principal newspapers and magazines so we could read the post-debate analysis. You might accuse us of not being friendly, of being discourteous, of not recognizing possible allies, of being sectarians. All right. Remember that all we have done is get hope started. We wish you health and hope that you leave the animosity for the lazy fools. A hug from this side of the military blockade, the impertinent sub-commander, just like a tornado. 314. Rejecting the government's offer. Early results of the consultations. From a photocopy of the original, signed communiqué received via the Nicaragua Solidarity Network June 1, 1994. To the National News Weekly Preciso. To the national newspaper La Jornada. To the national newspaper El Financiero. To the local newspaper of San Cristobal de las Casas Tiempo. Gentlemen, the following communicates to you the early results of the consultations. The wind and the gray already inhabit their June, some shreds of May will come for several of its days. The wind, the real captain of the world, rules again in these lands. We, as is appropriate, obey it. The jump from the 5th to the 6th month was with memorable rain and wind. I did not know it, and now I read it. It was junta cadáveres gather cadavers coming through for the last time. From the mountains of the Mexican southeast. Insurgent Sub-Commander Marcos. June of 1994. P.S. of Torricelli U.S. Senator, D., New Jersey, who went to Chiapas but was denied meetings with the EZLN and other campesino groups. We discussed whether we were going to receive him or not. What happened is that the tendencies in the EZLN faced off again. Some said that we should receive him and we could trade him for an aircraft carrier, to carry those water cannons in the anti-riot trucks. Others said that he could remain captive and that Lieutenant Serapio could have dart competitions with him to see how many dollars he could get out of him. This tendency was defeated almost immediately when we wondered in what exchange bureau we could change the dollars. Some others said that he could stop by and we could detain him for a few years, let's say 30, so that he could see what it feels like to be surrounded, or blockaded, as the case may be. It is not the same thing, but it's the same. The minority said that he should stay and, when the airplane fell, he should be the first to taste the hard aluminum, to make sure that it is not poisoned. The discussion was at the tastiest part, in other words, when they were serving the meal, but then, after lighting my pipe, the lit match fell on the 2 pieces of fax paper and, in the face of the flame, the enthusiasm spread. They brought tostadas to heat up, stale cookies and a guitar. They started to sing, and of course, to dance. The tendencies were diluted in the dance of a cumbia, and the first drops of the first rains put out the embers. So went the 133rd night of the encirclement, and the moon was a red and large hole in the wounded night time of May. I set myself to one side. That was the last dry match. P.S. of the other consultation, I have looked over the portion of the external correspondence addressed to my ski mask. There is everything: drawings, famous people, of the mind and others, death threats and challenges to duels. These are the preliminary results. 97.98% of those consulted think I am a big fool. 2% think I am not a fool, but a clown. 0.02% did not answer, they were telling a Epito joke. 87.36% think that I will end up selling myself to the government. 12% asked the price. 0.44% looked in their wallets for change. 74.38% say that I don't write the letters and communiques, and that with this face, they doubt I could put together a pair of coherent ideas. 25% indicate that I do write them, but that they are dictated to me. 0.62% preferred to read El Chahuizal. 69.69% say what they say. The rest don't say it but think it. Several did not answer, but turned their eyes away and sighed noticeably. 53.45% say that I have never been in the mountains and that I send things out from a public desk where theses and letters are typewritten. Untranslatable wordplay follows here. 46% said that I had been in the mountains, but those of Vail, Colorado, IUCI Spanish phonetic for USA. 0.55% are lining up for the ticket to the roller coaster. 49.99% say that I have never picked up a weapon, and that I am a desk soldier. 50% say that the only weapon that I have picked up is the one God gave me, and who knows about that, they say. 0.01% maintained a prudent distance. Hey! Don't splash. 33.71% say that I lost ground with the criticism of the PRD and the veto of important newspapers. 66% say that I never had any ground at all, and that they would surely evict me. 0.29% did not bring their land tax ticket. 26% said that my ski mask was too loose, and that it showed everything. 73% told me to close my zipper. 0.38% went to get their binoculars. 13.64% said I am egocentric. 86% said I am very vain. 0.36% switched newspapers and now read Nexus. 99.99999% say to hell with meetings and consultations. 0.00001% went to the bathroom and are coming back. Note, they took the consultation sheet, don't leave with it. Well, that is how things are going. To stop the adverse tendencies, I need to support the serious work that they are doing, such as the polls rating the popularity of Zedillo, or a voter register which they will use in August, or a carousel with the most loyal troops. Benito says that instead of tamales we can try Operation Tostada. Mario cuts shells and says that the crazy rat is hot necessary, that he will take charge of purifying the voter register. Pure modernity, then. All right. Health, and, please, advice for the downfall of the system of computation. Hurry. The committee threatens with an ad hoc consultation on the sub-consultations. From some sub-electoral laboratory in the Mexican southeast, Sub-Commander Marcos the Sup, trying some alchemy to resuscitate even dinosaurs. On groups claiming connection to the EZLN. La Jornada, June 3, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. Brothers. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN addresses itself to you in order to declare the following. First, it has come to our attention that people who say that they are members of the organization Revolutionary Workers Clandestine Party Union of the People, Partido Revolucionario Obrero Clandestino Union del Pueblo, PROCUP, have declared in certain places in the United States that PROCUP has links with the Zapatista National Liberation Army, and that the EZLN is the armed wing of PROCUP. These people have gathered funds implying that they are for the EZLN. Second, the Zapatista National Liberation Army declares that it has absolutely no relationship or link with the PROCUP. The EZLN has never had any contact with PROCUP, it is not part of PROCUP's structure, it does not have anything to do with PROCUP. The funds gathered by Procup were in no way gathered for the EZLN. Third, in several townships in the state of Chiapas, members of the organization called Workers' Party, Partido del Trabajo, PT, have tried to convince the campesinos to vote for them in the upcoming elections in August by saying that the PT is in contact with the EZLN and that they have an agreement from insurgent subcommander Marcos, to support the PT in August. Fourth, the Zapatista National Liberation Army declares that it has absolutely no relationship or pact with the PT. Leaders of the PT have never met with insurgent subcommander Marcos, nor with members of the clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee of the EZLN. We do not support the PT in the upcoming elections in August. Fifth, we urge these different organizations not to use the EZLN's name for their benefit, and we ask them not to lie about supposed relationships that they do not have with the EZLN. Sixth, we call on the Mexican people and on the peoples of the world to not let themselves be deceived. When the EZLN has contact or a pact with an organization, we will let it be known publicly in a communique, as we have done before with ZIAC and CONAC LN. Democracy, freedom, justice. Respectfully, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army Mexico. First communique on the results of the consultations. La Llamada / June 3, 1994. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. To the different non-governmental organizations. Brothers. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses itself to you in order to declare the following. First, the CCRI of the EZLN, as we have recently reported, has finished its consultations in all of the communities that make up the EZLN. Second, in order to inform the Mexican people about the details of the internal and external consultations that we have carried out regarding the peace accords that the federal government presented to us during the dialogue in San Cristobal de las Casas, the CCRI of the EZLN wants to report the following figures from the internal consultations. The consultations took place in every community and ejido where there are members of the EZLN. The study, analysis, and discussion of the peace accords took place in democratic assemblies. The voting was direct, free, and democratic. After the voting, official reports of the results of the assemblies were prepared. These reports specify the date and place of the assembly, the number of people who attended, men, women, and children older than 12 years old, opinions and principal points discussed, and the number of people who voted. Of the Zapatista population who took part in the consultations, 100% were indigenous, 49.54% were adult men, 42.13% were adult women and 8.32% were children over 12 years old. After studying, analyzing, and discussing the peace accords, those in attendance could vote on whether to sign the peace accords or not sign them. In addition, after voting yes or no to the peace accords, proposals were made about what actions we should take. Third, at this time we are counting the votes of the internal consultations and analyzing the results of the external consultations. We will continue to inform the Mexican people about the results. Democracy, freedom, justice. Respectfully, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. Results of the consultations. La Jornada, 6/12 June 10, 1994. To the people of Mexico, to the peoples and governments of the world, to the different non-governmental organizations, to the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, 10 the national and international press. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army addresses itself to you in order to report and declare the following. First, the CCRICG of the EZLN, as we have recently reported, has finished its consultations in all of the communities that make up and support the EZLN. By means of official reports from assemblies in the ejidos and communities, we have learned the opinions that are in our people's hearts. Second, The CCRICG of the EZLN has now counted the votes concerning the peace accord proposals presented to the EZLN by the federal government during the dialogue that took place in San Cristobal de las Casas, Chiapas. Third, the result of the free and democratic voting in the assemblies is as follows: in favor of signing the government's peace accord proposals 2.11% of the total, against signing the government's peace accord proposals 97.88% of the total. Fourth, the result of the voting about what actions we should take in case it was decided not to sign the government's peace accords is as follows: in favor of renewing the hostilities 3.26% of the total. In favor of continued resistance and the convening of a new national dialogue to be attended by all of the independent and honest forces in the country 96.74% of the total. Fifth, therefore, in accordance with the majority of the zapatistas, the CCR1CG of the EZLN wishes to inform you that it rejects the peace accord proposals presented by the federal government. It considers the dialogue of San Cristobal to have ended. It calls on the Mexican people to attend a new national dialogue to be attended by all of the progressive forces in the country. The central themes of this dialogue will be democracy, freedom, and justice for all Mexicans. In order not to impede the search for a political solution to the conflict and so as to not interfere in the electoral process that will take place this coming August, the CCRICG of the EZLN orders its regular and irregular forces in national territory and outside of Mexico to respect a unilateral offensive ceasefire. The EZLN guarantees that it will take no offensive military action against the federal arm. The EZLN will not interfere with the upcoming elections in the territories under its control. It will permit the installation of electoral polls in these territories under the supervision of the different non-governmental organizations and the International Red Cross. The EZLN will accept absolutely no aid from the municipal, state or federal governments. It will resist the military siege by its own means, and with the help of the Mexican people. Sixth, the CCRICG of the EZLN thanks the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas, Manuel Camacho Solis, for his true efforts in search of a political solution to the conflict. Unfortunately, the historic blindness of the Supreme Government kept it from seeing that its unwillingness to give in to the democratic impulse will bring about painful conflicts and unforeseen consequences. Seventh, the CCRICG of the EZLN thanks the national mediator, Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garda, and his working group, for their efforts and sacrifices in attempting to mediate between the parties involved in the conflict, their integrity in withstanding pressures and threats, and their willingness to listen. We hope that in the new dialogue that we are calling for today we can count on his honest participation in search of political solutions to the national demands for democracy, freedom, and justice. Eighth, the CCRICG of the EZLN thanks the honest and independent media for its commitment to the truth, and for having presented the truth to the Mexican people despite threats, pressure, and blackmail. We would like to publicly apologize if we have doubted your profession at any point with our clumsy media policy. We hope that you understand that this is the first time that we have tried to carry out a revolution, and we are still learning. We would like to reiterate that, thanks to the efforts of the press, it was possible to stop the military phase of the war. We sincerely hope that you understand the difficult conditions we found ourselves in, and our unfair selection of media that we allowed to approach us. We hope that you continue publishing the truth. Ninth, the CCRICG of the EZLN especially thanks the different non-governmental organizations, the vanguard of civil society. The NGOs have carried out a selfless work in order to bring about a peace with justice and dignity for our people. The government's siege keeps us, for the moment, from arriving at a pact with these organizations. We are still open to dialogue and are willing to continue down the path that the NGOs have pointed out to us with their commitment, a political route in the transition to democracy. 10th, the CCRICG of the EZLN thanks all those men, women, and children, people without faces, throughout the country and outside of Mexico, who have given us their solidarity and who have joined our just cause. Our struggle and death is for you, brothers and sisters. We will not take off our masks until every Mexican, the indigenous peoples, campesinos, workers, students, teachers, housewives, squatters, artists, intellectuals, retirees, the unemployed men and women without voices or faces have everything they need for a dignified and true life. Everything for everyone, nothing for ourselves. While the national flag waves without democracy, freedom, and justice above Mexican soil, we, our tender fury, will continue fighting. Democracy, freedom, justice. Respectfully, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast. On the Zapatista response to the peace accord proposals. La Jornada, 6/12 June 10, 1994. To the people of Mexico, to the people and governments of the world, to the national and international press. Brothers and sisters. The Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army respectfully addresses itself to you to make known its response to the peace accord proposals presented to us by the Supreme Government during the Dialogue for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas. First, the Zapatista National Liberation Army, the majority of whose members are indigenous peoples, rose up against the Supreme Government on January 1, 1994. The demands of the EZLN can be found in the Declaration from the Lacandona Jungle: work, land, shelter, food, health, education, independence, freedom, democracy, justice, and peace. These demands are supported by the majority of the Mexican people, and the EZLN is fighting for the fulfillment of these demands for all Mexicans. Second, after bloody fighting between our troops and government forces from the police and federal army, a national civil movement obligated us to stop the fighting and enter a dialogue with the Supreme Government. This dialogue took place in San Cristobal de las Casas at the end of February and beginning of March, 1994. Third, during the dialogue, the EZLN presented a list of 34 demands whose resolution would lead to a peace with justice and dignity. Fourth, the list of 34 demands addressed national and state concerns, some of which affected the entire population, and some of which only referred to campesinos and indigenous peoples. The Supreme Government tried in vain to reduce the importance of our just struggle to local, indigenous concerns. They even tried to reduce its importance to concerns in 4 townships in the southeastern state of Chiapas. Fifth, among the national demands that affect the entire population, a. Free and democratic elections. These should be held with equal rights and obligations for all political forces. B. In order to guarantee freedom and democracy, we demand the resignation of the head of the federal executive power, as well as the resignations of the illegitimate heads of the state executive powers. Upon the resignation of the President of the Republic, a transitional government should be formed that will organize free and democratic elections. We also demand the passage of legislation to guarantee the rights of citizens and groups of citizens, regardless of their party affiliation, to participate in the electoral process, as the highest political authority. C. We demand a new federal agreement that will end centralism and permit autonomy for indigenous communities and townships. D. We demand a review of the North American Free Trade Agreement signed with Canada and the United States because the agreement doesn't correspond with Mexico's reality. E. We demand dignified work and a just salary for all workers in the country and in the cities. We also demand that the federal labor law be applied and respected for the benefit of the workers in the country and in the cities. F. We demand an end to the looting of our national resources. G. We demand the cancellation of all debts brought about by credit, loans, or taxes. Demand solutions to the national problems of hunger and malnutrition that affect the Mexican country and cities. We demand immediate and unconditional freedom for all political prisoners and poor people unjustly held prisoner in jails throughout the country. Sixth, the Supreme Government avoided responding positively to these national demands of the EZLN, demands that are shared by broad sectors of the Mexican people. The events that happened after the dialogue in San Cristobal have shown the reason behind the EZLN's demands for democracy. The cowardly murder of Colosio, the imposed designation of Zedillo as the PRIS candidate, and the new enterprise with which the government hardliners have been advancing, demonstrate that it would have been best for the nation if Salinas de Gortari had resigned as head of the federal executive after January 1. His keen desire to stay in power has kept our country in a permanent state of insecurity. His desire to continue his usurpation through election fraud, and now with Zedillo, has pushed our nation to the brink of civil war. The electoral reform was incomplete. The continuing existence of a corrupt electoral process allows electronic fraud, and reinforces the usurpation of the people's will. The reinforcement of the government's repressive apparatus, and the attempt to force the federal army to assume police duties, allows us to see very clearly that the goal of Salinas' group is not a transition to democracy, but to fraud. The Zapatista National Liberation Army confirms what reality points out: there is no democratic impulse on the part of the supreme government. The state party system must be destroyed. The EZLN reiterates the demands expressed in points 1 and 2 of the list presented in San Cristobal. 1. Free and democratic elections. 2. The overthrow of the usurpers in the federal government and in the governments of the states of the Federation. The EZLN broadens its demands. A democratic transitional government and a new legislature are necessary. These new bodies should ensure, in law and in fact, that the fundamental demands of the Mexican people are carried out, the demands for democracy, freedom, and justice, demands that have been voiced by those without a voice, that have taken on a face in those who have no faces, and have taken on life in our deaths. The government tried to reduce the demands for autonomy to the indigenous communities, and thereby leave intact the centralist power structure that magnifies the power of the federal executive in a dictatorial manner. The demand for the autonomy of the townships was tossed aside. The law promised by the government to recognize the political, economic, and cultural autonomy of the indigenous communities follows the usual line: a law that doesn't resolve the deep-rooted problems, that isn't consensed upon with. 325. In the indigenous movement, and that is to be approved undemocratically. Violating its own offer that the general law of the rights of the indigenous communities would respond to the demands, opinions, worries, and political consensus of the indigenous communities, and that it would be enhanced by a group of specialists, the law merely focuses on an expedient application of Article 4 of the Constitution. To the demand for a review of the North American Free Trade Agreement, the government responded by continuing with an economic project that has done nothing but increase poverty in our country and deceive their foreign business partners by promising them economic stability and social peace in Mexico. The government agreed to make a careful evaluation of the effects of NAFTA within 90 days. This evaluation hasn't been carried out, but the government doesn't have to spend time or money on an impact evaluation commission. The impacts of NAFTA can be observed in any poor household in Mexico. As a response to the national demand for dignified work and a just salary, the government continued with its economic policies. These policies increase unemployment and underemployment and reduce workers' purchasing power. The corruption of the unions is still the base that sustains the neoliberal economic project. The demand for an end to the looting of our national resources is tossed aside, and the government's response tries to reduce it to an ecological problem. A national policy to defend our country's natural resources does not exist. To the demand for the cancellation of all debts incurred by the impoverished classes of the nation, the government responded with a promise for a study, the result of which would surely be to postpone the problem. As with the aforementioned points, the government tried to reduce the demand for a solution to the problem of hunger and malnutrition to certain regions of Chiapas. As if hunger only affected the indigenous peoples of the mountains and the jungle, and as if social programs could be eaten, the government promised infant nutrition programs. They laughed at our demand for freedom for all political prisoners and for all poor people unjustly held in jails throughout the country. They promised to set up a commission that would study the cases. The unjust Mexican judicial system, a system that only favors the rich, will remain intact. In all, the EZLN's just national demands were not in any way answered by the federal government. Therefore, The EZLN rejects points 1, 2, 4, 7, 18, 29, 21, 22, and 23 of the government's peace accord proposals. 7th, among the EZLN's demands on the part of Mexican campesinos were, a demand that Article 27 of the Constitution respect the original spirit of Emiliano Zapata, the land belongs to those who work it. B. A demand for the construction of hospitals and clinics with doctors and medicines in every rural community in the country. C. A demand for a just price for products from the countryside, an end to the current middleman arrangement and an end to the direct exploitation of campesinos as rural workers. D. A demand that the army and police stop acting for the benefit of landlords and caciques in rural communities. 8th, the Supreme Government refused to answer the campesinos' national demands. The government's refusal to change Salinas' reforms to Article 27 of the Constitution, and to return the right to land to the Constitution, was repudiated by broad sectors of campesinos throughout the country. The current reforms to Article 27, the base of neoliberal policies in the countryside, should be changed. The political constitution of the United Mexican States should reflect Emiliano Zapata's struggle. The government's response to our demand for hospitals, clinics, doctors, and medicines for the Mexican countryside was limited to offers that only would have affected the conflict zone. The rest of the Mexican countryside would have been forgotten. To our demand for just prices for products from the countryside and an end to the current middleman arrangement, the government responded by offering the services of Procampo, an agency that is only efficient at corrupting campesino leaders and buying their votes for the state party. The government's solution to the problems of Mexican campesinos who are fighting for survival, is promises of projects. To our demand that the police and military leave rural areas, the government responded by promising changes in the justice system. These changes would mean an increase in troops in the countryside and an increase in repressive measures. They still intend to force the federal army to assume police powers. The power of ranchers, backed by the economic strength of the government, is holding campesinos and indigenous peoples hostage. In all, the EZLN's just demands on the part of Mexican campesinos were not satisfactorily answered by the government. Some of their responses pointed to partial or local solutions. Therefore, the EZLN rejects points 8, 9, 19, and 24 of the peace accord proposals. 9th. Among the EZLN's demands on the part of indigenous peoples were, a. The right of indigenous peoples to timely and true information by means of an independent indigenous radio station. B. Complete and free education for all indigenous peoples. C. The official status of indigenous languages. They should be taught at all levels of education. D. Respect for the culture and traditions of indigenous peoples. E. An end to discrimination and racism against indigenous peoples. F. Cultural, political, and judicial autonomy for indigenous peoples. G. Respect for the indigenous people's right to freedom and a dignified life. H. Social and economic support for indigenous women. 10th. The Supreme Government partially answered these demands on the part of indigenous peoples. 327. Although the government promised indigenous peoples their own independent radio station, their response to our demands for education was limited to offers of selective scholarships that would leave most indigenous peoples without an education. The rest of their response to our demands was limited to promises of studies and programs. These were to be carried out in time frames that have, for the most part, already passed. In all, the partial responses of the government to our demands and their failure to carry out previous agreements lead us to reject points 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 27, and 29 of the peace accord proposals. 11th, among the EZLN's demands at the state level were, a. General elections in Chiapas and legal recognition of all political forces in the state. B. Electricity for rural Chiapas and the use of a percentage of state profits for the commercialization of oil. C. Indemnities for victims of the war. D. elimination of all limitations on political movements in the Penal Code of the State of Chiapas. E. An end to evictions and the free and voluntary return of those who have been evicted to their land, along with compensation for damages suffered. F. Political trial of Patrocinio González Garrido, Obse and Castellanos Dominguez and Elmer Setzer. 12th. The Supreme Government failed to respond satisfactorily to the EZLN's demands at a state level. Electoral reform in Chiapas doesn't permit groups that are not parties to organize and take part in the elections. To our demand for electricity for rural Chiapas, the government responded with programs and promises. Evictions continue and those responsible are still not punished. There are only promises of economic support for indigenous peoples in the state, and when some of these promises are carried out, it is in exchange for votes. A political trial of the 3 ex-governors who are responsible for forcing us to take up arms was omitted from the proposals. In all, the government's unsatisfactory answers, and our lack of trust in the government's willingness to carry out their promises, lead us to reject points 5, 6, 25, 27, 28, 29, and 30 of the peace accord proposals. 13th, finally, the EZLN demanded its recognition as a belligerent force by the government. The Mexican people, by means of different organizations, has given us this recognition. To our demand for recognition as a belligerent force and for the recognition of our troops as true combatants, the government responded by offering respectful and dignified treatment for all members of the EZLN. It also offered us legal registration as a political force. The government can't even guarantee the security of those who are part of the government. We cannot hope for a respectful and dignified treatment of those who have taken up arms in a just struggle for democracy, freedom, and justice. The EZLN was formed as an army to demand respect for the will of the people. The usurping government still refuses to respect this will. The reasons behind the birth of the EZLN still exist. The EZLN will continue its armed struggle until our demands/or democracy, freedom, and justice are achieved. The EZLN agrees to follow international treaties that regulate combat and warfare. The EZLN has held true to these treaties and we will continue to do so. The EZLN reiterates its demand that it be recognized as a belligerent force, and that its troops be recognized as true combatants. To this end, the EZLN will go to different international forums to demand this recognition from the peoples and governments of the world. The recognition of the EZLN as a belligerent force is necessary for the dialogue process to have a firm base to develop from. 14th, the Supreme Government presented its peace accord proposals during the dialogue in San Cristobal de las Casas. The EZLN responded by explaining that it had to consult all of its members. The people who make us up are those who gave us the order to go to war, and only these people can order us to make peace. After a period of time, we have finished with the consultations. This is our response to the government's proposals. 15th, through the foregoing communiqué, and in light of the free and democratic vote of those who are part of the EZLN, we say no to the Supreme Government's peace accord proposals. We see this as a close to the dialogue of San Cristobal. We reiterate our disposition to continue in search of a political solution that will lead to a peace with justice and dignity. We call on all progressive and independent sectors of society to attend a national dialogue for a peace with democracy, freedom, and justice. We will not surrender. Democracy, freedom, justice. Respectfully, from the mountains of the Mexican Southeast, Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN. Second Declaration from the Lacandona Jungle. La Jornada, 6/12 June 10, 1994. Today we say, we will not surrender. Those who bear swords aren't the only ones who lose blood or who shine with the fleeting light of military glory. They aren't the only ones who should have a voice in designating the leaders of the government of a people who want/democracy. This right to choose belongs to every citizen who has fought in the press or in the courts. It belongs to every citizen who identifies with the ideals of the revolution and who has fought against the despotism that has ignored our laws. Tyranny isn't eliminated just by fighting on the battlefield. Dictatorships and empires are also overthrown by launching cries of freedom and terrible threats against those who are executing the people. Historical events have shown us that the destruction of tyranny and the overthrow of all evil governments are the work of ideas together with the sword. It is therefore an absurdity, an aberration, an outrageous despotism to deny the people the right to elect their government. The people's sovereignty is formed by all those people in society who are conscious of their rights and who, be they civilians or armed, love freedom and justice and who work for the good of the country. Paulino Martinez, Zapatista delegate to the Revolutionary Sovereignty Convention, Aguascalientes, Mexico, on behalf of Emiliano Zapata. October 27, 1914. To the people of Mexico. To the peoples and governments of the world. Brothers and sisters. The Zapatista National Liberation Army, on a war footing against the government since January 1, 1994, addresses itself to you in order to make known its opinion. Mexican brothers and sisters. In December, 1993, we said, enough. On January 1, 1994, we called on the legislative and judicial powers to assume their constitutional responsibility and to restrain the genocidal policies that the federal executive imposes on our people. We base our constitutional right in the application of Article 39 of the Political Constitution of the United Mexican States. National sovereignty essentially and originally resides in the people. All political power emanates from the people and its purpose is to help the people. The people have, at all times, the inalienable right to alter or modify their form of government. The government responded to this call with a policy of extermination and lies. The powers in Mexico ignored our just demand and permitted a massacre. However, this massacre only lasted 12 days. Another force, a force superior to any political or military power, imposed its will on the parties involved in the conflict. Civil society assumed the duty of preserving our country. It showed its disapproval of the massacre and it obliged us to dialogue with the government. We understand that the ascendancy of the political party that has been in power so long cannot be allowed to continue. We understand that this party, a party that has kept the fruits of every Mexican's labor for itself, cannot be allowed to continue. We understand that the corruption of the presidential elections that sustains this party impedes our freedom and should not be allowed to continue. We understand that the culture of fraud is the method with which this party imposes and impedes democracy. We understand that justice only exists for the corrupt and powerful. We understand that we must construct a society in which those who lead do so with the will of the people. There is no other path. This is understood by every honest Mexican in civil society. Only those who have based their success on the theft of the public trust, those who protect criminals and murderers by prostituting justice, trios who resort to political murder and electoral fraud in order to impose their will, are opposed to our demands. These antiquated politicians plan to roll back history and erase the cry from the national consciousness that was taken up by the country after January 1, 1994, enough. We will not permit this. Today we do not call on those weak powers in Mexico that refuse to assume their constitutional duties and which permit themselves to be controlled by the federal executive. If the legislature and the judges have no dignity, then others who do understand that they must serve the people, and not the individual, will step forward. Our call transcends the question of presidential terms or the upcoming election. Our sovereignty resides in civil society. Only the people can alter or modify our form of government. It is to them that we address the second declaration from the Lacandona jungle. First, we have respected the international conventions of warfare while we have carried out our military actions. These conventions have allowed us to be recognized as a belligerent force by national and foreign forces. We will continue to respect these conventions. Second, we order all of our regular and irregular forces, both inside national territory and outside the country, to continue to obey the unilateral offensive ceasefire. We will continue to respect the ceasefire in order to permit civil society to organize in whatever forms they consider pertinent toward the goal of achieving a transition to democracy in our country. Third, we condemn the threats against civilian society brought about by the militarization of the country, both in terms of personal and modern repressive equipment, during this time leading up to the federal elections. Without a doubt, the Salinas government is trying to impose its will by fraud. We will not permit this. Fourth, we propose to all independent political parties that are suffering from intimidation and repression of political rights the same intimidation and repression that our people have suffered for the last 65 years that they declare themselves in favor of a government of transition toward democracy. Fifth, we reject the manipulation and the attempts to separate our just demands from the demands of the Mexican people. We are Mexicans, and we will not put aside our demands nor our arms until we have democracy, freedom, and justice for all. Sixth, we reiterate our disposition toward finding a political solution to the transition to democracy in Mexico. We call upon civil society to retake the protagonist's role that it first took up in order to stop the military phase of the war. We call upon civil society to organize itself in order to direct the peaceful efforts towards democracy, freedom, and justice. Democratic change is the only alternative to war. 331. Seventh, we call on all honest sectors of civil society to attend a national dialogue for democracy, freedom, and justice. For this reason we say, brothers and sisters, after the start of the war in January 1994, the organized cry of the Mexican people stopped the fighting and called for a dialogue between the contending forces. The federal government responded to the just demands of the EZLN with a series of offers that didn't touch on the essential problem, the lack of justice, freedom, and democracy in Mexican territory. The offers with which the federal government responded to the demands of the EZLN are limited by the system of the political party in power. This system has made possible the continuation of certain sectors in the Mexican countryside that have superseded the power of the Constitution, and whose roots have maintained the party in power. It is this system of complicity that has made possible the existence and belligerence of the caciques, the omnipotent power of the ranchers and businessmen, and the spread of drug trafficking. Just the fact that the government offered us the so-called proposals for a dignified peace in Chiapas provoked tremendous agitation and an open defiance by these sectors. The single-party political system is trying to maneuver within this reduced horizon. It can't alienate these sectors without attacking itself, yet it can't leave things as they are without having to face the anger of the campesinos and indigenous peoples. In other words, to go through with the proposals would necessarily mean the death of the state party system. By suicide or execution, the death of the current Mexican political system is a necessary precondition, although it is not sufficient, for the transition to democracy in our country. There will be no real solutions in Chiapas until the situation in Mexico as a whole is resolved. The EZLN understands that the problem of poverty in Mexico isn't due just to a lack of resources. Our fundamental understanding and position is that whatever efforts are made will only postpone the problem if these efforts aren't made within the context of new local, regional, and national political relationships marked by democracy, freedom, and justice. The problem of power is not a question of who rules, but of who exercises power. If it is exercised by a majority of the people, the political parties will be obligated to put their proposals forward to the people instead of merely relating to each other. Looking at the problem of power within the context of democracy, freedom, and justice will create a new political culture within the parties. A new type of political leader will be born and, without a doubt, new types of political parties will be born as well. We aren't proposing a new world, but something preceding a new world, an antechamber looking into the new Mexico. In this sense, this revolution will not end in a new class, faction of a class, or group in power. It will end in a free and democratic space for political struggle. This free and democratic space will be born on the fetid cadaver of the state party system and the tradition of fixed presidential succession. A new political relationship will be born, a relationship based not in the confrontation of political organizations among themselves, but in the confrontation of their political proposals with different social classes. Political leadership will depend on the support of these social classes, and not on the mere exercise of power. In this new political relationship, different political proposals, socialism, capitalism, social democracy, liberalism, Christian democracy, etc., will have to convince a majority of the nation that their proposal is the best for the country. The groups in power will be watched by the people in such a way that they will be obligated to give a regular accounting of themselves, and the people will be able to decide whether they remain in power or not. The plebiscite is a regulated form of confrontation among the nation, political parties, and power, and it merits a place in the highest law of the country. Current Mexican law is too constricting for these new political relationships between the governed and the governors. A national democratic convention is needed from which a provisional or transitional government can emerge, be it by the resignation of the federal executive or by an electoral route. This national democratic convention and transitional government should lead to the creation of a new constitution, and, in the context of this new constitution, new elections should be held. The pain that this process will bring to the country will be less than the damage that would be caused by a civil war. The prophecy of the Southeast is valid for the entire country. We can learn from what has already occurred so that there is less pain during the birth of the new Mexico. The EZLN has its idea of what system and proposal are best for the country. The political maturity of the EZLN as a representative of a sector of the nation is shown by the fact that it doesn't want to impose its proposal on the country. The EZLN demands what is shown by their example, the political maturity of Mexico and the right for all to decide, freely and democratically, the course that Mexico must take. Not only will a better and more just Mexico emerge from this historic synthesis, but a new Mexico as well. This is why we are gambling our lives, so that the Mexicans of the future can inherit a country in which it isn't shameful to live. The EZLN, in a democratic exercise without precedent in an armed organization, consulted its component bases about whether or not to sign the peace accords presented by the federal government. The indigenous bases of the EZLN, seeing that the central demands of democracy, freedom, and justice have yet to be resolved, decided against signing the government's proposal. Under siege and under pressure from different sectors that threatened us with extermination if the peace accords weren't signed, we zapatistas reaffirmed our commitment to achieve a peace with justice and dignity. In our struggle, the dignified struggle of our ancestors has found a home. The cry of dignity of the insurgent Vicente Guerrero, "Live for the country or die for freedom," once again sounds from our throats. We cannot accept an undignified peace. Our path sprang out of the impossibility of struggling peacefully for our elemental rights as human beings. The most valuable of these rights is the right to decide, freely and democratically, what form the government will take. Now the possibility of a peaceful change to democracy and freedom confronts a new test, the electoral process that will take place this August, 1994. There are those who are betting on the outcome of the elections and the post-election period. There are those who are predicting apathy and disillusionment. They hope to profit from the blood of those who fall in the struggles, both violent, 333, and peaceful, in the cities and in the countryside. They found their political project in the conflict they hope will come after the elections. They hope that the political demobilization will once again open the door to war. They say that they will save the country. Others hope that the armed conflict will restart before the elections so that they can take advantage of the chaotic situation to keep themselves in power. Just as they did before, when they usurped popular will with electoral fraud, these people hope to take advantage of a pre-electoral civil war in order to prolong the agony of a dictatorship that has already lasted decades. There are others, sterile naysayers, who reason that war is inevitable and who are waiting to watch their enemy's cadaver float by, or their friend's cadaver. The sectarians suppose, erroneously, that just the firing of a gun will bring about the dawn that our people have waited for since night fell upon Mexican soil with the death of Villa and Zapata. Every one of these people who steals hope supposes that behind our weapons are ambition and an agenda that will guide us to the future. They are wrong. Behind our weapons is another weapon, reason. Hope gives life to both of our weapons. We won't let them steal our hope. The hope that came with the trigger came about at the beginning of the year. It is precisely now that the hope that comes with political mobilizations takes up the protagonist's role that belongs to it by right and reason. The flag is now in the hands of trnos who have names and faces, good and honest people who have the same goal that we yearn for. Our greetings to these men and women. You have our greetings and our hope that you can carry the flag to where it should be. We will be standing there waiting for you with dignity. If the flag should fall, we will be there to pick it up again. Now is the time for hope to organize itself and to walk forward in the valleys and in the cities, as it did before in the mountains of the southeast. Fight with your weapons, don't worry about ours. We know how to resist to the end. We know how to wait. And we know what to do if the doors through which dignity walks close once again. This is why we address our brothers and sisters in different non-governmental organizations, in campesino and indigenous organizations, workers in the cities and in the countryside, teachers and students, housewives and squatters, artists and intellectuals, members of independent political parties, Mexicans. We call all of you to a national dialogue with the theme of democracy, freedom, and justice. For this reason, we put forward the following invitation to a national democratic convention. We, the Zapatista National Liberation Army, fighting to achieve the democracy, freedom, and justice that our country deserves, and considering that, 1. The supreme government has usurped the legality that we inherited from the hero of the Mexican Revolution. 2. The constitution that exists doesn't reflect the popular will of the Mexican people. 3. The resignation of the federal executive usurper isn't enough and that a new law is necessary for the new country that will be born from the struggles of all honest Mexicans. 4. Every form of struggle is necessary in order to achieve the transition to democracy in Mexico. Considering these things, we call for a sovereign and revolutionary national democratic convention from which will come a transitional government and a new national law, a new constitution that will guarantee the legal fulfillment of the people's will. This sovereign revolutionary convention will be national in that all states of the federation will be represented. It will be plural in the sense that all patriotic sectors will be represented. It will be democratic in the way in which it will make decisions by national consultations. The convention will be presided over, freely and voluntarily, by civilians, prestigious public figures, regardless of their political affiliation, race, religion, sex, or age. The convention will be launched by local, state, and regional committees in every ejido, settlement, school, and factory. These committees of the convention will be in charge of collecting the people's proposals for the new constitution and the demands to be completed by the new government that comes out of the convention. The convention should demand free and democratic elections and should fight for the people's will to be respected. The Zapatista National Liberation Army will recognize the National Democratic Convention as the authentic representative of the interests of the Mexican people in their transition to democracy. The Zapatista National Liberation Army is now to be found throughout national territory and is in a position to offer itself to the Mexican people as an army to guarantee that the people's will is carried out. For the first meeting of the National Democratic Convention, the EZLN offers as a meeting place a Zapatista settlement with all of the resources to be found there. The date and place of the first session of the National Democratic Convention will be announced when it is appropriate to do so. Mexican brothers and sisters, our struggle continues. The Zapatista flag still waves in the mountains of the Mexican southeast, and today we say, we will not surrender. Facing the mountains we speak to our dead so that their words will guide us along the path that we must walk. The drums sound, and in the voices from the land we hear our pain and our history. Everything for everyone, say our dead. As long as this is not true, there will be nothing for us. Find in your hearts the voices of those for whom we fight. Invite them to walk the dignified path of those who have no faces. Call them to resist. Let no one receive anything from those who rule. Ask them to reject the handouts from the powerful. Let all the good people in this land organize with dignity. Let them resist and not sell out. Don't surrender. Resist. Resist with dignity in the lands of the true men and women. Let the mountains shelter the pain of the people of this land. Don't surrender. Resist. Don't sell out. Resist. Our dead spoke these words from their hearty. We have seen that the words of our dead are good, that there is truth in what they say and dignity in their counsel. For this reason we call on our brother Mexicans to resist with us. We call on the indigenous campesinos to resist with us. We call on the workers, squatters, housewives, students, teachers, intellectuals, writers, on all those with dignity, to resist with us. The government doesn't want democracy in our land. We will accept nothing that comes from the rotting heart of the government, not a single coin nor a single dose of medication, not a single stone nor a single grain of food. We will not accept the handouts that the government offers in exchange for our dignity. We will not take anything from the supreme government. Although they increase our pain and sorrow, although death may accompany us, although we may see others selling themselves to the hand that oppresses them, although everything may hurt and sorrow may cry out from the rocks, we will not accept anything. We will resist. We will not take anything from the government. We will resist until those who are in power exercise their power while obeying the people's will. Brothers and sisters, don't sell out. Resist with us. Don't surrender. Resist with us. Repeat along with us, we will not surrender. We will resist. Let these words be heard not only in the mountains of the Mexican southeast, but in the north and on the peninsulas. Let it be heard on both coasts. Let it be heard in the center of the country. Let it cry out in the valleys and in the mountains. Let it sound in the cities and in the countryside. Unite your voices, brothers. Cry out with us, we will not surrender. We will resist. Let dignity break the siege and lift off of us the filthy hands with which the government is trying to strangle us. We are all under siege. They will not let democracy, freedom, and justice enter Mexican territory. Brothers, we are all under siege. We will not surrender. We will resist. We have dignity. We will not sell out. What good are the riches of the powerful if they aren't able to buy the most valuable thing in these lands? If the dignity of the Mexican people has no price, then what good is the power of the powerful? Dignity will not surrender. Dignity will resist. Democracy. Freedom. Justice. From the mountains of the Mexican southeast. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the Zapatista National Liberation Army Mexico June, 1994. 336. Timeline. January 1 – The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, takes effect. The Zapatista National Liberation Army, AZLN, emerges from the Lacandona jungle, occupies the Chiapas highland towns of Ocosingo, Las Margaritas, Altamirano, and San Cristobal de las Casas, resulting in TWG police dead in Ocosingo. The AZLN takes over municipal buildings, frees prisoners from jails, opens government shops to the populace. The AZLN issues the declaration from the Lacandona jungle, denouncing NAFTA as a death sentence for Mexican Indians, demanding legal recognition as a legitimate belligerent force against the federal army, announcing their intent to comply with the Geneva Conventions and international law, and calling upon the world community to pressure the Mexican government to do likewise. January 2 – Fighting ensues as police and the federal army attempt to take occupied towns, leaving scores dead. General Absalon Castellanos Dominguez, former governor of Chiapas, is seized at his ranch by the AZLN, charged with crimes against campesinos and Indians. January 3 – The AZLN retreats from San Cristobal, engages the federal army at the Nuevo Rancho base outside town. Fighting escalates in Ocosingo, Las Margaritas, and Altamirano. January 4 the government begins aerial bombardment of San Cristobal's poor, outlying areas. Fierce fighting in Ocosingo's Central Square. Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garcia of San Cristobal calls for a ceasefire. January 6 the EZLN retreats from Ocosingo, Las Margaritas, and Altamirano. January 7 a car bomb explodes in Mexico City's University Plaza. January 8 power lines and other targets are bombed elsewhere in the country, including a federal building in Acapulco. An ultra-left cell, PROCUP-PDLP, claims responsibility, in solidarity with the EZLN. The EZLN denies any connection. January 10 the Mexican stock market plunges. Demonstrations against the repression mount in Mexico City and around the country. President Carlos Salinas de Gortari fires former governor of Chiapas Patrocinio González Blanco Garrido from his post as Interior Minister for denying the existence of the guerrilla threat. January 12 a massive march on Mexico City in protest of the repression. The government declares a ceasefire, offers limited amnesty to the EZLN. January 16 the National Human Rights Commission investigators uncover a mass grave in Ocosingo. 337. January 20 accounts mount of summary executions and torture by government troops during the fighting. January 25 President Salinas visits Chiapas state capital Tuxtla Gutiérrez to meet with campesino leaders, gets angry response from them. The government promises dialogue, names Bishop Ruiz as mediator and former Mexico City Mayor and Federal Environment Minister Manuel Camacho Solis as government peace spokesman. January 29 the government begins freeing Zapatista prisoners. February 1 an America's Watch report accuses the Mexican government of grave human rights violations in putting down the uprising. February 7 campesinos occupy a municipal building in the highlands town of Teopisca, beginning a wave of militant protests and land occupations by unarmed Indians and campesinos throughout the highlands of Chiapas. Campesinos march on Tuxtla Gutiérrez to demand land reform. February 12 secret meeting between new Interior Minister, former Attorney General, Jorge Carpizo and CIA Chief James Woolsey in Mexico City. February 16 the EZLN releases General Absalon Castellanos to Ruiz and Camacho at Guadalupe Tepeyac, on the edge of the Lacandona jungle. February 27 EZLN government dialogue for peace and reconciliation in Chiapas begins at the Cathedral of San Cristobal. The EZLN team includes Sub-Commander Marcos and Commander Ramona, who wow the press. Death threats mount against Bishop Ruiz, who is accused of being a spokesperson for the EZLN. March 2 the EZLN dialogue team ends the first phase of the dialogue and returns to the Lacandona jungle to bring the government proposals to the communities for discussion and decision-making. March 6 the newly formed State Council of Indigenous and Campesino Organizations, SIAC, holds the first open, pro-EZLN rally in San Cristobal. The municipal palace is occupied, Viva EZLN, is painted on walls throughout the city. March 9 Mariano Perez Diaz of the Emiliano Zapata Campesino Organization, OCEZ, is murdered in the highlands village of Samajoval, escalating the wave of terror against campesino leaders by presumed guardias blancas. 338. Timeline. March 23 Luis Donaldo Colosio, presidential candidate of the long-ruling Institutional Revolutionary Party, PRI, is assassinated at a campaign stop in Tijuana, just 5 months before the scheduled elections. March 24 the EZLN declares a state of red alert throughout their Lacandona jungle stronghold. They claim that Tija Federal Army used the assassination as a cover to violate the ceasefire with an aerial bombardment of a road in Zapatista-held territory. They declare the consultations of the communities temporarily suspended. March 29 the PRI names former Education Minister Ecobedo Ponce de Leon Zedillo as their new presidential candidate. April 4 the government announces 7 suspects in Colosio's death, including members of his security team. The Mexican stock market takes another plunge. April 10 thousands march on Mexico City in solidarity with the EZLN's demands, and to commemorate the 1917 assassination of Emiliano Zapata. Clashes with the police are reported in the city of Puebla. April 28, Tijuana Police Chief Federico Benitez is killed in an ambush by unknown assailants. Left and right opposition parties accuse the government of a cover-up in the Colosio assassination. May 1, traditional May Day celebrations bring out thousands in Mexico City, and elsewhere, in support of the EZLN. June 12, the EZLN announces that, after consulting with their communities in the Lacandona jungle villages, the government peace proposals have been rejected. They urge civil society to take up the struggle. 339. This glossary is intended to help you identify people, places, and ideas that would be difficult to look up in standard reference books. We are not professional glossary writers, and this glossary is not comprehensive or perfect. Some readers will probably wish we had been more political, and others less. Overall, we have tended towards caution. 10 points. The EZLN's basic demands, these are often cited partially in the text, they include some or all of the following: work, land, housing, food, healthcare, education, independence, freedom, democracy, justice, and peace. 1846, the Yankee invasion of 1846, known in the U.S. as the Mexican War, this was touched off by the forcible U.S. annexation of Texas. 1968, the year of an incident in which the Mexican Federal Army sprayed machine gun fire into a plaza in which students were protesting, more than 300 students were killed. The government denies the incident. 1988, the year of the most recent Mexican presidential elections, it is widely believed that Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas won the popular vote, although the official results were in favor of the ruling PRI. Public outrage at the alleged fraud resulted in riots, marches, and other protests. 31st Military Zone, the Mexican Army Command Area that includes Chiapas. Agrarian reform, the redistribution of land from large landowners to the landless, based on Zapata's idea of returning the land to those who work it. Agrarian reform has been undertaken at various times throughout the recent history of Mexico, especially during and after the Mexican Revolution. The plans for reform have consistently been weakened, and were effectively dismantled by Carlos Salinas de Gortari's redefinition of Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution. Anuasgo, an indigenous ethnicity. ARIC/Union of Unions, Association Rural de Inters Colectivo, Rural Association of Collective Interest, an association of indigenous campesinos *, many of whom have been relocated to the Lacandona jungle. The EZLN denounced elements of the ARIC for collaboration with the government. Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution refers to the agrarian reform portion of the Constitution, which Salinas altered, effectively ending the redistribution of land. Article 39 of the Mexican Constitution states that national sovereignty essentially and originally resides in the people. All political power emanates from the people, and its purpose is to help the people. The people have, at all times, the inalienable right to alter or modify their form of government. Article 4 of the Mexican Constitution defines Mexico as a multi-ethnic country and reserves the right of indigenous people to preserve their language and culture. Ban Rural, Banco de Crédito Rural, a national bank that provides credit to rural areas. The EZLN decries the Ban Rural as a tool of economic control over campesinos. Boggy La Cietazo, an Argentinian cartoon character by Fontana Rosa, he is a mercenary with no ideology except his love of money. Cabanas, Lucio, the founder and caudillo of PROCO and PDLP. Cacique, a member of a local ruling class, frequently indigenous, who maintains political power by supporting and maintaining the power of a particular political party. Camacho Solis, Manuel, a PRI party official, former mayor of Mexico City, an anticipated but passed-over candidate for the presidency. Camacho acted as Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation in Chiapas in the government negotiations with the EZLN. Campesino, a person who works the land and lives in the country. Cárdenas, Cuauhtémoc, the PRD candidate for the Mexican presidency, he is widely believed to have won the popular vote in 1988. 340. Carranza, Venustiano a major figure in the Mexican Revolution. He was seen as representing the interests of the national bourgeoisie. Castellanos Dominguez, Division General Absalon, a Mexican army general. Castellanos Dominguez was captured by the EZLN, put on trial for his oppression of indigenous peoples during his term as governor of Chiapas, and condemned to life in prison. TLJ's sentence was commuted to life working in the fields of Chiapas. Castellanos Dominguez was released just before the beginning of the dialogue for peace and reconciliation in Chiapas. Caudillo/caudillismo, the practice of an individual becoming, or being seen as, the supreme leader of a political movement, especially a guerrilla movement. CCRICGC Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee Charo, a labor boss Cayapanco of Chiapas, or from Chiapas Choyamayan Indigenous Ethnicity. Clandestine Revolutionary Indigenous Committee General Command of the EZLN, Comite Clandestine Revolucionario Indigena Comandancia General, CCRICG, the leadership of the Zapatista National Liberation Army. The CCRICG is composed of delegates from various indigenous committees, and is responsible to the committees, which are in turn responsible to the local communities. CLITA, Centro Libre de Experimentación Teatral y Artística, Free Center of Theatrical and Artistic Experimentation, a leftist arts and culture group in Mexico City. CNPA, Coordinadora Nacional Plan de Ayala, National Plan de Ayala Coordinating Committee, named after Emiliano Zapata's 1914 land redistribution manifesto, and oversees its implementation. Calima, an indigenous ethnicity. Colosio, Luis Donaldo, the PRI candidate for president. Colosio was assassinated on March 23 while making a campaign speech. The social crisis caused by the assassination caused the EZLN to suspend its community consultations about the results of the dialogue for peace and reconciliation in Chiapas. Commissioner refers to Manuel Camacho Solis. Compañero, companions and comrades, partners in life and in struggle. Corral Chena town in the township of Ocosingo. In May 1993, the Federal Army discovered an EZLN training camp there, and began to deploy troops to crush the movement. The military operation was quickly called off, to the confusion of many commentators. Coyotes, profiteering middlemen. DAZ, Porfirio Dictator of Mexico from 1876 to 1880 and 1884 to 1911, whose rule began with the Revolution of Tuxtepec, after Diaz lost his bid for the Mexican presidency. He brought capitalist development to Mexico and also encouraged the concentration of wealth in the hands of an elite. He was overthrown by the Mexican Revolution. Ejidos collectively held land, mostly for farming. Provided for by Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution. Federation, the Republic of Mexico. Fernández de Ceballos, Diego the PAN's presidential candidate. Fincaro, a farmer or rancher, C. Ganadero. Flores Magón brothers, Mexican anarchists who organized workers during the Mexican Revolution. FMLN, Frente Farabundo Martí de Liberación Nacional, Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, an armed liberation group in El Salvador. They accepted a government amnesty and disarmament in 1992. FOCO, a kind of guerrilla cell common to Latin American revolutionary movements, also a theory of guerrilla warfare associated with Che Guevara. It involves forming a liberated zone in the mountains and then expanding the liberated area towards the cities. Franco, Aguirre, Bishop of Tuxtla Gutierrez. FSLNC Sandinistas. Ganadero, a rancher, someone who holds a large amount of land as an individual. Geneva Conventions, a series of conventions signed in Geneva, Switzerland between 1864, 341, and 1949 that provide for the humane treatment of combatants and civilians during wartime. Gobernación, the Mexican Department of Government. Godme, General Miguel Angel, the Mexican Army commander for the southeastern zone, which includes Chiapas. González Blanco Garrido, Patrocinio, a former governor of the state of Chiapas. Garrido was Interior Minister until January 10, 1994, when he was dismissed from that post. De Grijalva, Juan, a Spanish explorer of the Yucatan in 1518, there is also a river in Chiapas named after him. During the conquest, indigenous people resisting the invasion became trapped between the river and the conquerors, they drowned themselves in the river rather than face defeat. Guardias blancas, white guards, armed guards hired by the ranchers to protect their property. Guerrero, Vicente, a revolutionary from the time of Hidalgo and Morelos, he joined forces with Morelos. Hectare, a unit of land equivalent to 10,000 square meters, or 2.47 acres. Hidalgo y Castilla, Father Manuel, a Creole revolutionary, who, in the early 1800s, when his plans to liberate Mexico from Spanish rule began to fall apart, called on indigenous people and mestizos to join the struggle. His declaration of 1810 ignited the wars of independence. Jaramillo, General Reuben, a major figure in the Mexican Revolution. Camarada, a satirical reference to a traditional communist guerrilla La Fern, a Mexican feminist magazine. Ladino, Latino, another term for mestizo, though it refers specifically to people of primarily Spanish descent, or those associated with Spanish-derived bourgeois culture. Latifundista, wealthy large landowner. Magna Carta refers to the Mexican Constitution. Maganismo, the political theory of the Flores. Magan brothers. Mam, an indigenous ethnicity. Mayo, an indigenous ethnicity. Menchu, Rigoberta, indigenous Guatemalan activist and Nobel Peace Prize winner. Mestizo, a person of mixed indigenous and European descent. People in the indigenous communities of Chiapas frequently refer to anyone living in the city as mestizo. Mexican Revolution, the revolution that overthrew Porfirio Diaz, dictator of Mexico from 1876 to 1911, it also transformed Mexican society. Many modern-day groups claim to be the true heirs of the revolution, including the ruling PR3 Milpas cornfields. Montoneros, a band of mounted rebels. Morelos y Pavon, Father José María Acadillo, who, when he heard of Hidalgo's revolt, organized local troops for the struggle, known for his populist politics, demanding the abolition of privilege and the return of stocks and lands to the indigenous people. Nahuatl, an indigenous language. Neoliberalism, the political ideology of the PRI, a free market, anti-state approach to economics and international relations. It encourages privatization of state enterprises, reduction of state subsidies, and fewer constraints on business. Nexos, a Mexican journal with extensive coverage of Campesinos. Padrón, Father Joel, a Catholic priest from the parish of Samajoval who was arrested for initiating and taking part in land takeovers. PEN, Partido de Acción Nacional, National Action Perder, a political party, founded by Manuel Gómez Morín, embraced by Catholics. PARM, Partido Auténtico de la Revolución Mexicana, authentic party of the Mexican Revolution, a conservative satellite party of the PRIPDLP, Partido de los Pobres, Party of the Poor, a guerrilla group founded in the early 70s that subsequently joined forces with PROCUP PDM, Partido Democrático Mexicano, Mexican Democratic Party, a Mexican political party. 342. Pemex, the Mexican National Oil Company. PFCRN, Partido Frente Cardenista de la Reconstrucción Nacional, Party of the Cardenista Front of National Reconstruction, an opposition party which offered to be the political arm of the EZLN, but was quickly refused, led by Aguilar Talamantes. PGR, Procurador General de la República. Attorney General's Office, keeps records of personal information concerning opposition groups and their leadership. Plan de Ayala, the land reform plan proposed by Emiliano Zapata, as a condition for his laying down arms during the Mexican Revolution. Porfirista of or referring to the rule of Porfirio Diaz or his regime. Pasal cornmeal soup. PPS, Partido Popular Socialista. Popular Socialist Party, a satellite party of the PRI. PRD, Partido de la Revolución Democrática. Party of the Democratic Revolution, a center-left opposition party, whose candidate, Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, is widely believed to have won the presidential election in 1988. PRI, Partido Revolucionaria Institucionalizada, the Revolutionary Institutional Party, the ruling party in Mexico for 65 years. PRM, Partido Revolucionario de Mexico. Mexican Revolutionary Party, precursor to the PRI. Procampo, a national aid program similar to PRONASAL. PROCUP, Partido Revolucionario Obrero. Clandestino Unión del Pueblo, revolutionary. Workers' Clandestine Party Union of the People, a revolutionary group started in the 1960s by Luis Cabanas. PRONASAL, Programa Nacional de Solidaridad. National Program of Solidarity, a national solidarity program of rural aid programs aimed at capitalizing small farms. PT, Partido del Trabajo. Workers' Party, one of the socialist-oriented opposition parties founded in 1991. Rancho Nuevo, a city in Chiapas, the location of an important military barracks unsuccessfully attacked by the EZLN on January 3. Reform laws. See Agrarian Reform. Republic, the Republic of Mexico. Ruiz Garcia, Bishop Samuel, the Bishop of the Diocese of San Cristobal de las Casas, longtime supporter of Indian rights, liberation theologist, and intermediary between the Commissioner for Peace and Reconciliation and the representatives of the EZLN. Salinas de Gortari, Carlos, the President of Mexico. Salinas de of or referring to Carlos Salinas de Gortari or his regime. Samuel, Don C. Bishop Samuel Ruiz Garcia. Sandinistas, Frente Sandinista de Liberación. Nacional, Sandinista National Liberation Front, FSLN, a Nicaraguan revolutionary movement that seized power in 1979. The Sandinistas were later voted out of power, and are now an opposition party. Cedisol, a Mexican government aid and development project. Setzer Marce, Elmer, former governor of Chiapas. Shining Path, Sendero Luminoso, Communist Party of Peru, a Maoist guerrilla army in Peru. Solidaridad C. PRONASAL. Superbarrio, a tenant organizer in Mexico. City who dresses in a costume reminiscent of the great Mexican wrestlers, including a trademark ski mask. He is thought of as a Superman with class consciousness. Talamantes, Aguilar, the head of the PFCRN and its presidential candidate, he offered to be the EZLN's candidate for the presidency and was quickly refused. Tarahumaras, an indigenous ethnicity. Televisa, a privately owned television station, the largest in Mexico, known for parroting government opinion. Television Azteca, a television station, its reporters offended the EZLN when they offered money to EZLN combatants in exchange for interviews. Tierra y Libertad, land and freedom, slogan of Emiliano Zapata. 343. Tlapancos, an indigenous ethnicity. TLC, the Spanish initials for NAFTA. Tojolabal, an indigenous ethnicity. Tupamaros, an Uruguayan armed struggle group, they faced serious repression in 1972, resurfaced in the late 1980s and became a legal opposition party. Tuxtla Gutierrez, the capital of Chiapas. Tzotl, one of the Mayan ethnicities that is widely represented in Chiapas. Tzotzil, one of the Mayan ethnicities that is widely represented in Chiapas. Union, the Republic of Mexico. UNO, Unión Nacional Positora, National Opposition Union, a Mexican political party. URNG, Unión Revolucionario Nacional. Guatemalteca, Revolutionary National. Guatemala Union, a Guatemalan guerrilla group. Villa, Pancho, a major figure in the Mexican Revolution. Ziacha, radio station created by the government for the indigenous people of Chiapas. Yaqui, an indigenous ethnicity. Zedillo, Escobedo Ponce de Leon, the PRI presidential candidate who was nominated after Colosio was assassinated. Zocalo, town square, capitalized, it refers to the square in front of the presidential palace in Mexico City. Zocan, indigenous ethnicity. 344. Contact. The uprising in Chiapas is not over. We had to stop collecting information at an arbitrary point in time to get this book to the printer, and already, before it has gone to press, there has been a lot of new information. Below are several useful sources of information about the Zapatistas, as well as some contacts for solidarity work. The Diocese of San Cristobal de las Casas. The Diocese of San Cristobal has been acting as a center for information about the Zapatistas, especially during the Dialogue for Peace and Reconciliation. They are also a good way to send support to the Zapatistas. Diocese de San Cristobal de las Casas. Calle 5 de Febrero, Colonia Centro 29200 San Cristobal, Chiapas, Mexico Tel, 011-52-967-80053 Fax 011-52-967-83138. Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy. IATP produces the Chiapas Digest, which has given timely and useful information about the uprising. IATP is an organization that seeks to understand and educate the public on links among community development, the environment, and international trade policy. The digest is available via email through Hannah Holm, hholm@igc.apc.org, or you can write them at Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, 1313, 5th Street Southeast, number 303, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55414. Tel, 612-379-5980. Fax, 612-379-5982. Equipo Pueblo. This organization works closely with popular movements and civilian coalitions in the promotion of democracy, the defense of human rights, and the advancement of economic justice. TICE. You can subscribe to their news bulletin, La Otra Cara de Mexico, available for $10 in Latin America and $15 in North America and Europe. Individuals in this organization have also been an ongoing source for primary materials concerning the Zapatistas. Equipo Pueblo. Apartado Postal 27 to 467 06760 Mexico DF. Mexico Tel, 011-525-539-0015 Fax, 011-525-627-7453 Email, pueblo@elaneta.igc.apc.org. Love and Rage. This is a revolutionary anarchist newspaper that has had consistent, thoughtful coverage of the Zapatistas from an anarchist perspective. The same federation also publishes Amor y Rabia in Mexico City. Love and Rage. PO Box 853, New York, New York, 10009718, 834-9077 Email, lnr@blythe.org. Weekly News Update on the Americas. Nicaragua Solidarity Network. The weekly news update has been one of the best ongoing sources for news of the situation in Chiapas. It is available directly through Nicanes or, for email users, is regularly posted to the ActiveL list, see below, and is archived by New York Transfer News Collective Online Library. You can reach NYT at nyt@blyhte.org. Nicaragua Solidarity Network, 339, Lafayette Street. New York, New York, 100-12212-674-9499. Resource Center of the Americas. A US-based group that works to connect people throughout the Americas. They are monitoring the situation in Chiapas, and are a good source of information. Resource Center of the Americas, 317, 17th Avenue Southeast, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55414. Tel, 612-627-9445 Fax, 612-627-9450. 345. The Zapatistas in cyberspace. As suggested in the introduction, one of the fastest ways to keep up with what is happening in Chiapas is through the use of computer communications. The following is a brief description of some sources of information and discussion available in cyberspace. We realize that not everyone has easy access to email, and thus to cyberspace. If you don't have email, you can try getting access through universities and some libraries. There are also cheap, private email suppliers in many cities. Anthap Archives, Internet. The Applied Anthropology Computer Network has an FTP/Gopher site that includes an archive of Chiapas Zapatista news in its home computer at Oakland University, Rochester, Michigan. This archive contains all kinds of materials downloaded from just about everywhere. The archive contains a great deal of material from January-March 1994. Very little has been added since. Chiapas Zapatista news can be accessed via Gopher to Michigan/Oakland University/Applied Anthropology Computer Network/Chiapas_news. The archive can also be accessed via ftpvila.acs.oakland.edu, anonymous login, then cdpub/anthap/ls. This material can also be accessed through UT-LANIC, see below, at gopherlanic.utexas.edu/LatinAmerica/Mexico/Chiapas Zapatista News. Clapazel and Mexic 094, Internet. The Chiapas discussion list was created in the wake of the uprising. The Mexican elections list was created later to focus on the August 1994 elections. They are maintained by Prof. Mexis at CDIUNAM, Center of Technology and Information at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, Centro de Tecnología y Informática at UNAM. Both have archives, correspondencia, that can be accessed via gopherlanic.utexas.edu. Subscribe by sending the command subscribe Chiapas1, or Mexico 94L, your _name to list proc at listas.unam.mx, leave subject line empty. Native L and Nachat, Internet. These two lists, Aboriginal Peoples, News _ND Information List and Aboriginal Peoples, Discussion List, are part of the Native NET series of lists and contain information and discussion, respectively, of struggle among a wide variety of indigenous peoples. The Native L archives are maintained at Texas A&M University, listserv at tambmel.bitnet. Subscribe by sending the command subscribe native1, or Nachat, your _name to listserv at tamvml.tamu.edu, leave subject line empty. Centimel, Internet. The Central American discussion list covers the other countries of Central America as well as Chiapas, especially struggles in Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. Subscribe by sending the command subscribe centim1 your name to listserv at ubvm.cc.buffifalo.edu, leave subject line empty. Mexico L, Internet. The Mexico discussion list covers anything and everything about Mexico besides Chiapas, cultural as well as political. Originating in Mexico, much of the discussion, but not all, is in Spanish. Subscribe by sending the command subscribe Mexico1 your name to majordomo at udlapvrns.pu.udlap.mx, leave subject line empty. ActiveL, Internet. The activist mailing list regularly posts news stories/analyses on the Zapatistas. They also post stories on a vast array of other activist issues, but you can subscribe to a once-a-day index of articles that only gives you a listing of stories available, and then order the ones on Chiapas that you want. Subscribe by sending the command subscribe active1 to listserv at missoul.missouri.edu, leave subject line empty. To get only the daily list, send the command set active1 index to the same address. ActiveL's discussion group is on Usenet, and has the name Miscellaneous Activism.Progressive, which also includes the articles. 346. PeaceNet. There are several conferences, discussion groups, on PeaceNet that have contained a large amount of information about the situation in Chiapas, including EAI.news, reg.mex.news, trade.news and especially General Native NET and reg.mexico. The Mexican Academy for Human Rights, Academia Mexicana de Derechos Humanos, AC, has issued irregular but very detailed special bulletins, Chiapas Conflict, in both Spanish and English. They contain day-by-day chronologies as well as other kinds of information, including email addresses to other human rights organizations active in Chiapas. You can get on their mailing list and obtain previous bulletins by posting to amdh@eleneta.apc.org. The bulletins have also been placed in reg.mexico, PeaceNet, and show up in the ANTHAP archives. News, and continues to produce a number of regular electronic publications that often contain information about Chiapas and the Zapatistas, i.e., Noti Sur, Sour Chemex, Chronicle of Latin American Economic Affairs, and Central America Update. Information about subscriptions to LADB can be obtained from ladbat@unmb.unm.edu. Subscriptions can also be obtained from places with site licenses, such as ladb at lanic.utexas.edu, soc.culture.mexican and soc.culture.latinamerica, Usenet. These are two discussion groups, among thousands, distributed to computer sites all over the world. Each computer site accumulates the articles and distributes them to its own users. Exactly how you access Usenet groups depends on your local setup. If you are modem connected to a mainframe with a personal computer, access is facilitated with client software such as Nuntius, Mac, or Trumpet, DOS. NAFTA and Interam Monitor. Published by the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, IATP, in Minneapolis, the Monitor is the result of the merger of the Inter-American Trade Monitor and the NAFTA Monitor. A weekly bulletin, the Monitor contains news briefs and information on resources and events in the struggle against free trade. The Monitor has carried both news of the Chiapas uprising and other information on NAFTA, which the Zapatistas have called a death sentence to indigenous peoples and campesinos. The Monitor is posted on ActiveL and on PeaceNet, eai.news. The IATP produces a number of other trade-related bulletins on PeaceNet and Icone, including Trade.news and Trade.library. Direct subscriptions to any of these can be obtained from the IATP at kmander@igc.apc.org. LADB. The Latin American Database at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque issued a series of special reports called Chiapas. UT LANIC. The University of Texas at Austin Latin American Network Information Center provides access to a wide variety of academic databases and information services around the world. Besides the sources mentioned above, it includes access to over 200 databases and over 200 libraries, including the UT Benson Latin American Collection, the largest repository of Latin American materials with an electronic catalog accessible via Internet. UT LANIC can be reached via Gopher, or Telnet, lanic.utexas.edu. Questions can be addressed to info@lanic.utexas.edu. The Web. The web is another cyberspace location, a site for information exchange. There has been a lot of information about the EZLN and Chiapas on the web.